Hopefully it doesn't get up. You know I love you, honey, but you got me running, yeah. I think we need some space. I think we need a break. I think I need a move. I think this isn't safe. Hey, what's up, babe? How you doing? Hey, what's up, One Spark? How you guys been? How's everybody doing? How's everybody doing? Let me put up an announcement that everyone, I'm live. We're not because my family is visiting. Mike sounds dookie butt. Is that true? Hello. Hello. You know, that's not it. Capture. How does it sound now? Way better, right? Does it sound better now? New setup? No, it's not a new setup. So I actually had to go out and buy some headphones, some earbuds, because one of them fell into the toilet. Thank goodness for credit cards. uh, but yeah, I was just testing them out. I think that OBS essentially was using the headphones jack into. You sound like the demons in my head. That's crazy. Hey, what's up, He's Evil? Yeah, no. So I think that OBS essentially just registered the earbuds instead of the headphones. I'm just kind of using it right now in case you guys want to do anything. But we're not gonna have a stream for too long, only because I don't know how long it'll take for my family to get back, and I don't want you guys hearing five old ladies talking about what they went out and all their shopping and all that stuff. So whenever they're back, we'll head out. But for now, I want to give you guys an update. The next video will be out. Oh, what the fuck? Video will be out. What the fuck is going on? The fuck is this? What the fuck is this? The fuck is this bullshit? The next video will be out. The next video will be out next week. It's about 24 minutes long. It shouldn't be anything crazy. Hey, what's up, guys? It shouldn't be anything crazy. But no, it's not O.J. Simpson. It's not. It's not gonna be anything crazy. It's like 24 minutes long. It's just me talking about the Admirals versus the Yonko. I'll try to see if I can get one more video done before I go on my trip. But that's basically the plan for now. I wanted to get something out a little bit later, so that I wanted to get something out like in the meantime, so that I could, or at least while I was out on my trip. What's up, Zod? So that I could essentially have give you guys some content during July, but that might not be the case unless I upload the how to power scale video soon enough. But I was thinking the best news in the world. No to cure for cancer. Oh, number 2, cured for cancer. Number 1, Eon is dropping a video soon. I appreciate that. You should scale Nuei's Exorcist. I have a discussion on Gakuro, Nuei's Exorcist versus Kyoshi, Ultimate Exorcist versus Chihiro, Kagurabachi. That sounds interesting. There's been a couple of things that I've been checking out recently. I've actually been thinking about going back into some Kagurabachi, specifically because Kagurabachi seems like it seems fun to check out. It seems like it's progressing along quite nicely. I've also been fixing up some of the missing content that I had for One Piece. There's a lot of stuff that I actually had to grab. There's a couple of images I needed to grab that I didn't know I was missing. And recently, I've been rewatching JJK Season 2 with a friend of mine, sort of just re-experiencing the Shibuya incident and the Gojo past. And I gotta say, it's been on chapter 70 and it's boring for me. I don't know. And I gotta say, JJK, it's so good to me. I don't know. I know that a lot of people have issues with the series. I know that a lot of people have issues with the ending, but overall, the series just it just maintains a pretty consistent mark of quality through and through, in my opinion, that I just don't really get from a lot of other series, or at least it doesn't trigger the same feelings for me that other series do. Like, I don't know. I've also been checking out King and Omega. I've been seeing a couple of like the latest chapters of Four Nights of the Apocalypse. That's been pretty interesting. Blue Lock has been good. I haven't gone back to Chainsaw Man since I saw that chapter where what's his face, Denji and whoever the fuck, they went to some like devil world or whatever. I haven't checked it out since then. I haven't actually read Kagurabachi for like the last 22 chapters. It shouldn't be that hard of a... By the way, Eon hates JJK, just tries to fit it in on... Alrighty then, that's enough of that. That is enough of that, good sir. Chainsaw Man is terrible? I don't think that Chainsaw Man is terrible. It's just that... I'm going to put you on timeout just for that. I'm going to put you on for like a minute for that. I don't think that Chainsaw Man is terrible. It just felt directionless for a good portion of time. Specifically around the point in time where, like, the new chick showed up, Asa Mitaka, or whatever the fuck she is. I think it's felt, at least in my opinion, like a bit directionless at times. I don't know. I'm not to say that it's bad or anything, but like, it certainly threw me off seeing like all of this extra shit happening, and like the story in general just felt like we weren't going anywhere. Now, for power scaling, well, we could power scale essentially like whatever it is that you guys want to talk about, whether it's Naruto, One Piece, JJK. I'm down to just talk about that kind of stuff for now. I'd actually be interested in talking about a bit about Blue Lock if anybody'd be down for that. Blue Lock's been really, it's been in a bit of like a... I can't say that it's been boring. It's in a downtime period where the characters are essentially dealing with the aftermath of the NEL, which I think is probably one of my favorite arcs of all time, just from an action perspective. The idea that you essentially go through a tournament arc where multiple characters show a consistent growth in their capabilities, while the main protagonist essentially reaches the next peak of their abilities, and it's been fun. It's been fun. More recently, we're kind of like in this downtime where the Blue Lock players are essentially doing their due diligence to try and improve their abilities before the not the final, but the U20 international matches. And I'm gonna be honest, it's not entirely boring. It's not anything. It's more or less just like a pace break, since we just had so much action, and it's showing us like where the characters are moving from here on out and what developments are going to move onward. Bro just used steroids. What the fuck are you guys talking about? Blue Lock is trash. That's another 10 seconds in time. That's another minute in time now. I will not deal with any kind of shit talking for one of my favorite series of all time. Yes. One of the least Japan-centrist manga, to be honest. People use peak too loosely. There is a topic of conversation that I also wanted to talk about with you guys recently, where I put up a post. I'm not sure if many of you have seen it, and I'd like to honestly get your genuine opinions on it. We'll just open it up right here. Essentially, I made a post talking about the concept of plot armor. Plot armor is something that I feel like is often overused by many individuals within the pop culture, just within the pop culture space. A lot of the times, people will use plot armor to essentially discuss or sort of talk down scenes that they didn't very much care for, in regards to like maybe an author's writing, the decisions that they made characters perform, XYZ. And it's something that I don't genuinely... Alright, Zod. I you keep playing with me, but I'm gonna keep timing you out for a bit, man. From here on out, Zod, every time you try to, like, get timed out, it'll be increased by the next option. You mean Superman, right? It's Superman? Not necessarily. It could be anything, honestly. is great, but the anime is a PowerPoint doo doo water. I do agree that at least season 2 wasn't that great up until like the last episode. The first and last episode were not bad. What's up, Spank Kyle? We're just talking about different things. We're just talking about like different little topics, power scaling as a whole. I don't really have much to talk about. We can actually bring up last week's One Piece chapter in case you guys want a refresher on it. You guys want to hear my opinions if you guys missed out on it. I think I've given myself a little bit more time to also really ingest what has been going on within the story and just the potential next steps that we could see for One Piece's storyline. But for now, I kind of want to talk about just the concept of plot armor, if you guys would like to. Six told me you were balding. Is that true, Eon? I've never told Six any of that. I don't think I've ever mentioned it. It's just a thought-terminating cliche at this point. Yeah. One of the biggest examples that I think people use when they want to talk about plot armor, in a very basic example, is honestly just Sasuke versus Deidara. They used the moment where Sasuke essentially used Manga to survive the C0 explosion, and they essentially boiled down the entire thing to a bullshit plot armor point where Sasuke should have died 10 times out of 10. There's absolutely no way that this piece of shit could have done anything about this situation, and yet Kishimoto needed to allow his second deuteragonist, or not the second deuteragonist, but the deuteragonist of the story to essentially survive because he couldn't figure out a way, and the whole reason is bullshit, blah, 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 blah. I don't like this thought process. I don't like the idea of people just demoting a moment, or essentially boiling something down to the idea that, like, the author wrote themselves into a back wall and they couldn't find any other way of doing it, so they just said, no, the character survived. I don't like this idea that people do Ragonist. That's crazy. Yes, the C0 technique Sasuke hasn't used since the Heian era. Type shit, actually. Yeah, no. It's been a minute. I am Zeeds. Six is telling the truth. Six is not telling the truth. I don't think I ever told him I was balding. And I don't think I'm balding. Me and all my homies hate Sasuke. Listen, you can hate Sasuke. That's completely fine. And it's not about it. Oh, God, what the fuck is this? Is that... What the fuck is this? Excuse me. Why would Kishimoto draw this? Like, I get Deidara is a weird artistic asshole, but like... What would possess somebody to have the guy with mouths in his hands and extra tongues in said mouths, for whatever reason, lick? Is he Frenching himself? How the fuck do you French yourself? All right, we're just gonna ignore that. Okay, so this moment has essentially been brought up to a lot of people as like, oh yeah, Sasuke couldn't have done that because of blah blah blah. This explosion was too big, it was too powerful, and somehow Sasuke summoned Manga, essentially performed the summoning contract with Manga, brought him out, put him in Genjutsu, and then hid himself inside so that he could withstand the blow of C0. Now, I wanna make it up. That's a power I need. Yeah, it's... Who wouldn't? I probably wouldn't, but that's just me. You know what Deidara was doing in his free time, alright? I mean... Is it gay if you do, if it's your own mouth? I guess? Not really, I suppose. It's like... Whatever. We're not getting into that. In your opinion, which protagonist of the big three got the most help in their fight, Unks? If we're talking about which protagonist got most, which of the big three protagonists got the most help within the context of their own fights, let's break this one down. There's an argument to be made specifically, which big three protag got the most help in their fights. Let's break this one down. No, bro, it's all good. It's just your body, your choice ass situation. That's what I'm saying. That's true. Naruto for sure. So, let's try to see if we can break down Naruto's fights for a second. Naruto fought Haku. Orochi's snake summonings. He fought Kiba, Neji, Gaara, Let's see, who else in Naruto fight? Kabuto, Kimi, Sasuke, Kakashi. He fought Kakashi, he fought who else? I guess you could maybe argue that he fought Deidara, but I don't really know if that's a fight. We're gonna throw in basically Naruto's matchups. Kakuzu. He fought Pain, Kurama. I guess you could say he fought Toby, but not necessarily. He fought Kurama. He fought the Edo Jinchuriki. He fought the Edo Jinchuriki, Obito, Madara, and Obito. Ten Tails. Damn, Naruto's got a lot of fights, actually. Hey, what's up, Dio? What's up? Bro didn't have proper 1v1s the entire last arc, so we'll ignore him versus Sasuke. Well, ignoring him versus Sasuke. Yeah, no, he didn't really have a lot of 1v1s. Ten Tails, Jubito, Obito. He fought Ten Tails Obito, Ten Tails Madara, and Kaguya and Sasuke. Okay. Might have the least. We'll see. Let's look at Luffy. Luffy has fought. Let's try to see if we can break this down. Luffy fought Alvida. If I forget anything, just throw it in there. Are we counting his self battle and him against Kurama? We could technically count the self battle, though I don't know if we would really count that since it's more or less just trying to beat his own hatred. I don't think I would count it. I would count Kurama, since he did have to defeat Kurama for the sake of getting that bullshit. He fought that. He fought some Marines. He fought Marines. Alvida, the Marines, because I think it was Zoro that ended up beating whatever the fuck his name was, the Axe Hand Morgan. I think it was Zoro that beat Axe Hand Morgan. Buggy. We're about to just go through the whole list. We're gonna go through the whole list since we're gonna try to figure this out. So what was it? Alvida, Marines, Buggy, Marine / Morgan. Just because again, I don't remember. It was Buggy, Kuro. But I'm just trying to do this off the top of my head too, just to see if I got this knowledge off the top of my head. But if I miss anything, we'll go one by one. It was Kuro. He had to fight Don Krieg. Arlong. Mr. 3. After Mr. 3, it was Wapple. By the way, you guys are going to entirely have to help me out with Ichigo, because I have no fucking clue who the fuck he fought. I just know he fought Grimmjow. I know he fought Byakuya, Grimmjow, Aizen. We'll get to Ichigo when we get out of the way. He fought Wapple, then he fought Croc. He fought the guy from Jaya, the Shandian warrior. What the fuck was the Shandian warrior's name? Does anybody remember who the fuck the Axe Hand George? I'm sure that was Axe Hand George is funny. Can you compare who's stronger, Louis from Zero no Tsukaima or Shana from Shakugan no Shana? I can do that for you, Ultimate Charizard. You might have to, but here's the thing. I have no idea who the fuck any of these guys are. I don't even know who the fuck any of these series are. You're gonna be Wiper. Thank you guys. Wiper, Enel. If I can essentially try to scale whoever you guys want me to scale right now, but I will have zero context and I have no idea. Aya no Koji. I have no idea who Aya no Koji is, and Alakazam. You're asking me who the fuck Alakazam is. Uza. And I'm kidding. Alakazam. Doesn't he have like the brain of a fucking supercomputer? He was W in his name for a reason, Unk. True. Satori. Did he fight Satori? Wasn't it Sanji that fought Satori in the end? We'll put Luffy versus Satori. I might have to like relook at that one, but I don't remember Luffy fighting Satori, but it's kind of looking familiar now. He fought Usopp, Lucci, Bluno, Lucci again, but I'm not gonna like double up on Lucci, Moria. He fought Moria. Who the fuck else did Luffy fight? Moria and Oars. Luffy fought the Pacifista. He fought I guess you could say he fought Marigold and Sandersonia. We'll just put Sander. We'll just put Sanders. He fought the cow guy from, he fought Moo from Impel Down. I'm just gonna call him Moo. I completely forgot what the fuck his name was. He fought the Moo guy from Impel Down. He fought, technically Hannibal. He technically fought Hannibal. What was the warden's name again? What was it? It was Kabuto versus, Fuck, I forgot his name. Alright, time to go into my own YouTube channel to see what the fuck the video was about. It was something with an M, right? It was something with an M. Don't tell me. Magellan, yeah. Magellan. I don't think he really fought anyone in Impel Down besides Kobe, I suppose, but it's neither here. There's also Aokiji. Right. Right after it now, there's, Aokiji, and before that, there's technically, if we're talking, we're technically gonna also throw in, I always talk about him, the photon beams, the slow beam, Foxy. God, Luffy fought a lot of motherfuckers. Magellan, and I don't think he really fought anybody. Oh yeah, Blackbeard. Yeah, he did fight Blackbeard. He needed help with Magellan. He needed Zoro and his Kanishima, though. If you are bored, it's the first isekai anime made in 2004. It's extremely underrated. Didn't he also fight Frankie? I don't think he fought Frankie. I think they were gonna fight each other and they ended up not actually like doing anything. You've got the Sea Beast, Luffy one tap. I guess if you want to say that's a fucking fight, I guess. Sea Beast. That is true. Luffy's an actual beast. All of this is PTSD. That's what I'm saying. Alright, wait, one second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. Holy shit. I'm not going to throw in the Admirals in there just because he didn't really fight them. He got kind of put down. We could say Marine soldiers from thing, but I don't think it's that. I forgot Laboon, I guess. Does Krieg slam Zabuza? I don't think Zabuza is beating Krieg, if I'm going to be honest with you. Well, actually, that might not be true. Zabuza can definitely get a one-shot blitz attempt on Krieg. That's not true, actually. I take that back. If Zabuza goes in with the Demon Mist, he can definitely get a one-shot. He could technically blitz him and one-shot him from behind, because I don't think you could maybe argue that Krieg is as fast as Zabuza. But that kind of depends. It kind of depends. It's kind of weird. The whole Zabuza situation kind of borders on whether or not you think that Zabuza is at least as fast as Kakashi. Right, Bellamy. You think Bellamy's the GOAT? That's crazy. Oh yeah, Bellamy. And I guess we're gonna throw in Laboon since it was like a one-on-one, so sure. Laboon. Holy shit, Luffy's fought a lot of motherfuckers. Okay, so we're just gonna end it off with Blackbeard, so then we do, Pacifista again. We're gonna do Pacifista again. Kraken. I'm not gonna throw in the Fishman that he one-shot. We're not gonna throw it. Well, I think we already threw in him, so we're gonna throw in Jinbei. We're gonna throw in Jinbei. We're gonna throw Hordy. Caesar Clown. Caesar Clown. He fought in the Don Chinjiao. He fought Don Chinjiao. Give me 1 second, guys. I'm gonna have to mute my mic for a second. Right, we're back. We're back. Hajuden. Did he fight Hajuden? Did Luffy fight Hajuden? We're not gonna throw in Zoro. Oh, he did fight Zoro. I guess he fought fucking Zoro, right? I suppose. I suppose you guys aren't wrong about that. Zoro. My bad. Yeah. Actually, there's a very good argument that Zabuza could honestly blitz if you think he's as fast as Kakashi. If he's as fast as Kakashi, then he definitely blitzes Krieg. Otherwise, it's probably... I do think that Krieg is definitely physically stronger. Lade and Chopper in the same line is crazy. Smoker? Did he fight Smoker? Yes, actually. He did fight Smoker right after he fought Arlong. Okay. Luffy one-tapped Hajuden. That's true. Caesar. Hajuden. This is why I need. See, this is why I need you guys around. It's kind of hard to like remember all this shit on my own. Bellamy again. Dofi, and then Cracker. Big Mom's army. We're not gonna count the Sanji fight because Luffy didn't. Big Mom's children. We're not gonna count that only because there's no point in there's no point in talking about a fight where Luffy didn't even throw a punch back. Big Mom's children. After that, you could maybe say Big Mom, but that was more or less like a single clash. Cat. Luffy fought. We go from there to Wano. Luffy fought Kuro versus Zabuza then. It kind of depends. He got laid out by Smoker, huh? Yeah, Charlos. I don't think that was really a fight. That was just Luffy punching a guy in the face. Yeah, Zoro gave Luffy the scar, streets say. That is true. I heard the streets say that shit too. As a matter of fact, I'm pretty sure if I yelled out, yo, who gave Luffy a scar, they would probably yell out Zoro. So today we're gonna talk about a couple different topics. There's this, I wanted to bring up a post that I brought up before this, or earlier this week, where I talked about the idea of plot armor, and I kind of want to, like, break down this idea of plot armor just with you guys, talk about it for a bit, nothing crazy. Right, he also did fight Fuji. He fought Fujitora. God damn, Luffy fought a lot of motherfuckers. He fought Cat, he goes into Wano, I guess he fights some of Kaido's men, which isn't necessarily all that important. He did technically sumo, he did do like a sumo wrestler. He did like a fat fuck sumo wrestler. I forgot what his name was. He also fought, I don't know if I really want to throw in like the ones where it's just like some side content type shit. Kaido. We're going to throw in Kaido. I'm only going to write Kaido's name once because otherwise I'm going to throw Kaido's name in like 4 times and I don't want to fucking do that. I only kind of wrote in Obito twice because one of them was like a different form. Kaido again. I'm not going to throw in Ulti just because like their fight sort of was really just like a single clash and that was really it. The numbers. He definitely fought the numbers. I'm not going to throw in Kaido's crew again just because it's whatever. Blue Gem, you're forgetting about the bounty hunter from Jess, Rosa, Jean Anglo. I don't even know who the fuck that is, so probably don't want to count it. But if you want to count Jean Anglo, sure. You're going to have to remind me who the fuck that was. Jean Anglo? I'm a sumo wrestler. You're right now for real. Udon Prison, I guess? Yeah, Udon Prison's fair. He did fight the numbers. Who the fuck did he fight in Udon Prison? I don't think it's really necessary to talk about like the shit he really did in Udon Prison. The cactus dude. Oh yes. The cactus dude that stole stuff. Right. You're 100% about right. Well, I guess if I'm gonna count him, then I might as well just count the guys from the Udon Prison. So we'll just write it. Wardens. Udon Prison Wardens. We'll just type in Udon Prison Wardens. Udon Wardens. The giant snake on Elbaf. Did he fight a giant snake in Elbaf? Let's figure it out little by little. So Luffy fought that. He fought the numbers. He fought Kaido. He fought Big Mom. Fought Kaido again. Fought Kaido again. Fought Kaido again. And then when we get to thing, he fights Lucci again. He fights Lucci post time skip. He fights Kizaru, Saturn, and I don't know if I want to throw in the other Korosei just because it wasn't much of a. Well, he does throw in, and then they do roar back. So at least War Curie. We'll just say Gorosei. We're not going to throw in the whole... we'll just say Gorosei. Saturn, Gorosei. They escape. And then in Elbaf, he fights the giant cat. He fights the giant cat alongside the dudes. Hey, what's up, Red Op? Hope you're doing well. Gaban, yeah, I guess if you want to say Scopper Gaban, but that wasn't really a fight though. That was more or less just him trying to see if Luffy really did have the. Why not make some Fairy Tail versus One Piece matchups like Kaido versus the Springer and Tubbs? The only reason why I don't, the only reason why I haven't done that or thought up of it is because Fairy Tail has. Let me see how many episodes. Let me see how many chapters Fairy Tail has. Fairy Tail. $544 chapters isn't bad. Oh. Fairy Tail. God, there's a lot of extra shit in Fairy Tail. Holy fuck. So, it's a little over 700 chapters. That'd be a lot to keep up with, but I guess I could give it a watch. I guess I could give Fairy Tail a look at it if people want me to. That's true. He also fought the Seraphim. Lucci, Seraphim. Okay, and then Jupiter, Warrior are the only fights. We'll just write Gorosei, because I guess, isn't Eden Zero Fairy Tail in space? It is. He had a small dispute with the Seraphim. Yeah. So then he did the Giant Cats. I don't think he's fought anyone else since, so I think we'll just leave it at the Giant Cat. Now, Bleach. You guys are going to have to remind me who the fuck Ichigo fought in Bleach. I know he fought Grand Fisher, which was one of the Hollows. He also fought a Menos Grande. If you guys have any, the starter Hollows, Grand Fisher, the Menos, yes, the Menos Grande. How many of the, what are we power scaling? Well, right now, there was a conversation that somebody asked about which of the big three got the most help in their fights. So we're gonna actually probably plot this into like a calculator just to figure out percentage-wise who actually had the most. Uryu, he did fight Uryu. He fought Renji and Byakuya. He went to the Soul Society. He didn't fight the Giant Guard. I think didn't he fight Gin Ichimaru? We're gonna go one by one. You can react to Sakura versus One Piece isn't fair. I'll type that in right now. Sakura versus One Piece isn't fair. If it's a reel, we're not watching it. Isn't fair. If it's a reel, I'm not watching it. I'm already upset by this. But it's fine. We'll do this first. Ukiura. Guys, we're gonna do this one at a time. Gin only pushed them away. Tsukishima, Kugo. Here's the thing, guys. We're gonna do it like one by one so I can go like periodically. We're gonna do it at least with some level of like we're gonna do it in chronological order. So who did Ichigo? Actually, matter of fact, I don't even need to Ichigo Kurosaki fights. We could just look it up that way. Ichigo Kurosaki fights. Yeah, let's battles and events. This should be a lot easier to like break it down. I'm not okay. So Ichigo, it was Ichigo and Fish Deep Bone. So it was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So we'll do 7 Hollow. Grand Fisher. 7 Hollows. The Menos Grande. What else do we have? Renji, the Serite infiltration, the Bankai training. I don't care about the events. I care about the fights. Jidambo, right. Jidambo, Ikaku, those are right. Right. Jidanbo, Ikaku, Renji, Kenpachi, Byakuya. Didn't he fight technically Aizen? No, it wasn't. No, he didn't really fight Aizen. That's true. Grimjow. He gets a 1v1 versus Grimjow. He fought Kon. Did he fight Kon? What do you... CJ, try not to attack everybody. They're just... CJ. Listen, don't try to attack everybody. If they bring up a comment or they do something, don't just start attacking whatever the fuck they want, alright? Okay, so... Oh, yeah, that's right. He also did fight Yami. That is 100% true. He fought Kon, right? When did he fight Kon? Was it before or after the Soul Society? We'll put Kon right afterwards, just in case. I don't exactly remember at what point he fought him, though. Probably Luffy had the most fights because 1,000 chapters, but percentage-wise, not sure. Yeah, no. We're going to figure out percentage-wise because I think it's also the best way to do it. Can you yap about invincible power scaling? I can yap about it, sure. I do at least have an idea of like the character's strength based off of the series, but I don't. But just for context, I do not have any context for anything that happens in the comics. Yeah, before Soul Society. Are you sure about that? He fought him before Soul Society. Yeah. That's sounding. We'll put him right here, right after Renjin Byakuya, but that'll be it for then. How many Kaidos do you think it would require to defeat the Arrancar arc Grimjow? Do you think it'd be like 20 or more Kaidos? I'm gonna be honest with you. If Bleach speed scaling isn't as insane as people seem to think that it is, what I mean by this is that a lot of people seem to bank the idea that Bleach scaling, or at least speed scaling, comes from the fact that the Menos Grandes shoot spiritual light in the form of their Ceros. But the thing is that, like, yeah, no, we're gonna need a calculator for that. We're gonna do it with a calculator after this. Don't forget, he also fought Isane, Omaida, and Chojiro. Did he fight them? Is that like anime only, or is that like he fought Isane, Omaida, and Chojiro? Okay. We'll throw them in Soul Society as well right after Ikkaku. Was that like a single fight, or was that like all of them at the same time? I kind of recall him fighting all of them at the same time. Chojiro, Omaida. Eon's favorite movie is Killer Bee. All right. That is it. Eon, no one asked you. Stop telling everybody to chill. You can ask. Alright, if you're going to tell me to stop telling people to chill, then I'm going to just put you on timeout. Okay. Sorry about that. That was my mom. She just walked in to say hi and everything. I haven't seen her all day. You got caught red-handed. No, yeah, we're good. We were just my mom just walked in and she was just saying hi. They jumped them and one tapped all of them. Okay, one shot at them before Byakuya. Okay, the three vice captains. Okay. Gotcha. Yeah. I wasn't that far off. Yeah, no, my mom just walked in. She wanted to just say hi, or she just wanted to drop by and just say hi. Haven't spoken to her all day. Dordoni Alessandro. So I'll just put. I'm not writing that. I'm not writing all that. So I'm just gonna put Dordoni. Dordoni. Let's see. Dordoni, Ulquiorra, Grimjow. Ulquiorra. Was that really a fight between him and Ulquiorra? I guess I'll count it just to like upscale the number of fights a little bit. Ulquiorra, Grimjow. Yeah. He fought Grimjow, Noitora. You can get invincible, pretty giant planet to star level, high speed, and high scaling is crazy. That's fair. I could see that. 100% though, love these streams. I do be learning stuff and having a good time. I'm glad. We're trying to keep it casual. We're trying to keep it nice, and I just hope that everybody's having a good time, that we can talk about this stuff without anybody getting too heated or hectic. If you guys want to have your own little debates on the side, you guys are more than welcome to. Just make sure that it doesn't ever get too heated, and if you guys just can't agree on something, then it's completely fine. But just, he also fought Zangetsu. That is true. And if you guys can't agree on something, you can just end the conversation right there. I was actually I made some comments on a group. I'm not gonna really count the Yami fight just because that was more Byakuya and Kenpachi. If you guys want me to count it, I can, but it kind of is just more. It kind of is just more Kenpachi and Byakuya. Okay, so Noitora, he fought Ulquiorra again. He fought Gin Ichimaru, Aizen. I guess we can write Zangetsu again. Because I guess, like, with Bleach, there are a lot more, like, runbacks than anything else. I don't care about any of that. Tsukishima, I don't go... yeah, Tsukishima. Execution. Tsukishima. Execution. Ginjo. And the 1,000-Year Blood War arc, that's true. Ebern Gilga. Ebern. What the fuck was his name? How the fuck do you spell that? Kilga. I'm just gonna call him Opie. We're just gonna call him Opie. Hey, Opie. What up? I mostly just like the unique techniques like Hito. Okay. He fought Grimjow again as well. Yeah, I think I typed in Grimjow 3 times? Grimjow. I think I typed him in twice. Sure. Well, but this is the one before that. This one's after. I think I only typed. Yeah, no, you only fought him twice, right? We're talking Pluton or Mercury small. Let's see. Yuhabacha, the Bambis, Uryu. Yeah. By the way, this is like one of those names where you're just like, how the fuck did Kubo decide that this was just the way that this shit was supposed to be pronounced? Because that does not look like, I'm sorry, and I know it's pronounced after like Yahweh, which is completely fine. I actually found out like what Yahweh was, and just like the whole concept of like the one true, I think it's like, what is it, the true name of like the Judeo-Christian God, or is it the, not Judeo-Christian, it's the Hebrew God Yahweh. But I gotta admit, why the fuck is this pronounced Yuha Bacha? Is it like, what, is this like a specific, is it using like some other specific language? Because I know that like in a way, are the Sternritters, I think that's more German? Yeah, it's more because they're more German, but like, is like the W in German, I thought it was more like a V sound, right? Isn't like W in German like more like a V sound? So how do you get like Baja by it? Because like it doesn't even end with like an A sound, it ends with like a CH. So I'm just trying to figure out like how that works. Really should just be Yuha. Yeah, I'm fine with just being like Yuha. Like I actually used to call him Ewatch. Yeah, they do have some really cool names, and they're definitely interesting for the most part. I do agree with that. It's just the pronunciation is what kind of throws me off guard sometimes. So I'll just throw in Yuha Baha one more time, Uryu and Yuha Baha one more time because I don't feel like writing him 3 fucking times. Okay, so. We're gonna discuss it. It's Hebrew pronunciation in German, I guess. I guess that's fair. That's very much fair. As a German, I can tell you that his name is in no way really German. Thank you, Memento Mori. Thank you so much for at least clarifying that. I guess it's coming from a more Hebrew. I guess it's coming from more Hebrew inspiration then. Yuha Baha is a goofy name. All I think about is a goofy villain name when I hear it, yeah. Invincible characters versus One Punch Man monsters and S-Class heroes would be so cool. If, I guess I could give a look into One Punch Man, but I'm gonna be honest with you guys, when it starts to get to like the whole like conceptual shit with like the hyperspace holes or whatever, I have no idea how to fucking scale that. I have no idea how to scale that properly. Sure. Okay. I think, Wawak. I saw that. So you call them like Wawak? That's funny. Grimjow, with or without Resurrection, is that why he was written twice on the list? Yeah, no, one of them is like when he fights Grimjow for the first time. I think it's in Karakura Town, and then the other one was separate. But oh, right, no, actually, I actually have to throw one in. I have to actually throw an extra in for Naruto, and that is what's his face, Mizuki, that's his name. Okay, so versus Mizuki, we're just gonna put no and yes. We're just gonna put no and yes for each one of these. So for Mizuki, Naruto did not receive any help, unless you want to say that like what's his face? Ah, now I forgot his name. What's Naruto's dad's name? And I don't mean fucking Minato. I mean his actual dad's name. God, what? Naruto's dad. I'm just gonna type that in and see what happened. No, not Minato Namikaze. Not Minato. Give me his real dad. Where's his real dad? Naruto's real dad. let's see if I can get what's his face to show up. Naruto's real dad. Fuck, give me the guy's name. Come on, what the fuck was his name? Kishimoto? Iruka. I know it's Iruka. Real dad Iruka. Let me just type it in. Let me just see what happens. Will you attend the ceremony as my father? Ha! I'm not gonna lie. Listen, I did not watch the Naruto anime after Naruto versus Sasuke. Not Ichiraku Ramen. That was Unk, alright? That was definitely fucking Unk. Bait stream? It's not really a bait stream. We're gonna talk about power scaling and stuff like that. We're just focusing on this topic first and foremost. Taking notes is scientifically beneficial, Jose. It is true. That is true. But I remember seeing this scene for the first time and actually like tearing up, especially when like Iruk, when he told, like, this scene specifically was just really, it was just really heart wrenching for the strings, man. Okay, so Mitsuki, Naruto didn't need any help with. Haku. Are we gonna say that like Sasuke helped out Naruto versus Haku? It was more like Naruto helped Sasuke out, right? Are we gonna count that as like a single fight? Or are we gonna count like the whole moment where like he got his Nine Tails chakra to come out the first time? We're gonna count that as like a completely separate situation. Like I want you guys' opinion on this, just because like honestly, it's more or less like it's more opinion based, I guess, at this point. But it's more or less just the idea that like at what point do we consider like actual help and just the other character being there? Like at what point is Sasuke no longer a part of the fight and it's just Naruto versus Haku? You know what I mean? Like, yes, Sasuke did shield him, but are we gonna separate that? Are we gonna like separate that from every moment prior to like Naruto unlocking the Nine Tails chakra? Are we gonna separate those moments? You know what I mean? Kakashi was his Aunt Blue type shit, actually. It really was a doubles fight, to be honest. I do agree. I don't know if I would necessarily separate, especially since like it's all happening within like let's say like the same span of like 10 minutes. Right? So I don't know if I would necessarily separate it, just because it's not like Naruto and Sasuke were tagging out with each other. They were trying to fight together. It's just that Haku was going to go out of way. You gotta watch the anime instead of writing the list in paragraphs of Bleach characters. I'm not gonna write the anime just to like... I'm not gonna watch an entire anime right now just to talk about a list or something that I just don't have any of the information for. I don't know, to be honest, it was a doubles battle until Sasuke got down, then Naruto got a Kurama Rage Boost. Watch the Sakura versus One Piece vid, please. We'll watch it after we do this. It's not gonna take too long. I'm just trying to see what everyone's opinions are on this. Once we hit like 20 votes, then we'll move on. But just in general, so if like 3 people, more people could vote. But I think in general, yeah. So most people seem to just wholeheartedly agree that it is true. Now, a quick question, and actually, we'll actually do it this just to make it quicker, right? This will actually just help out with Naruto just a lot more. So, do we count inner demons helping out, in this case, Kurama / White? So like if Naruto gets help from Kurama, if he gets Kurama's chakra, if he activates it in any way, does that count towards the list? Yes or no? Because if it does, it makes the whole list faster and we can get to the next video a lot quicker. By the way, taking his name apart would just be the yuch sound, which sounds like a cough or an exhale, yeah, and the wach, which in German word for awake. There's no real German pronunciation. It's Hebrew, so kind of German. Yeah, so it'd be like... I see where you're coming from. Yeah. It definitely does sound a lot more, especially with like the way that you're supposed to pronounce it with yucha bacha, where you're supposed to make that ha sound. It does seem to be more Hebrew inspired. Do you mean with something like Genshutsu? No, I just mean in general. Like, if Kurama gives Naruto his chakra, does that count as Naruto getting help? If White comes out in the middle of a fight, not if Ichigo holifies himself, if White comes out in the middle of a fight, does that count for Naruto? Didn't Sasuke reawaken his Sharingan and get a Tomoe? Doesn't make the excuse that bum. I don't know what you guys are talking about. I'm pretty sure I'll enjoy it. Don't worry about it. Okay, so most of you are saying yes, so we're just gonna move on then, okay? So if that's the case, then against Orochimaru Snakes, Naruto definitely got help. It depends, yes / no. The first one, he beat the first one with Shadow Clones, and he beat the second one with Kurama. Second one with Nine Tails Chakra. Okay, so it's a yes and no. With Kiba, it's he did not need help. Neji, with Neji, he kind of did need Kurama's chakra, but I don't think it was Kurama's help. Neji's a weird one. I would say I'm gonna just throw in a ball here and say no for Neji, only because the chakra came out on its own. It counts as a inner demon helping. I mean, that's literally what it is. Let me know about Neji. Because with Neji, it was a specific scenario. Where, like, all of his chakra points were already closed. So the Ninetales chakra came out on his own. Do we count Neji? Because, again, it's less of a matter... Oh, yeah, do summonings count? Summonings do count. Summoning do count as help. Shadow clones are not help because that's just him increasing his own numbers, and he's technically in control of all of them. I say it counts as help when he didn't control Kurama yet and couldn't win otherwise. Okay, so that's actually a very fair point. With Gaara, definitely had help from Kurama. With Kabuto, or at least Gamabunta. With Kabuto, no, he didn't have help because he kind of did the jutsu on his own. With Kimimaro, you could technically say that some Ninetales chakra leaked out, but it didn't really do anything for the fight, so I don't know if I would necessarily count it, but I guess going by the metric that we've established before, we're going to count it. For Sasuke, obviously yes. For Kakashi versus Sakura, I mean, that was Kakashi and Sakura was there, so obviously yes. Even if you don't want to count the Ninetales chakra, he definitely did it with Kakashi. With Kakuzu, he did not get any help, unless you want to count Yamato throwing in a water-style jutsu so Naruto could clash it with his wind-style Rasengan, but that was just to kind of stop one of Kakuzu's attacks rather than just receiving help. In this fight, I would say Naruto did not need help. And with Pain, I mean, literally, you don't even have to say Kurama. He literally had a village worth of knowledge. He kills Steel Kakuzu with a Rasengan, though. Yeah, but Naruto defeated him. Kakashi was just the one to kill him. I don't know if it was crazy. Who aura farms more, Piccolo or Vader? I will always say Piccolo, and I'm only gonna say this just because Vader, I do not ever think Vader has ever aura farmed, in my opinion. Shut down his life support to aura farm in Rogue One, left the ship just to climb it, and then descend. I have no context for that still, even with the explanation memento, so I don't know if I could necessarily say Vader. I don't have a lot of Star Wars knowledge besides just knowing that Vader has a life support system at all times, and he looks like a fucking loser in my opinion. But that's just me. Not saying that Vader is a loser, just saying that Vader does not seem threatening in the slightest bit. I would probably spit in his fucking mask if I could. Him... I would spit in his mask, I would spit on Galactus, and I would definitely spit on Doctor Doom, but that's just because I have no respect for any of them, because they just look like absolute tools, in my opinion. Didn't he turn into a 6 pills against Pain? Oh, wait! What the fuck? Yeah, my bad. My apologies, yes. Kurama, he definitely got help from his mom. Killer Bee, he definitely got help from Killer Bee, and from... He definitely got help from Killer Bee. Against Obito, Kakashi, and the others, and Guy were there. Mother and Obito, definitely. The Ten Tails, definitely. Obito, definitely. Let's just fix that real quick. Obito, definitely. Madara, definitely. Kaguya, most certainly. And Sasuke, sure. No, not really. Actually... Are we gonna count Kurama for Sasuke? Because, like, Kurama was giving Naruto Actually, yeah, no. Kurama's a separate entity that was helping him out. Who in Sasuke? Retrieval Team versus Baroque Works? Baroque Works, I think, just turn him to shreds. I'm not gonna lie to you. Maybe Choji might actually be able to take... Like, I would put Choji... Unironically, I would put Choji versus Mr. 2 over... I would unironically put Choji versus Mr. 2 in a one-on-one. Like, I would not put Neji against him. The thing about, like, Baroque Works for... Actually, I don't know. Honestly, that's actually a good one. Give me a second. We'll talk about this. French fries, that's a good one. That's a good one. Actually, we'll talk about that one. We'll talk about that one later. Sasuke, Retrieval. We'll just call him Team Shikamaru. Versus Baroque Works. We'll look at that one back up, only because, I'm gonna be honest, I have no clue how Naruto beats Crocodile without Gamabunta, and I don't know if Naruto's summoning Gamabunta on his own. Like, I don't know if Naruto's just bringing Gamabunta out for no fucking reason. Okay, Alvida. And Sea Beast are definite no's. Against the Marines, I guess Zoro was there, and Morgan. I think Zoro was the one who took out Morgan, so we'll actually count that as a yes. Against Buggy, Luffy. Are we gonna count Nami? So we did count. We did count an extra quite a few for. I was stuck on the screen, but Ichigo, dude, for Luffy, I was stuck to the screen, but Ichigo, I started zoning out. Not gonna lie, who wins? Mr. One is gonna be an issue. Dude was slicing up the Gennings to ribbons. Yeah, no, I do think Mr. One is definitely gonna slice him up. What's up, Virus? I hope you've been good, man. I hope everybody here's had a good. But everybody here's had a good week. By the way, the next video is going to be coming out next week, so just be on the lookout for that. Mr. 3 is a problem for the Retrieval Arc team, not going to lie. Yeah, if he catches them, especially with his wax, I don't think they're going to have any way of breaking it out unless you have Choji himself transform or Naruto basically blasting through the wax with a Rasengan. For Ichigo, White breaks out, but Ichigo refuses to win with his power against Byakuya. I would still count it as help, though, because it did sort of push back Byakuya enough, and it did, like, do damage to Byakuya. If White didn't actually perform any damage against Byakuya, I would probably agree with you that, like, it's not necessarily like a really help, more of like a nuisance. Yamato and Kakashi bailed out Naruto against Kakuzu, at least in the anime. I don't remember. I'm going mostly by the manga just because that's my main source of knowledge. Rock Lee with Sake, bro, if you haven't watched Star Wars yet, it's kind of your fault. It's over a decade old, my guy. But it's not so much that it's my fault. It's more so I just don't care for Star Wars. Star Wars as a whole is an IP that I just never found interesting, even going back as a child. Like, I would remember just looking at, like, the lightsabers and stuff and just thought, this looks kind of stupid. Not the lightsabers. Like, the lightsabers are fine. The concept is fine. I'm talking about, like, just, like, the fights. I don't know why. Like, the fights just never interested me in the slightest bit. And I always looked at Darth Vader like, why is this guy so scary? You know what I mean? Like, what about him would make me fear him? Especially with a stupid-ass helmet like that. And mind you, this was like a 5 to 6 year old me that was thinking this stuff. I don't watch Disney Star Wars. I cut myself off of Disney Star Wars since the last Jedi disaster, and seeing how much Star Wars degenerated the past decade nonstop, I made the right choice. Okay, that's fair. The Duel of Fates is buns. It might be in manga, but I haven't seen the fight in manga. No, in the fight in manga, I don't think Naruto gets... I don't recall Naruto getting any help, at least, like, at his last few months. The Duel of Fates was blasphemy. Okay. Kuro. Does Luffy get help against Kuro? I don't recall. I don't think he does, actually. He snapped Kuro's as a blade hands. He grabs him, and I think he just smashes his head. So I'm going to put no for Kuro and no for Don Krieg. Arlong, there's an argument that could be made that Luffy did get help, at least before the fight with Arlong. Let's ask this question real quick. Look at your last comment. Yeah, sure. Yeah, Nami did tie up Buggy on some BDSM stuff. Okay, so yeah, then we're going to count Buggy. Okay, then we're definitely going to count Buggy as a yes. Do you guys think that Luffy did get help from Arlong? Because I don't think he necessarily started fighting... It wasn't at least... He didn't fight Arlong at the time. Did Luffy get help from Nojiko? Nojiko against Arlong when he was drowning. He hadn't fought Arlong yet, technically, so I'm gonna leave this one up to you guys, but I'm not sure if I would really say that, like, that was help, because he didn't, like, the fight between them didn't, yes, Luffy got help. I guess that's fair. Helping means contributing in some way, just existing in the fight, but doing jack all. I mean more so the point in time... Oh, no, not that. I mean more so the point in time where... let me just bring it up, actually. Let me just change this out. One Piece color. Let's see. Just give it a second. Okay. It was like, what, 82? Okay, this was way prior, though. We're gonna move up like 6 chapters. 7 chapter 87. Yeah, like I'm talking about like scene like this, because Luffy technically had not fought. The Star Wars lander is concerning. Well, let's not slander Star Wars personally. I just don't find it personally entertaining. So if you guys feel like I've slandered Star Wars, then my apologies. Without their help, Luffy would have died. I guess that's fair. Help Luffy wake up after he was stuck underwater. Luffy needed help in the situation he's in, not necessarily helping fighting against. Yeah, because that's the thing. Like, this isn't technically part of the fight itself. I would say, like, the fight more so started after Luffy is out of the water, right? I think the fight starts from, like, this point onward, in my opinion. I don't know if I would necessarily say that's more or less like Luffy declaring war on Arlong, less than him actually fighting him. It was help, yes, but not help with the fight, so it doesn't count. What are you talking about specifically? So we're trying to... One of the chatters brought up a question about which of the big three protagonists got the most help in their fights. We've already done Naruto for the most part, so we're just going to break down One Piece. With Arlong specifically, most people seem to say yes, so we'll just keep it at yes. We'll keep Smoker at yes. Laboon at no. Zoro at no. Did Luffy get help with Mr. 3? I don't recall him getting help against Mr. 3. Dr. Kureha? No, this is way too far in. I think we gotta go back like... let's go back like 10 chapters. Okay? Okay. Sure shot kill. Hit Luffy. Okay. Gum Gum. Stamp. Let's see. Luffy's running away. Grabs, throws. Soaked oil rope. The soaked oil rope. Okay. So he did get help. He did get help from Usopp right there. He did technically get help from Usopp. So we're actually going to say yes for Mr. 3. I don't think Luffy got help for Wapol. I haven't seen Andor. Okay. Okay, Disney Star Wars deserves slander besides Rogue One and Andor. Even AI. Luffy was trying to box, but Arlong just took advantage of Luffy being a dumbass and to see him in the pool. I see where, like, you guys are coming in from, but, like, and I could definitely, and I would definitely, like, myself, I would probably say no, but considering that, like, most of you say yes, I'm just going to leave it at that for now, just because I want to be fair to you guys. I don't want you guys to just vote for no reason. Luffy versus Zoro did have help. They needed Nami's help to not do more dumbass things. That's a good point. You know what's crazy? I did think about that. Yeah, no. But we're going to count it as no, so, yeah. Let's see. Against Wapol. Did Luffy get any help against Wapol? Let me check that out real quick. Wapol was, what, 52? Oh, this is a really cute one. I really like this one. I always like seeing these guys with, like, all their little extra outfits. Like, just seeing the Straw Hats wear, like, you know, it doesn't even have to be, like, anything, like, super fashionable, but just, like, a nice little, outfit. Just, like, a t-shirt, some shorts and stuff. Chopper wearing, like, a little t-shirt. Like, stuff like that is honestly what, like, makes these, it's what makes these images, like, really nice. You know what I mean? Just these, cover photos. Okay. Let's see. They're running inside. Okay, so this is way after. We're gonna go back, like, 6 chapters, because I think they should be fighting at that point. Sorry, I was distracted for a second. Anyway, okay, let's see. He punches Wapol in the face. Okay. Does he get any help against Wapol specifically? I guess? No, well, would you guys count this as help from Sanji? Right. Hey, what? what Gooner shit? I was just looking at a really nice henna design that they had on their arms. That was really it. Straw Hat Drip is unmatched. Yep, Naruto had a bailout from Kakashi and Yamamoto. 340, page 9. Let's check that out. 340, page 9 and 10. Thank you so much, IMAX. If you guys, by the way, if you guys just want to double check just to see that, like, we're not getting anything wrong, please do so, okay? Okay. So, let's see. This should be... Lens it. Missed. Yes, Naruto did receive help against Kakuzu. Yes, okay. So, I thought I was pretty sure that he didn't receive help. God damn! Alright, I think we could just say that Naruto got the most help, right? I guess that counts as a combo move. Does Sanji does the arm de l'air, does it count? Sanji throwing Does Sanji throwing Luffy count? Let's figure that out real quick. I'm gonna put the page back just so you guys can see it. He's eating Chopper. By the way, it's gotta be crazy that like you ate a fruit that's literally called the munch fruit. A handman, that's different. I never said I was a handman. I was just saying they had some really nice henna. You people got fucking jokes. Oh, read your last comment, Caleb? Alright, I got you. Considering that the 3D2Y special upscaling Luffy to 900 times, so I'm assuming that you put something else before that, because that seems like it was like a second half to another comment. Doesn't seem like it. So, you said, considering that the One Piece 3D2Y... Where the fuck is that? Actually, where the fuck is your comment? Okay, considering the 3D2Y special upscaling, is Luffy 900 times the speed of light? If you want to say that, like, Luffy is... Yo, Eon, you will love this video from Afro Saiyan. This is why the Hokage versus Admiral isn't close. I'll type it in the thing. Afro... Hokage versus Admirals. I think we already saw this, though. You said it was from Afro. We'll leave it there, but for now, we'll check it out. So it counts? Okay, so we'll count it. We'll count it. So against Wapol, I suppose it counts then. Oh, this one's sick. This one's really sick. I like this one. 147 P1. A caballo vamos a palmar. Vamos pa... Wait. A caballo vamos palmar. So, on a horse, we're going to the sea. That's nice. It might be slang, and caballo might be slang for something else, but it seems like for the hell of it, we'll be going by sea. We'll be going to sea. Lend me some chakra Kurama. This is base Wapol we're up against. True. Listen. Wapol's got an extremely powerful devil fruit. I just don't think that anybody here is truly... I just don't think that anybody here is truly understanding on how insanely powerful Wapol is. Okay, so he transforms the Wapol house. Okay, does the thing. Chopper fights. He's not gonna allow him to do that. He's gonna blast. Sure. Puts him down. Yeah, if we're gonna count the Sanji thing, I suppose it's fine. Chopper. When does Chopper put them down? Okay, he makes himself slim. Okay, Luffy kicks him. He's running. Yeah, no. Okay, so the Wapol fight isn't that impressive, all things considered. At least from, like, my perspective. For Crocodile. Does Luffy get help against Crocodile? Does Water Luffy count as help? Are we gonna say... Yeah, no. Wapol could unironically eat up... If Wapol's allowed to just eat any single thing that gets into his mouth, you can maybe make the argument that as long as it doesn't explode, he might be able to swallow a tailed beast bomb. Again, if it doesn't explode. Does Luffy getting a tank of water count? Does receiving a tank of water count? Because if it doesn't count, literally, Robin did literally save Luffy, so I don't know if she saved him per se. Well, there's 3 rounds for Crocodile that we can talk about, right? Now, it's not necessarily, because it's not necessarily, like, the fight's already over, right? Robin pulling Luffy out of the sand is not necessarily help in a fight, because the fight was already over. He got put down, right? She did save Luffy, but that was already after the fight was done. Because remember, this fight did have 3 separate rounds. And it's not like she was helping him mid-fight. She was helping him after the fight was already over. It doesn't count, right? I don't think this one should count, only because Luffy fights Crocodile on a second go-around. Luffy still loses, and then on a third go-around, Robin's already down, and she was just going to allow, like, the crumbling pillars around her to crush her. So, I don't know. No, because he was the one who came up with the water idea. The water was given to him to drink, so using it in a fight was his own thing. That's fair. I think that's fair. Bellamy, no. Satori... Alright, I'm gonna need a chapter number for this, because I don't remember what chapters Skypiea were per se. This is, Alabasta ends somewhere around, like, here, 215. Let me just make sure. Yeah. Alabasta has basically, close to ending. So, not gonna lie, I stopped watching once Luffy met Usopp for the first time. Really? Is this not in order? It should be in order? It should be in order, but right now... It should be in order, but if we have, like, one guy, like, off or on, it shouldn't really, you know, like, matter all that greatly. Okay, so... Luffy should have fought Satsuri right before this, around 255. Thank you so much. You're so kind, Kenjo. Okay. Chapter 246. We'll check him out. We'll check out, like, the first, like, 3 chapters from here on out, and if we don't find it, we'll just move on ahead. He's already fought, so you actually might be right. This might actually have to be a bit farther back. You might be right about that. We'll check out 245. Yes, because they're going into the Trial of Balls. This is cool. This is cool. I also... Does anybody like seeing Luffy with, like, these, like, banglets? I actually like these cuffling banglets that they sometimes, use. One of my favorite, series growing up, or at least when I was a teenager, was, Fibrain. Puzzle of God. Oh. Fibrain Puzzle of God. If you guys have never checked out this series, check it out. But I do love armlets. Me personally, I don't use them all that often, but like I do like the idea of like armlets. I don't know, something about them. Okay, this is like a better image. Yeah, like armlets like this. I do like the idea of like armlets. So seeing Luffy design with like an armlet, it's nice. It's appealing. That shit, that's crazy. On Pride Month, really? That shit's crazy. Okay, so this is the fight with Satsuri. Wasn't Sanji the one who beat Satsuri, though? Okay, no, we already got it. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so the balls are exploding. Satsuri, he gets hit. Sanji tries to hit Satsuri. He knocks him away. I guess if Sanji's trying to join in on this fight, it does count as help. Especially since they can provide... And yeah, if Usopp's also trying to let them know like when the balls are coming, then I guess this is sufficient enough for us to say that it is help. I will call this as help, especially since... By the way, tell me this wasn't one of the fucking funniest moments ever. Tell me this right here wasn't one of like the funniest moments ever. Like, I remember seeing this shit in the anime for the first time. I was... I was dying, bro. I was dying. Like, he's so serious right here. He's... God, I love Chopper. Old Chopper's so great. Old Chopper's so great. So, yes, we're going to count it as help. Wiper, I don't recall him ever needing help for Wiper. And for Enel, I'm sure that some of you would say no, but the fact that he got kicked off the Arc Maxim and then Nami had to help him get back to the Arc Maxim would count as a yes. Luffy versus Foxy. This one's a bit interesting. I don't recall the fight entirely off the top of my head. I don't recall the fight off the top of my head entirely. I don't think that, like, the Straw Hats yelling anything out might count as help. Yeah, Sanji was the one who knocked out Satsuri while Luffy held him down. Okay. Yeah, versus Foxy should be a true 1v1. There shouldn't really be any kind of intervention from any of the Straw Hats. Let's see... By the way, Luffy dodging this, I'm just saying, light speed. Light speed. Well, does the Fro count as help? Needed Enel's help to get that golden ball in his hand so he could rifle him. True! Dio, you got such a good point, man. You make such a wonderful point. Light speed feats. That's what I'm saying. Light speed feats. Nobody want to listen to me, though, but light speed feet. I got into this discussion on a chat. It was about Kizaru versus the 5 Kage. Now, some of you might disagree, some of you might not, but I personally do not think that the 5 Kage have any chance at defeating Kizaru. Aokiji, it was technically... Actually, versus Aokiji, was it really like a 1v1? If we move ahead like 2 chapters, Puffing Tom. No, it has to be back. Because he did tell them to, like, run away, right? Yeah, he told them to run away. No, he was the only one fighting? Yeah. Okay. They grab Robin, and then Luffy says, I'll settle this between you and me. And Luffy just got put down. You know. It was a true 1v1. Okay. It got really toxic, man. He was the only one fighting. He sent the others away. Kizaru would be treated as an Otsutsuki. That's what I'm saying, man. But it was a conversation where, like, it eventually... I put in my comment. I got a bunch of comments underneath it. But it was a situation where I do think that... Okay, actually, guys, real quick. First of all, with Blue no help. Guys, real quick. Does Usopp yelling at Lucci... Does Usopp yelling at Lucci count? So, just to drive the context of the situation for those of you that might have forgotten, or those of you that might say it might not count, I want to be fair about this. We're trying to be as impartial. Before, Luffy had the 1v1 grasping at straws. Now are we, make a picture where you have Luffy dodging Foxy's beams, comparing Naruto dodging the light fam. Now they're the same. Yes! Actually, yes, that is not a bad take. That is not a bad... Sorry, that just caught me off guard entirely. Okay. So, the bridge of Mortal Kombat. Do you guys want to say that this counts as, like, such a cute little photo? Man, I would love to live in the One Piece world. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I would love to live in the One Piece world just off of the basis of having the opportunity to maybe travel to one of these islands. I really do just love the architecture that, like, Oda does draw up for many of these islands. Like, can we just talk about how nice of, like, a summer island this would be to, like, go in with your family? Like, let's just say you live in the One Piece world for a second. Let's just say, like, for just a second, right? You live in the One Piece world with the family. You're like, okay, mom and dad said we're gonna go out to, like, Isla de Costa in, that's, like, let's say, like, about a day's away trip. You hop on a civilian ship, you just head out. You don't have to worry about any pirate ships or anything like that. There's probably, like, a marine base close by, so it's close waters. Like, I think this is honestly, like, really nice. Like, just imagine it. A resort right here, a nice little pool, a couple little pool areas, beaches nearby. Let's say, like, what? A couple of, maybe, like, a kilometer away, like, not even a kilometer away. I'd say, like, that's maybe, like, what, that's probably, like, 500 feet, honestly, because if you count this as, like, part of the hotel, like, this is nice, is all I'm saying, right? It's such a it is a coin flip. It is a coin flip, but, like, you're more than likely gonna be born in one of the blues, and if you're born in the Grand Line, I don't think it's gonna be, like, the worst thing ever, especially since, like, Grand Line people seem to also have the ability to, like, travel between the at least I think that, like, if you have... That is true. Wait, that is true. That wasn't Usopp. That was Sogeking. I don't think Luffy would have gotten up otherwise. That is a very good point. Without Usopp, Luffy might not have had the willpower to get back up. Yes, I would say it's help. It prevented Lucci from finishing off Luffy, plus the prep talk gave Luffy... Yeah, no, you make some good points. Most of chat here is saying no. This is a bit of a dilemma because I do agree with the idea that it might be help. I do agree with the idea. So if anybody hasn't voted yet, let's just check it out real quick. So, Luffy puts down Luffy. Yeah. Lucci hits him with the Six King pistol, with the Rokugan, and Usopp just starts yelling for Luffy. What are you doing? Get up. He says, I'll fight you, come on. Hey, stop that. Conventionally speaking, Usopp did not technically do anything other than, like, maybe get his attention for, like, a couple of words, but... I have no idea for the concept. I have no context for the idea of how big Earthland is in Fairy Tail. I'm gonna be honest with you, Levi. I have no concept for it. Yeah, but then there's a chance of becoming a slave, getting screwed over by the Celestial Dragons, pirates, not to mention the sea level is rising. Alright, listen, if you want to bring, like, the horror situation and reality of the One Piece world and its dystopian society, you can do that. If you want to just talk about that shit, then you can do that. But me, personally, I like to look at things the nice way. That's help, bro? Yeah, I guess it's help. Most people are saying no, but I think this is the one time where I think I might have to veto... This is the one time where I might just have to say I will veto chat, because I do agree with you guys in that. I mean, most people are saying no, though. Most people are saying no. Like, do I say no? My criteria for help might differ from some. Okay, so guys, for those of you that have already voted, if you can change your vote, consider this. Consider this. If nobody else was in that fight, if Luffy, or in this case, if Usopp had not said anything, do you guys believe that Luffy would have gotten back up, or if Luffy, or if Rob Lucci wouldn't have gone straight for Luffy? Do you think that would have been the case? I was wondering when Eon was going live. What up? What up, Chef? How you doing, Jeff? The celestial scum comes for Eon, and he just says, "Nuh-uh." I mean, make another poll. Let's try that again. Let's try that again. Yeah. We're gonna make another poll. We're gonna try it again. Does Usopp... wait, 1 second. Does it count as help? Is overturning the votes. He's a celestial dragon. Listen, I'm not a celestial dragon, alright? I'm not a what the fuck? Oh, I don't care about this. I'm not a fucking celestial dragon. Why do you people constantly call me a goddamn celestial dragon? I am all for the people. I'm here for the people's voices. You think Luffy would have continued? Really? His will to save Robin would have been enough? So in this regard, I will just agree with the people. Everyone seemed... we're still getting a good number, but most people are starting to, like, disagree. This is a toughie. This is a toughie. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't look down on anybody, guy, except for the people that disagree with me in power scaling. Remember, if you disagree with me in power scaling, you are biased, and everybody else that disagrees with me in power scaling is wrong. Or at least that's the line of logic that most power scalers, or that most people seem to think that power scalers seem to have. It's not a mental dialogue. It's really not, I guess. If Eon of the Five Elders goes crazy... What, guys? Which of the chiefs would I be? Chief of, like, agriculture, chief of war and science, chief of staff of police, whatever the fuck they are. What would you guys be? And people who dislike Sukuna. Yeah, and people who dislike... Listen, if you dislike Sukuna, you're just a small-brained poopy head. You could not chief of power scaling? You know what? You know what? Right here. Right here. Right here. Let me just... Where do I put it? Pin message right there. The chief of power scaling. That's the only thing that Emu needs to have. Who gives a fuck about world affairs when I'm talking about the most important... Chief of glazing the celestial dragons. First of all, I've never glazed the celestial dragons in my life. That is absolutely insane. That is absolutely fucking insane. You will be the chief of unbiased logic. I appreciate that, Caleb. I'm not going to hold you, chief of power scaling. That hit a little bit hard, though. Most people still seem to say no, though. We already got more than half the votes in, so unless anybody wants to overrule this for now, we'll skip Rob Lucci. I'll leave this up for a little bit longer. For Bluto, he definitely didn't need it. For Moria, 100%. For Moria. Okay, so we're just gonna say it right now. For Oars, he did need help. There's no way he was gonna beat Moors without getting 100 shadows. So for Moria, I don't think he needed help. Chief of delayed uploads. Hey, listen, I've had a lot of shit to do in the last couple of weeks, and specifically with, like, all this family around. Like, I had to essentially take them out. Like, put it like this, I had to take my family out shopping. Have you ever gone shopping? Not Moria. Was it Moria? Listen, have you ever had to take out, like, a bunch of your old aunts? It was a clean 1v1. Yeah, I think Moria was a clean 1v1. He just hit him once, right? Have you guys ever had to take out, like, your family members out shopping? Like, that was my case yesterday. I essentially had to walk around with my family for fucking hours, man. I think we walked around for like 5 hours. They did some shopping. It wasn't bad. There was nothing wrong with it. It's just, it was exhausting. I'm not gonna lie to you, and it does take up time because I essentially had to tell my family, like, listen, either I have to, like, edit, so either that happens sooner or later, but it's gonna have to happen at some point. You know what I mean? Okay. So when does Moria use Shadow Asgard? He pops it in around this point. I would say the fight between him and Luffy starts, let's say, at least let them pay for everything. Well, in this case, like, I did hold them down for some drinks, but they did hold me down for, like, lunch. We got some, like, tapas. We ended up going to, like, this nice little, like, rooftop bar. It was so lucky that, like, honestly, it was so lucky that, like, they were having a happy hour, and we ended up eating, like, just some, like, tapas, some, like, hors d'oeuvres and stuff like that. Just constant little plates just coming in. But I'm gonna be honest with you guys, like, the plates there were expensive as fuck. I think, like, do we count Shadow Asgard as help? For Moria specifically, Shadow Asgard, it's his own help, personally. I already counted Oars as help. We already counted Oars as help. I don't see anybody else really helping Luffy out here. Moria goes down, and then the building. Unless you guys want to say that the building dropping on Moria's body counts as help, he did beat Moria. I'm willing to count that as him as that being a clean 1v1. That does count as a clean 1v1 in my opinion. And his family walking around like them celestial dragons that Usopp and Co played as. That is absolutely fucking insane. All right, most of chat seems to say no, so we're just gonna keep Luffy versus Lucci as a no. I don't want to say. This is the chat of the people. Let's see. Moria was definitely no. The Pacifista was a yes. Marigold and Sandersonia was just a straight up curb stomp for Luffy. I think that shit was honestly like a curb stomp. Sorry, no. The Moo guy, yes, that was help. He did receive some damage from Buggy and the others. I think Luffy did put down Hannibal on his own with like a single punch, so I'm just gonna put a no. Magellan, there were 2 rounds. The first one was a no. I'm gonna put Magellan twice. I'm gonna put, no. And then, yes, for the second one. There was a second round. Yes, second round. Okay. Blackbeard was a no. He just got put down. Pacifista, no. The Kraken, yes, because Usopp and Sanji... Sorry, Sanji and Zoro were there. God, imagine if Usopp did something. Both sisters needed each other's help only and still get bodied in a 2v1. Now, St. Charlos is over here. You guys have problems. I'll tell you. You guys have some serious fucking... How the fuck do you guys come down to me being St. Charlos' fucking brother? First of all, I am so much more handsome than fucking St. Charlos. As a matter of fact, I was gonna call him Charlos. Fuck that guy. Impelled down Luffy solar system because of a black hole. He got put down by Blackbeard, so I don't know about that. No. Horty Jones. He did receive help. He did receive help from Horty Jones. He couldn't have gotten up there without the brothers. Caesar Clown. I don't recall him actually receiving any help for Caesar. Caesar's nose must have already been broken at the time, yeah. You look at this motherfucker right here and tell me if he's handsome. You look at this motherfucker and tell me. You look at this motherfucker and tell me he's handsome. Like, you people just love to lie. I know, this is how I know you people are liars. Like, even if we're talking about, whether we're talking about, like, Western or Eastern or Northern or Southern or whatever the fuck kind of, like, metric of beauty you want to go by, this motherfucker is ugly in every sense of the goddamn... As a matter of fact, how do you even attain a build like this? You twin for real? Alright. Bro has the Habsburg inbred look. What the fuck is a Habsburg inbred look? This dude has some issues. Yeah, that is Steven Seagal levels of handsome. Alright. Ain't no way. I got no idea what Edon looks like. He definitely looks better than Charles. Thank you, Dio. Thank you. Oh, man. I'm not gonna give you guys a fucking face reveal right now. I don't even have a face cam for that. It's tuna fish straight out of the ocean. That's just hurtful. I'm gonna be honest with you. That's the resemblance is uncanny. You don't even know what the fuck I look like. Also, isn't St. Charles alive? He got like super crushed. All I'm saying is they hit him with the same strike that could split a continent. So if that's the case, the fucking celestial dragons might actually be some of the craziest motherfuckers alive. Hajuden. Someone recall me what chapter Luffy fought Hajuden, and it was like what 7. It had to be within Dressrosa, so it had to be like what 730 something. Did Viola fight? No, because Frankie's already there, so this fight actually had to be way sooner. Way sooner. 225? 725. Hey, what's up, Scott? What are you even discussing? Yeah, I'm gonna react to the videos. We're almost done. Damn, there's still a lot to do. We're almost done with the videos. Okay, so right now we are discussing which of the which big 3 protag got the most help in their fight. So any kind of help in realm of like someone assisting, someone dealing damage, XYZ. We're gonna count all fights. We're only taking a long time. We're talking about no, we're not. We're not talking about me being a celestial dragon. I'm not even a fucking celestial dragon. You guys got, you know what? Fuck you guys. Fuck you guys. Not really, but fuck you guys. Don Chinjao. Okay. Let's see. He's taking him down. Punches away. Moo hits it. Got put down. Luffy gets up. Puts him down in a single hit. Nope. No. Hapusui, no, no. Put down. He got put down, so I guess that does count as help. And yeah, Luffy didn't get any help from anything else, so we'll just move on ahead. We're gonna try to get this done as soon as possible so that I can get to the actual topic, to the actual videos. We already have this? Sweet. Sweet. Okay. So, no. I don't even think this really counts as a fight for Luffy. I'm not even going to count... You know what? I'm going to do this right now. I'm not going to count this. Only because it doesn't really seem like Luffy actually fought them. It just looked like Don Chinja put him out. That's crazy. That's a ride I'd like to see you react to. What are you talking about? Oh, that's Naruto. He got Kurama aiding him all the time. Have you seen all the Why Sakura's One Piece is Fair by Remy? I'll check it out in just a second. I'll check it out in just a second. Don Chinjao, no. Bellamy, no. Dofi, yes, if you count Law hitting him. Fujitora, no. I wouldn't really count it. Cracker, yes. Did Nami, can anybody remind me, did Nami help out Luffy with Big Mom's kids? No, right? I'll leave the stream because I'm on 13% and I'm going to come back in 25 minutes from now. We'll probably be done in 25 minutes. I'll put no for Big Mom's children. For Katakuri, no, he didn't get any help for Katakuri. The sumo wrestler, no. Kaido, yes. Kaido, yes. The Udon Wardens, I don't think he needed any help for them. The numbers, I think he took one down on his own. Lucci, no. Yes, she did. Oh, she did? Okay. If she did, then we're gonna change this. Yes, Nami helped with the army. She was fighting him. Okay, perfect. Thank you guys. Thank you guys. Seraphim, yes. Kizaru, no. Saturn, no. He didn't get any help for Saturn. I don't think Kuma punching Saturn counts as him helping Luffy, so I'm going to put that as a no. And against the Gorosei, we're going to put in yes. The Giant Cat, yes. And then we're done for Luffy. We never saw her do anything. Let me just check out Nami real quick, and then we'll move on to Ichigo. We'll move on to Ichigo after I check out Nami real quick. I always love checking out Nami, but we're gonna check out the scenes real quick. Well, actually, Kuma punched him. Yeah. Cutest outfit, by the way. I fucking love this outfit for Nami. Just saying. And what will you do after Ichigo? Once we do that, once we figure out Ichigo, we'll watch some videos. We'll watch the videos that have been recommended to me. Sakura versus One Piece isn't close. Actually, I need to move up, like, what, 10 chapters from here? This would be, like, what, 837? Because this is after Luffy fought Cracker. Yeah, this is after Luffy fought Cracker, so let's move up to, like, 840. Yeah, no, we're not doing that. Okay. Sorry. My key binding went back for a second. Okay. The army comes in to be capable of such tremendous lightning. Yeah, no, Nami helped out. Just by saying this, she definitely helped out. You need to goon? I don't need to goon. I was just looking at a really nice outfit. Will look better. That outfit will look better under pre-time skip body. I don't know about that. Maybe. Okay, so Grand Fisher and the Seven Hollows. Which of these? Okay, you guys are gonna have to like help me out with these, just because I have no fucking idea if Ichigo received any help for any of these fights. I'm gonna be just straight up honest. I'm not about to check out each of these fucking chapters either. Fuck it. Fuck Fairy Tail real quick. We're gonna do Bleach. Breach. You're probably gonna rant. I'm not gonna rant. It's fine. How would a Dark Triad and Black Clover fare against Kaido? If you give the Dark Triad, I don't know about the speed scaling. I do not know about the speed scaling. I know there should be FTL, but I don't know about the full speed scaling meta. If one of my mods, if I go by the scaling that he provided for me, the best Black Clover scaling that I know of is the best Black Clover scaling that I kind of know of is just the universal meta that he implied to me. If that is true, then there is a very good argument that the Dark Triad actually curb stomped the fuck out of Kaido. So for Ichigo, we're just gonna go YN. N for the first one. Let me see. N for the first one. Chapter 2 versus Hexapodos. Okay. Slashes it. That's 2. So no. Do you have any Eastern Dragon characters that can beat Kaido? I don't know anything about like Eastern Dragon characters. Unless you want to say like American Dragon Jake Long, and even then it's like, I don't know if he would actually keep up. Having long hair post time skip. I prefer the long hair. I'm gonna be honest with you. I never looked at Nami in any way other than like this is just another character in One Piece until she got the long hair. Once I saw the whole like jeans plus high heels plus long hair bikini top look, I was stuck there forever. I was never going back. Oda is my king, my liege, my genius. How he ever even surmised such a interesting and wonderful design. I just completely and utterly captured me. For the first time in my life, I would never go back from Nami. I am a Nami supremacist through and through, never going anywhere else. Yeah, pretty much. I guess no. I guess Ichigo didn't need help. So I'll put N. I'll just put N. And so that's 5. Please stop talking, it's crazy. What would you do with Robin's fruit? With Robin's fruit? I'd honestly get a lot more work done. If I had Robin's fruit, I'd unironically get way more work done. Acid Wire, Shrieker. What chapter are we on? 13. 13, Millipede, Hollow. That's Cone. Yeah, that's Cone. Let's see. Oh, your last comment? My apologies. An Eastern Dragon, I mean a character, the same kind of dragon. I'm drawing a blank right now. I'm gonna be honest with you, Scott. Like, I'm unironically drawing a blank. I couldn't answer that question for you right now, only because I don't know that many, like, Eastern Dragon characters. If you maybe, like, jog my memory with one of them, I could probably answer the question, but right now, I'm not sure. I'm really just looking at Bleach at this point, man. I'm gonna be honest with you. Let's just end it here. Just say that it's fucking Naruto. I'm gonna skip through these. The Menos Grande was definitely a yes. What chapter does Ichigo fight Uryu? The Demi Hollow, Renji Abarai. I don't think he got any help here. I'm gonna skip to chapters 51, 52. Yeah, skip to like chapter 52. Okay. No help. Wait a second. Yeah, received help. Okay. Received help, so it's a yes. Wait, no. Yes here. I don't know if he actually fought Uryu at all, so I'm just gonna remove that one. Zangetsu. I don't think he needed any help for Zangetsu. Kon. I don't think he needed any help for Kon. Jidanbo. When the fuck did he fight Jidanbo? 71. We're gonna skip straight to chapter 71. Stop, man. It's finished. Naruto lost. Just stop. For your mom, bro. Chat, please stop. What are you guys talking about? Alright. I guess he didn't really get any help for Jidanbo. Wait. Slices. Breaks it. Yeah, okay, no. All sword users are Mihawk victims. Eon, how far do you think Robin from One Piece is going into Naruto? Current Robin? That's an interesting question. That's an interesting question. She clears all of part 1. I'm not even gonna like think about it. She definitely clears all of part 1. She definitely beats. I would say that she could honestly capture and like break Deidara's back. I think that she could break Deidara's back, all things considered. Orochimaru might be an issue for her. But I don't think he would probably land a hit unless you think that like him poisoning her specifically, like one of her like giant body parts, would have an effect on. If he poisons one of her giant body parts, would that have an effect on her normal body? If Orochi, does anybody know that? If Robin. Bro is searching for accuracy. I respect it, but clearly the Naruto guy. No, I know it's Naruto. We all know it's Naruto. Listen, I could tell you right now, without needing any other context, that, like, yes, Ichigo soloed. Oh, wait, no. Ichigo, yeah, he did beat fucking Ikaku. I could tell you that he definitely beat fucking Renji. If you don't want to count Zangetsu in there, he definitely beat Kenpachi with a no. Byakuya, I would count as a yes, since what's his face at the thing. Yami, likely a no. Grimjow, yes. Dordoni, I don't remember who the fuck that was, but likely a no. Ulquiorra, unless you want to count White, which in that case, probably a yes. Grimjow, actually, this version of Ulquiorra, probably no. Grimjow, no, unless you want to say that Orihime yelling for Ichigo counts as help. Versus Noitora, he likely did need help because Kenpachi showed up. Ulquiorra again, I'm going to count White as coming in since we agreed on that earlier. Would Gin Ichimaru, no. Aizen, not necessarily. Zangetsu, he didn't need help. Tsukishima, I don't think he needed help against Tsukishima in Execution, but definitely against Execution. And he needed to get his powers back, but he didn't need help against Ginjao. I don't remember Ebern too much, but I think it was a no. I don't remember OP, but Yuhabaha. The first time, it was definitely a no. Bambi's, no. Uryu. I think Orihime intervened, so probably yes. And then Yuhabak, yes. Like, I think that's pretty much it for, like, if just going off the top of my head, I could probably answer most of these. But yeah. Since you guys are just really begging me to watch this fucking
Following
video,
up on the Orihime versus Naruto versus...
Alright. Aizen needed to be sealed. You're 100% right about that. Okay, yeah. Yeah, Naruto got the most help. Yeah, I think we can all agree on that. If I throw it into like a... I don't even think I need to, actually. How many no... Actually, matter of fact, it'll be easier if I just count the no's. 1, 2, 3... Huh. No fucking way. If you count these as like 2 separate encounters, Naruto's got 4 no's. There are 4 fights where Naruto didn't need fucking help. The shot of Orihime and Naruto, yeah, that shit looks crazy. That shit looks crazy. I'm not gonna lie. All right, let's just watch this.
I'm going to go over and see if Sakura could solo the entirety of the One Piece verse. And if not, then how far would she go? If you enjoy videos like this that are kind of true and unique, be sure to leave a like and subscribe so you never miss them. With that out of the way, let's delve into Sakura versus One Piece. I'll start off with the scaling for Sakura and go into the One Piece segments one by one. Firstly, we can determine that Sakura to be above early feats in scaling that offer a AP range of city block to town level, stemming mostly from a giant upscale of Sasuke's crater vaporization and Jirobe's launch of Choji.
Okay, so one thing that I'm already gonna say, and Remy, is Remy like a more recent power scaler? Okay. One thing I'm gonna say is just that, like, I'm not gonna agree with the basis of this video. As many of you might know, I'm not gonna agree with just the basis of the video, just right on from the start. Not to say because like the video's titled Sakura versus One Piece is fair or anything, not for any reason like that. Mostly just because, as many of you may know, I don't really go for this. You guys see this right here? Like where it says like 203.82 pixels or 79.69. Like I don't do this. Part of the reason why I don't do this kind of stuff is because many of these pixel scaling shots usually don't take into account things like human error when it comes to like the way that the author draws, or like at least the artist draws, right? So for example, one of the best examples I can kind of give you is Gamma Bunta, where the only canon height that Gamma Bunta has is 17 meters, but obviously Gamma Bunta looks way fucking bigger, way bigger when you compare him to like trees and the surrounding areas, etc., which is completely fine. Can Gamma Bunta probably change his size? Sure. Can Gamma Bunta be bigger than 17 meters? Sure. Would it make logical sense for Gamma Bunta to be bigger than 17 meters? 100%. I don't care about any of that. I don't care what pixel calcs you get. I care about what is a canon number. I care about what follows author's intent. So by that logic, I don't agree with pixel scaling whatsoever.
From a giant upscale of Sasuke's creator vaporization and Jirobe's launch of Choji. There can be many different calc methods used for most feats in anime, but generally speaking, these feats all fall into the town levels of AP. We know Sakura to scale to this, as later in Shippuden feats all fall into the town levels of AP. We know Sakura to scale to this, as later.
So, how do we get to town level AP? Official data books and writer Q&A is more true. Yeah, so I don't know how they got it to town level. I assume that maybe because it created a crater, like he melted up like the stones, etc. that were there. I assume that's how they get to it, but yeah, let's just see where this goes.
Later in Shippuden, she is able to
I want to make it clear, no hate to Remy. I'm happy to see more power scalers in the community. I'm always glad to have more people within the community, and hopefully he's also growing a community that tries to employ some level of healthy power scaling. So once again, whether or not I disagree, obviously no hate to this guy. And if you guys actually do end up enjoying his content, or some of you actually do agree with the message that he goes by, then I would 100% say Kakuzu Pain, Garakiba, Naruto was even fighting Kurama. Dude got the least help in his fights. Not by this list. This list right here says Naruto got a fuck ton of help, dude. Yeah, no. Naruto had the least amount of fights and likely still had, like, the most amount of help. But anyway, that's not the point.
Combat Sasori, a member of the Akatsuki who is far above these minor feats. Sasori is a character that is above the likes of Deidara, who battles Curse Mark II Sasuke, and by this time Sasuke would be well above the start of Shippuden self, as well as Naruto and Sakura. If we was to take Sasori being above Deidara at face value, then he would also be above Deidara's Sui Bomb that held around the small country level of output. We know this to be widely consistent within this linear path of scaling, as the Akatsuki are the enforcers of hunting down the Jinchuriki and Biju. While the Jinchuriki are for the most part stronger than their Bijus, and Biju bombs on average are in the country levels of AP. That said, and keeping in mind Akatsuki should be on par, if not above this, then
1 second. Let me just check out, I read what you just said, Scott. Let me just check that out real quick. Fireball Jutsu data book. I just want to check out the data book entry for the Fireball Jutsu real quick, guys. Because I just want to see if it's stated there that the jutsu itself vaporizes. Kekkei Genkai, Kinjutsu, Hiden, I don't care about any of that. Herited Power, the Reverse Lotus, the Sexy Jutsu, the Front Lotus, the Haze Jutsu, the Cloak, Shadow Clone, Shadow Clone, Shadow Clone, Clone Clone, Blade Wind, Fang over Fang. Okay, the Great Fireball Jutsu, Sasuke Uchiha. A jutsu where the chakra needed inside the body is converted into fire and expelled in a forward massive orb of roaring flame. The scope of the attack is altered and controlled by controlling the volume of the chakra that is mustered. The blaze is released with a thunderous roar that will engulf their target, leaving a crater on the ground surface. That's how terrifying they are. The massive flames engulf and vaporize everything. So one of the things about like using data book statements as a metric by which you're going to scale something, so in this case vaporizes, is that like it uses a lot of language that you can take it for what it is. I'm not telling you guys not to. Interpret it however you want. But when it uses terms like vaporizes everything, I would say that this is honestly a hyperbolic statement, only because if it vaporizes everything, it would vaporize, for example, a Susanoo, right? Not saying that it can, not saying that it can't, just saying that, like, this would be the logic. If you're going to apply it, then you have to apply it towards everything, and by that logic, you would have to argue that it could also vaporize Susanoo, could vaporize Kaguya, since it's saying everything. Now, everything could also mean, like, everything up until this point in the story. Hey, Lapis! You're back! How was, it wasn't a camp, right? It was, Well, anyway, I'm glad you're back, man. Why is he scaling sorcery to Deidara's C0 bomb directly? It's not like he can actually make an explosion or as powerful as it himself. Yeah, no, so the issue with, like, trying to scale, or at least trying to do, like, direct lines of scaling is that when somebody uses, like, let's say, sorcery to, like, when you try to do something like, let's say, sorcery to Deidara, for example, the issue with that is that you would essentially have to argue that sorcery's AP is equal to that of Deidara's AP at its highest extent. We know for a fact that Deidara is basically a music get-together. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, that's right. Oh, can't we use the same logic for Wiper's beam cannon in Skypiea? It vaporized pretty much everything it shot. That's true, but it's coming more or less from a statement rather than it just being a feat itself, which is kind of the thing that I'm trying to separate, right? Because when you're taking into consideration something like a statement, you have to consider like the source, but you also have to consider like what kind of language is being used within the source, and then does that language follow the language from the main source, which is the manga, right? Like, does the language that is used here, does the way that the jutsu is described, the method by which the jutsu is described, is the language similar to the way that like jutsu are described in the source material? Not necessarily, right? For example, it says released with a thunderous roar. It doesn't release any kind of noodles would help us right now. True. It doesn't necessarily mean that like it's actually releasing like a thunderous roar, right? It's more or less just, again, language that's used to make it sound more impressive than it probably really is, right? Bungus was our mascot, but he got taken out by Eon after the affair got revealed. What affair? What bullshit? Who's Bungus? Don't talk about... All right, you guys are bringing up some bullshit. Hey, what's up, Caleb? Now we're back to watching videos. I'm just here yapping real quick. You're talking to... Pretty sure when Sasori says he can take down a country with his 100 puppets, it's pretty sure he means that he can take down the government of said country, not actually destroy the landmass. That's what I'm saying. I don't think his 100 puppets have the destructive capacity to literally lay waste to an entire country, but that's neither here nor there. God, I hate how smug this bitch looks right here. Okay, I will say, I said it again, I do not dislike Sakura that much. Like, at the start of Shippuden to, like, Naruto gets Sage Mode. Up until then, I don't really I start to like care less and less for this bitch by then. But here at this point, she just looks so fucking. She just looks so fucking smug here. It just pisses me off. I'm sorry.
Sakura by the war arc is in the country level of AP. During the fight with...
I don't know if I agree with country level AP for Sakura. I'm not saying that she can't be. I haven't scaled her myself since I don't really scale characters I don't care for. But hey, at least Sakura at least learned more than Naruto did. No, 100%. That's the thing. I 100% agree that like she improved more than Naruto at least within the 2 years. Certified Sakura hater, brother. Listen, I hate her specifically in part 1 and in War Arc onward. Not even War Arc onward. Land of Iron onward. It's the Sakura convention that killed the character. 100%. Yeah, catching strays. That's what I'm saying.
Kaguya, Sasuke, Naruto.
And this chat initiated this rant from Eon. Nobody initiated it. I'm sorry. I just saw that smug ass face and it just started ranting. My bad.
Naruto and Sakura are able to defeat Kaguya. Sakura is able to land a hit on...
I do, but I can say there is a portion of time where I don't completely have disdain for her. Where I think like, okay, she's kind of funny. I do appreciate like the gag. It's all good.
Kaguya, and in some cases causes a boo-boo on her head. Whether there's a mark or not, Kaguya felt that punch. There's no denying that. Not saying Sakura is scaling to this Kaguya, of course, but you pretty much get the point. Given Kaguya is scaling above Hagoromo and Madara, who are in the moon to planet levels, while Kaguya herself is debatably much higher than this, Sakura should at least be content.
I want to pause this real quick, specifically to talk about the scaling. I kind of know where he's going to go with this. I'm not going to, like, you know, try to cut him off with every little point, but I do want to talk about, like, the ETSO for a little bit, because the ETSO, and I just want to look up the Truth-Seeking Orbs for a second, just to show you guys something. TSO. Data book. So, the Truth-Seeking Orbs in the data book specifically state to have the ability to nullify chakra. As a matter of fact, I'm just going to do it from here. I want you guys to just look at this image right here. I'm going to open it up over here. I want you guys to just pay attention to something here. And it says, it's a technique Blah, blah, blah. Okay, so it's attack, long range. I don't care about any of that. Creating a dimension. Blah, blah. It's a technique. You can move the world to places. Where the fuck is? No, it's not this. My bad. It's not this specifically. There was a fuck. I really wish I didn't lose that fucking image. I think there's another I think there's another thing right here that talks about like Ame no Minaka. Or did I get that from the? 1 second. Let me see if I can find it. It's a Kekkengege. Oh, right. So, okay. It's actually right here. My bad. So, you guys see this right here? I'm just going to zoom it in for you guys. So, you see right here where this shit says ninjutsu? Ame no Minaka is a time-space ninjutsu. This is going to sound crazy to some of you, I know, but, like, I want to show this first and foremost because if Ame no Minaka is a ninjutsu, and I'm not trying to downplay, I'm just trying to follow a line of logic here. The truth-seeking orbs specifically say, those who blossom the senjutsu of 6 paths wear these black orbs encompassing the power of all 5 natures and yin-yang. Floating behind the user in the form of a circle, each of these orbs can be manipulated at will. Although each is the size of a fist, hitting inside these orbs is the power to easily obliterate an entire forest. Completely fine. By simply understanding the power of all things in creation, the black orbs can be fairly altered into their shape and fairly manipulate the natures and combine and reveal a variety of effects. This power that easily exceeds both Kekkei and Kekkei Although the truth-seeking orbs are usually orbs, they're filling in Treeborn. Wait, where the fuck is it? There's a statement somewhere that specifically says that the truth-seeking balls negate ninjutsu. TSO negate ninjutsu. Let me see if I can find that. I think it's a statement from the anime, if anything. Negate ninjutsu. Truth-seeking balls is... There's probably a statement of it. Acquisition. I don't care about the acquisition. The usage, Hamura's head, clone technique, blah blah blah. Shooting orb covers all phases Kekkei by combining them instantly imbued. Okay. If imbued with a certain yin-yang release jutsu, the orbs can nullify any ninjutsu that they touch and thus become impervious to it, thus includes negating the regenerative qualities of the impure world reincarnation, making it possible to permanently damage those reincarnated by this technique. Let me just go to the chapter real quick for you guys. Like, we're doing some, like, legitimate power scaling right now. I know that some of you were saying before that, like, you know, we're just, bros just yapping, this whole stream was a lie, but no, we're gonna do some power scaling. A dreamlike power. We must avoid those black spheres. What a pain. Had to be torn off. I have the power of the same founders. Shinobi, just don't tell me that your jutsu. What does it mean? 4th, try not to get seriously wounded anymore, even though you've got an Edo Tensei body. I suspect that this guy is using a jutsu based on shadow and light styles that nulls all ninjutsu. Right? So, nullifies all ninjutsu. Right here. So the reason why I'm bringing this up, and it's not, and again, it's not because I'm trying to downplay none of that bullshit. It's not because of any of that, but it's because a lot of people tend to scale Kaguya up from, a lot of people tend to, Goku used the Z sword, so Goathawk upscales. Yes. If it doesn't have a black blade, Mihawk solos. So, because I want to just put it right here that, like, it is a Kekkei Genkai, but it's also just a ninjutsu. It's not a sage, it's not a 6 paths ninjutsu. It's not a Shinjutsu, it's a space-time ninjutsu, and the truth-seeking orbs nullify all ninjutsu. Where is the trajectory of this stream going? The point I'm trying to get to this is that, like, the truth-seeking orbs, or specifically the ETSO. Listen, if you think that the ETSO is a dimensional destroying tier of power, if you think it's simply star level, if you think it's got the power to destroy a universe, if you think it's solar system or planetary XYZ, that's all completely fine. I'm not going to tell you you're wrong. I'm not going to tell you that XYZ, blah, 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 blah. All I'm here to say is that there is a potential possibility that when Kaguya used the expansive truth-seeking orb, when Kaguya specifically used the expansive truth-seeking orb, it's essentially just a truth-seeking orb that is expanding at a unquantifiable and likely eternal rate, but the thing is that it's nullifying the time-space location that they're in. So, I don't necessarily think that, like, Kaguya herself created all of these dimensions. I know it's stated like she wove together these dimensions, but I think it's a case like with Kamui where these time-space locations that she developed or that she quote-unquote created are simply a part of the technique, same as how the Kamui dimension is a part of Kamui, right? My mom never got physical, but she damn sure made me feel guilty. The smallest argument that hacks emotion control, one might add, but you could also small tattoos. Most likely, Kaguya didn't even create those subspaces layers in reality. They were just already there, and it doesn't equal to her personal stats. Well, they could have came about because of Ame no Minaka. I'm not saying that, like, listen, here's the thing. I am not saying that, like, Kaguya didn't create these dimensions. What I'm saying is that these dimensions could have likely have been awakened, or these dimensions kind of, like, popped up as soon as she awakened the third eye. It's completely irrelevant to the context when it comes to scaling Kaguya because it's purely Cax. Right, I agree with that. So what I'm saying is that Kaguya could be star level, Kaguya could be universal, whatever it is, but I really do think that the expensive truth-seeking orb in this regard, the expensive truth-seeking orb, at least within this regard, was simply just going to nullify the time-space itself. It was going to nullify the ninjutsu itself, so if they had to go anywhere, it would have to be either another time-space or the regular dimension where they're from. I think that's more or less my train of logic, at least when it comes... Hey, what's up? Hey, what's up, Jake? Hope you've been good. I think that's more or less just the context, or at least that's where I'm more or less at right now with the eternal truth-seeking orb. It's not that it's star level, it's not that it was going to erase a star within it, it's more so that it was going to nullify everything within the jutsu itself. So it doesn't matter if it was a star, it could have been a universe itself, it doesn't matter. It would have been nullified regardless because it's basically being covered by an expensive truth-seeking orb, which again negates all ninjutsu. That's just my personal take on it. My main theory is that Shibai made them since all Otsutsuki can access certain dimensions and all dojutsu descend from him, from what I'm understanding with that little we have on Shibai. That's also been true. Yeah, it's been months, Jake. I hope you've been good, man. I hope you've been good. I hope honestly everybody here has been having a good overall summertime. For those of you that might live in a location where you might be actually be in winter time right now if you're beneath the equator. I hope the weather's not too bad for you guys. I know that usually in those cases it's, if anything, more rainy than anything else, but I hope that the weather's been treating everybody else kindly. So it isn't that the truth-seeking orbs are actually dangerous out of universe or only in Naruto. They can still be dangerous. I don't want to make it seem like they're not dangerous. I don't want to make it seem like they don't have any kind of destructive capacity. That's not what I'm saying. It's cold as balls in Australia. That's unfortunate. I honestly don't like the cold myself. I can handle it pretty well. It's been hot as fuck for weeks. Where I'm at, it's been raining like crazy every now and then. It sucks though. I also told Six about a pretty dumb One Piece theory. You can put it down here in chat. I'll read it out in a second. But yeah, freezing in Massachusetts right now. That's unfortunate. I hope it at least starts to warm up because we are in that time of year. What I'm trying to just really get at is that, like, and like, again, if we just go back to like the truth-seeking orb argument, they can easily obliterate a forest. And honestly, that's still within like Naruto's scaling tiers of power. Not to say that they cap out at forest, since it says it can easily obliterate it. Perfect weather here in Orange County, California. I'm glad, man. I'm glad. Trying to get Eon Middy's a gooner for the same old. I'm not a fucking gooner! Goddamn! In Germany, you either get good weather that's way too hot, or booty cheeks weather where it won't stop raining. That's unfortunate, man. I really want to travel to Germany. I really want to see. I know it's a beautiful country, and I've always wanted to go during Oktoberfest. I really just want to experience the whole thing. I can't really eat the food, and I can't drink alcohol, but I would just love, at least in terms of like bratwurst, that they're like too greasy, but like I would just love to just be there in the ambiance. It seems like it would be just a wonderful time. But yeah, it's just a little food for thought that I wanted to bring up for you guys in regards to like the video, because like, you can get Naruto scaling has like so many variations of like how you can quantify any of it. So again, it's not just to say that like if you don't agree with the idea that like she's star level or she's or beyond planetary or XYZ, I'm just saying this is a line of logic that I feel like is at least comprehensive enough to be used, since it does essentially follow multiple it does essentially follow a very consistent line of logic. It's a ninjutsu. Ame no Minaka is a ninjutsu. It is the ability that allows her to teleport to all these dimensions, and all the dimensions are connected to the first dimension that she creates. It's a ninjutsu. The Truth Seeker orbs nullify ninjutsu, and the expansive Truth Seeking orb is essentially going to just expand, canceling out the dimension. It's not dimension itself, but canceling out the time-space ninjutsu. I would say that actually the same thing would happen if you put it inside a Kamui dimension, but that's just me. This can also apply to many Bleach characters who have hacks potency abilities that are a part of their technique. I could agree with that. Due to the One Piece world having some connection to Norse mythology and the red line wraps around One Piece like Jormungandr, so the red line could be an allusion to that. I do agree that like the red snake that they were referring to in the what was it, in the first world when we saw that giant mural, I think that one could definitely make the argument that the red line, if anything, was probably alive at one point, or if anything, is just a slumbering giant beast. It's hot as fuck here in Oregon, Washington. Really? But at least it rains occasionally in the summer. Okay, that's good. Do you guys prefer the heat or the cold? Let me know. I'm personally a proponent of the heat. I don't care how hot it gets. I would rather be in 100-degree weather than being in like anything below 32-degree weather. I hate having to bundle up, but that's just me. The mountains of North Carolina were great, but here in South Carolina, it's hotter than Sukuna's divine flame that turned Jogo into a roasted barbecue. love the little point there, Lapis. Love the little throwback. By the way, if you want to experience Oktoberfest, you need to look where you are going. It's more of a South Germany thing, so in Northern Germany you won't find it easily. It also starts in September. That's lovely, man. Okay, thank you for letting me know. Hank Hill is in Fortnite? Crazy. Hank Hill officially scales above One Piece, guys. Hank Hill officially scales above the Big Three. Hank Hill could unironically solo the Big Three now because of Fortnite. Same, a Cleveland Brown. I love the heat. I love the cold. Humid heat is the absolute worst. I would absolutely love to be in like humid heat on a hot ass day with no fucking AC over, having to even remotely deal with like anything below 40-degree weather. I fucking hate the cold. Not to say that like I can't like walk around in cold weather, because like the only thing I really need to cover is my hands and face, but I cannot for the life of me stand the fucking cold. Iowa lame as fuck, to be honest. Aw. Versus Hatsune Miku. Goku with Shatter Gojo's Infinity like hits Pocket Dimension. It's not really like a space itself, it's more or less just creating an infinite series of numbers. I'd rather have cool weather where there's no mosquitoes. Mosquitoes are the most annoying bugs to deal with. I do agree with that. You're a winter person? I feel like I'm more or less on like, what's your take on White Diamond versus Kaguya? I have no idea who the fuck White Diamond is. Is that from Steven Universe? I have no clue where the fuck they scale. You have to ask Lapis for that. I leave all of my Steven Universe scaling opinions to Lapis, because I do trust that he knows it well enough that he can definitely make an argument, and it would probably be comprehensive enough to where I could at least agree with it. Even Vegapunk can create a sun with the Mother Flame. Who's winning, Hank Hill or Luigi? Probably Hank Hill at this point. Can we get back to the video? Yes, sorry about that.
Continental. If you're not 100% buying that she's in those moon ranges or continental, then she definitely is by the time of Boruto. Given their counterparts are much stronger and experienced than their younger selves, she's even able to battle Shin, a character who is either stronger than Madara or on par with him. I don't care to
Give me a second, guys. I need to unplug these headphones, and I'm gonna plug in my real headphones. I was just testing out the earbuds. They work, but they're also like disconnecting. I might have to figure out that issue and troubleshoot that later. Just one second. Also, I completely disagree with all of this. Her boxing with Shin does not mean anything against Kaguya. I probably missed something that he said, so don't take it. If I said something wrong or I misconstrued his point, it's just because I couldn't honestly hear it. Now I can probably hear. Okay.
Counterparts are much stronger and experienced than their younger selves. She's even able to battle Shin, a character who is either stronger than Madara or on par with him.
Why is Shin stronger than Madara? Let's see if he explains that.
I don't care to debate or dabble into headcanon on who's stronger with statements and whatnot, but we can all agree that adults.
But isn't that the point of this? Like, okay, so I'll say this afterwards. Yes, Shin is canon.
Sakura is above 8 Gates guy who is able to damage Deidara. Well,
why is she above 8 Gates guy? What feat does she have that puts her above 8 Gates guy? How would you compare Gremmy's imaginary against Kumagawa's all-fiction ability and Hack's potency sense? Kumagawa's an absolute fucking monster. If you can remove the color blue, Remy's an absolute little best. Like, I want to just say that, like, Remy isn't all that impressive in my opinion, because, like, yeah, he sends you to, like, a pocket space dimension, but Kumagawa just took away the color blue. Mind you, I don't know shit about Medaka Box besides the fact that I saw it on a whim for, like, 10 years ago or like 8 years ago or some shit. I saw Medaka Box like 10 years ago, and I'm gonna be honest with you, or like somewhere around like 10 years ago, and I'm gonna be completely honest with you guys. I have no clue where the fucking series scales. It just shot up like randomly out of nowhere because of a simple Hack's ability. If he can just remove the color blue, then the level of things that he should be able to do with that ability are absolutely fucking stupid. I don't know any other context for what he can do, but Gremmy's imaginary is dog shit in comparison, because like, what is he gonna do, send you to space? Okay, cool. If a character could just break through that barrier of space, it's not an issue. He also just shot Kenpachi or Zaraki with some guns, which I don't know why that would have ever been remotely lethal to Kenpachi. And then he throw down a meteor, but it's like, a meteor is dog shit by a couple of series standards. I was today's year old when I found out the Bount arc Bleach is filler. I didn't know it was filler until after I had watched it over, what has it been now? 14 years ago. Germany, it also means different, it's 2 a.m. here, so it might
Most of us, at least. Anyways, adult Sakura by the time of the Boruto era should be close to the moon levels or even planet levels. If you're buying a huge jump between Naruto and Boruto, then this becomes widely consistent as well. To keep most people at peace, we will be using the moon level of scaling. For speed, I feel like light speed is pretty undecided in the power scaling community, but I don't understand why Naruto/Boruto characters would not be light speed, to be honest. Even if we
Okay, so I know I've come across this times as like a guy who says like Naruto light speed ban is kind of iffy, and here's the thing. I do agree that like the Naruto characters, specifically from like War Arc onward, they could be light speed. I don't know how the fuck you get Sakura to light speed. I have no fucking clue how you get her to light speed.
Was to upscale the light thing attack Naruto dodged, then Sakura would still be light speed. And other than this, there's multiple light speed stated attacks that we see.
Yeah, light speed stated attacks. I don't care about what the attacks can do. I care about whether a person can run or dodge them. And in most of these cases, they can't. This is also the Water Fang bullet. The Water Fang bullet. I also don't agree with that, because if you just look at well, specifically, I use this page specifically since it just translates everything neatly and it puts in all the information. This page specifically, I don't think it's like in the 4th databook jutsu section, but I think it's in the 1st databook jutsu section, or it might be in the 2nd. Yeah, no, the translation's actually lightning, so I don't know why the fuck. Whatever. Whatever. Yeah.
See characters dodge, and since Sakura is able to combat characters who are vastly above this, then in turn.
But why is Shin vastly above this? You haven't proven that point yet.
She's light speed. There's also the fact that Kid Kakashi was able to cut a lightning bolt and
14 to 16 years old, but Kakashi was a prodigy.
Using common logic, then upscaling would present light speed. It's likely Sakura's FTL or
I feel like he's doing like chain scaling, where like he compares, so he says like if Sakura is anything even remotely close to Naruto, then she should likely be light speed. You trust him? Alright, fair.
FTL plus from upscaling these lower statements and feats. Moving on to the scaling for the One Piece verse, just like the Orihime video, I'll be grouping.
Listen, you know what? You guys are 100% right. You guys are I don't think it's misinformation. There is a light speed statement for it in the data books. I think it's fine. This really isn't his fault. This is how power scalers scale these days. They just upscale everyone just because no reason. I guess I just don't agree with this line of it. Like, I'll say what I need to say.
Three main categories: low tier, mid tier, and high tier. The low tier will feature characters in groups such as Enel, Cracker, Doflamingo, Kobe, Killer, Jack, and most of the Straw Hat crew, Nami, Usopp, Robin, etc. Also use this tier for Sakura to wipe out any fodder not mentioned, as I'll only mention the important characters within said tiers, and not any fodder not mentioned, as
can I just say it? Just pay attention right here. Can I just say how fucking brutal this is?
I'll only mention the important.
Like, imagine fighting a guy and you're just bludgeoning him with the fucking hilt of your, or the tsuba of your fucking katana. That shit gotta suck, man.
Characters within said tiers, and not every single character or army foot soldiers. Sakura shouldn't really struggle at all with this tier. The only issue, to be quite blunt, is the durability. As in One Piece, we do send them tank and endure various attacks.
Yeah, the One Piece fan letter is one of the best pieces ever made. One of the best pieces of like One Piece media ever made. I'm sorry, it is so good.
Sakura's AP would outweigh this. The scale for this tier would range from mountain to island level, and possibly a little above that from these characters affecting others.
Sorry.
To scale a bit higher. Their speed should barely be on par with Sakura, as even Chopper was able to keep pace with Queen and dodge his laser. So low tier for One Piece should be around island level with light speed or near light
Okay, I don't... God damn it! Don't stop calling me a gooner!
speed combat and reaction.
I don't know about the whole island level thing, but I do agree with the light speed thing.
Sakura, of course, does outscale this tier and should be able to one-tap all of them, mostly just struggling with the speed and durability like mentioned earlier, since it's more consistent in One Piece for characters to be light speed. Other than that, the only character in this tier that brings anything to the table would be Cracker and Doffy, but we've seen Sakura deal
I watched it out of curiosity because there was a
with strings and clones before, so she's clearing this tier. Next up being the mid-tier One Piece characters. These next tiers will have a lot more characters to scale and put up against Sakura. This tier, next tier, Zoro, Sanji, Yamato, Crocodile, Green Bull, Katakuri, Fujitora.
I'm sorry. I just gotta, let me just, if we're considering characters like Zoro and Sanji to be mid tiers, which, okay, by his metric, that's completely fine. I'm not gonna question this person's metric in the slightest bit. I'm not gonna question this person's metric, but if by the logic that these guys are only island level, one second, guys. I'm getting. Give me 1 second, guys, because I have to... Does anybody remember what chapter Luffy fought Don Chinjao? We were looking at that earlier. Oh, shit. I'm gonna have to give it a couple of minutes. Okay. Heroes ambush. When the... Okay, we have to go back, because this is definitely before all of this. This is also really cool. And let me save this real quick. 724 P1. Oh, I already have this? Sweet. Hey, good job, me. Okay. When the fuck did Luffy fight Chinjao inside? Hawk rifle. Okay. There we go. I know he says ice sheet right here, but the direct Japanese translation is continent. I think if I actually use the black and white version... No, not color. I need no color. 1 second. What was it? 719. Yes. Bro's a profession at goon scaling. It's... You know what? I like me, alright? I don't know if they're assuming equalization. Oh, it's still saying crystallized sheet. I know the Japanese translation... What about TCB scans? One Piece TCB. That's it. I've got enough of this. Is this the latest chapter? Sorry. Wait, no. Let me not. I'm sorry. I'm getting sidetracked. I just want to know if like the new chapter come out. Has the new chapter come out for you guys yet? Does anybody know? No new chapter this week, right? Should bring back baddie gooning list. We'd have to do one for dudes just so people don't think I'm just a one-sided gooner. Still saying crystal ice sheet. That's unfortunate. I know I had one that says he split a fucking continent. God, this is why I didn't want to lose my goddamn fucking I know for a fact I have the one. It's still calling it a continent. Wait, where the fuck does he still call it a continent? Bring pickaxes, frustrating crystal. Oh yeah, I know. Cracking this monumental force, drill dragon nail. I'm impressed. Treasures, ho ho, contained room, eternity, drill dragon nail. Sandbag, mountains, splits, fist in two. When the fuck did he still call it a continent? My comment is invisible? Is your comment invisible? It shouldn't be. I'm sorry, but how is Sakura beating Kizaru Aokiji? That's what I'm saying. I'm assuming this is equalization. I don't know if it is. How does this discredit the initial flight speed? Ocean Gem, Jailbreak is a whole episode. I don't know why your comment's invisible. Some people are saying chakra is the same as hockey. They can say that. At least as far as, like, I go by, I don't verse equalize. So, there's no way to say... And the two power systems work too differently for someone to really say, oh, this is a continent. God, I'm just illiterate. Yeah, no, he does say continent. I was just focused on the fucking bold words. I was trying to skim too fast. My apologies. Yeah, no, there's a fucking continent. Yeah, I'm stupid. I'm sorry. I'm just dumb. I was reading it too fast. I was just like skimming through it and I just saw crystal ice sheet. You know, it's a continent. So, if this guy right here is considered a low tier, you can't just get him to island level. You have to literally say fucking continent. I don't know, man. Let me see.
Ace, Sabo, Queen, King, Law, Kid, Lucci, Kuma, Boa, and Marco. This tier will be much more of an issue for Sakura to deal with. The scaling range for this tier is from country level to multi-continental. From just outscaling previous scales, as most of this tier does have the potency of damaging a Yonko, who we know bare minimum.
Can you repeat those names real quick?
This tier is Go. This King tier includes Zoro,
Can hurt a Yonko.
Sanji.
Hasn't hurt a Yonko, could probably. Keyword here, probably hurt at least Big Mom.
Yamato,
Can hurt Kaido.
Crocodile,
Cannot hurt a Yonko.
Green Bull,
He's an admiral. I'll give him a yes.
Kakuri.
Cannot hurt a Yonko. He cannot hurt Kaido. I don't think he can also hurt I don't think he can hurt Big Mom either, but that's just me.
Fujitora.
I haven't seen anything from this guy that makes me think he can hurt a Yonko.
Ace.
He's an admiral. Definitely cannot hurt a Yonko.
Sabo.
Nothing I've seen from him personally makes me think he could hurt a Yonko.
Queen. King.
I don't know if these two could even hurt Kaido or Big Mom.
Law.
Definitely hurt a Yonko.
Kid.
Hurt a Yonko.
Lucci.
Did not hurt a Yonko.
Kuma.
Did not hurt a Yonko.
Boa, and
has never hurt a Yonko. She actually got curb stomped by a Yonko.
Marco. This
definitely didn't hurt a
tier
Yonko.
will be much contingency of damaging a Yonko, who we know bare minimum is killing to an old Whitebeard with a quick fruit. The speed is also going to be well into the FTL plus tier, from outscaling post time skimp speed feats and
there's no Katakuri there is no Katakuri hate. I just said the fact. When if you can get Ace, if you somehow assume that Ace is at least as strong as post-time skip Luffy, and do not believe in the slightest bit that post-time skip Luffy has gotten anything stronger up until after he fought Doflamingo, for whatever reason. I think he's gotten stronger, but that's just me. You can maybe scale Ace to Continental if you think that he's if his strongest attack is at least as strong as an elephant gun. No, we're not only doing One Piece, we're just
so we do
about,
know
like,
that the speed will be pretty much even, and the AP won't be much of a vast difference that they cannot damage Sakura. Boa and Kuma won't be much of a vast. So we do know that the speed will be pretty much even, and the AP won't be much of a vast difference that they cannot damage Sakura.
Why wouldn't any of them be able to hurt Sakura? When has she ever had like a good durability feat? What's Sakura's best durability feat? Anybody know that? Okay, she clearly couldn't. Okay, she clearly got stabbed and hurt by Sasori. She doesn't do anything else until the fucking war arc. She doesn't really take damage in the war arc. When the fuck does Sakura have any fucking? I'm asking this like honestly. I did read through all of Naruto. Does Sakura have any fucking durability feats? I never saw him hurt Luffy. I'm gonna be honest with you. Unless you think that like him punching Luffy on the side is him hurting him, and that man Luffy was walking away without a scratch. I don't know about that.
Boa and Kuma would be the first to go in this tier. Boa's abilities would be futile, and Kuma alongside Boa is just the weakest in this.
Yeah, but she didn't tank it. She got stabbed. That's more endurance than anything else. She got done by Sasuke. Kuma would just take any pain inflicted on himself and throw it back at Sakura. Kuma is too kind. That's what I'm saying. Kuma can push all the air out of someone's lungs, bro. That's true. Kuma's crazy. I don't know about pushing the air out of somebody's lungs, but definitely push somebody away. I think it's something like direct contact with it or something.
This tier. Kuma does have.
Yeah, I guess they could make durability. That's true.
Good speed to combat Sakura, but Sakura overall isn't going to be affected by anything Kuma has to.
Why not? When Frankie has a body made out of actual steel. Frankie has a body made out of actual iron or steel. I forgot. It's iron, right? Frankie's body's made out of iron. He is unaffected by like projectile attacks, and a shockwave from Kuma made him bleed out of his mouth. What the fuck is Sakura gonna tank from that? Like, are we just ignoring the fact that like Kuma can send out shockwaves that hit you internally, like attack your internal organs, or at least, you know, pass through them and therefore at least like deal some type of damage. Like, what are we doing here? I'm gonna be honest, if women in One Piece find Boa Hancock to be hot, there might be a case that like other verses could also be potentially a thing. I don't know.
The offer.
Or at least they
Marco,
find her
Ace,
beautiful.
Queen, and Crocodile would be next. The Logios would be useful, but I don't see Sakura getting overwhelmed by their abilities.
Why not? Like it. I'll say this at the end.
Especially since she has 100 healings and the raw stat advantage.
I don't disagree. I don't agree about this raw stat advantage.
Sen isn't doing
Yeah,
anything,
he's
and
not.
we saw Queen get tagged by Tony Chopper.
Yeah, but Chopper has a light speed feat. What is Sakura's light speed feat? I'm sorry. I'm just asking. What is Sakura's light speed feat? Who does she keep up with that is as fast as Naruto or Sasuke? She got done in by Madara, and when she hit Kaguya, there was no pulse. There was like no thrust on her end. There was like no leverage for her to kick herself off. She was just falling.
So nothing more to say here. Yamato
Boa turned a robot to stone just because it identifies her beauty. That has and a half. Yeah.
Green Bull, Luchin, Katakuri are the next victims. Yamato is just a brute
How is okay?
force and speed. Once Sakura catches her, she's done for.
Yamato's taking hits from Kaido. Kaido, the guy that one-shot the guy that is stronger than the guy that can split a fucking continent. Kaido one-shot the guy whose body is made out of rubber, was in a state that increased his powers several times beyond their limits, and who is stronger than a guy who could split a fucking continent. How the fuck? What? Excusez-moi? Excusez-moi, mon ami? Like, what are we talking about here? But, look, no hate to this guy. Literally, no hate to this guy. I've always said this. Power scaling is all about interpretation, but, I mean, you're not... Okay, I'm just gonna say what I was gonna say at the end of the video right now. One of the reasons why it takes me so long to make a video, and one of the reasons why I'm a bit anal about, like, doing even things like, reels in general, is because when it comes to making reels, when it comes to making any kind of content that is anything shorter than, like, 10 to 20 minutes, and I'm gonna be honest with you guys, I made a whole video on just like the Admirals versus the Yonko, right? I made a video just on Admirals versus Yonko. I thought I could get that video done in like 15 minutes max. I only talked about like 2 real fights, Luffy versus Kizaru and Whitebeard versus Akainu, since the whole Blackbeard and Green Bull things weren't really like big fights. It took me 24 minutes to just put out all of my points because, and I say this again, this is just the way that I like to do things, right? Again, I'm not saying that like his videos, like there's anything wrong with it, just, well, there's one thing that I do disagree with, that I do think is wrong with it, is that like, when it comes to this sort of thing, people are always going to disagree or agree with your claim depending on how well you provide your evidence. I'm the kind of person that I like to make a comprehensive argument. I like to make arguments that are as comprehensive as possible, which is why sometimes they might be up towards an hour long. But that's because I'm trying to be as comprehensive as possible, and I'm trying to give you guys, the viewers, as much information as possible, and as much of my own take and my interpretation as from it. And I'm trying to, like, extrapolate as much information as I can to, like, really make it clear that, like, my opinion isn't just coming out of nowhere, right? We'll read the comments after this video is done. It's only got like 4 minutes left. I'm gonna stop pausing it as much when I finish this. I do this because I know that people are gonna disagree with me on it, but I can at least give my points to those that even if they're gonna disagree with me, they'll at least. Let me slow down. Even for the people that like might disagree with me, there are some that will at least like hear out my arguments, and you know, they'll tackle said specific arguments in the comment sections. The issue with this video, at least from just the first time that I'm ever seeing this person's channel, and again, no hate towards them, it's just that you're not really providing any evidence as to why Sakura shouldn't be like a problem for these guys. The chain scaling that this person used, while I don't agree with it, also isn't comprehensive enough to where I can be like, okay, you know, I disagree, but I can still see where they're coming from. I'm pretty sure I've actually had this with you guys, with some of you in like the comment sections, where it's like where like we have a couple of back and forths, we might not agree with each other, but once you really like explain where your mentality is with some of these things, Diode, for example, he and I were having a back and forth about the whole like Sasuke and Sasuke surviving through Manga situation against Deidara, where it's like, you know, they expressed it, they said, okay, well, I just don't see it because of XYZ, and I'm like, okay, you know what, I don't agree, but completely understandable, I see your, at least I see your logic. With this video, I just don't see that.
Green Bull is just a worse Yamato, and Lucci doesn't have anything other than...
I'm sorry! What? I'm sorry! Green Bull is a worse fucking Yamato. Listen. I like Yamato. I don't think he's a bad character. I think the whole face he makes is funny. That motherfucker gets tired from making logs of wood. That motherfucker, Yamato was exhausted from making enough, was basically breathing out like he had just run a fucking 5K marathon after no training and fucking never even jogging in his life. This motherfucker was out of it. He looked like he was about to keel over and die from just making enough wood to just fill up the portions of the hidden leaf. And mind you, he didn't even do all the wood at once. At least I don't remember. Maybe I might be wrong on that. Green Bull literally made a forest. Green Bull is a forest! This motherfucker got eviscerated he got evaporated by fucking, Momonosuke's blast breath. And this motherfucker just came back from a sprout. And you're telling, he fought the Akazaya 9 and basically almost soloed them. No, he did solo them. The guys that could slash someone, that could, not slash, I mean shallow damage, sure. But the guys that could at least tank hits from fucking Kaido, who once again put down a guy who is, whatever. When Yamato Naruto can produce a whole forest with fruit that can also drain your body fluids, call me. And ate an off-guard attack from Yamato. That's what I'm saying. I'm sorry. You wanted me to crash out? I'm about to fucking crash out. What do you want from me? What the fuck do you want? I'm about to crash.
In pace with Gear 5, which is impressive, but not on that level. Katakuri has the highest chance within the set of opponents with Future Sight and a Logia effect, but Sakura would be able to figure out something eventually.
Okay. Sakura is going to figure out something. What is she going to figure out? So, some of you might notice this from some of my videos, but whenever I talk about like specific things, whenever I try to talk about like specific scenarios that could happen between characters, I usually say either I cannot answer it, or there is a certain precedent that might give us an answer. I don't like just saying a character will just figure it out because they have high battle IQ or whatever. No, I don't. I hate doing that shit. Or, well, I hate the whole idea of battle IQ in general, but like, I don't like the idea of just saying like a character's going to be able like to figure out a workaround. It's like what workaround she's going to figure out. I'll check out. Okay, I think this guy likes Sakura a little too much. Sanji will never attack a woman. Sephiroth runs the Bleach Gauntlet. Well, I'll wait and see how long that comment pops up.
And not to mention that he doesn't have any means to defeat her. Lastly, Zoro, Sanji...
What? Doesn't have any means to defeat her. My guy, he unironically made a larger hole. And I say this in the most literal sense possible. Fucking Katakuri slamming down Luffy with a single buzz cut mochi, which mind you, it's fucking spiky. It's spiky, my friend. Him slamming this lady down with a single mother-loving buzz cut mochi made a hole. Look how big this fucking hole is for just a second. 1 second. Where the fuck is it? I think it's in the anime. It actually looked like way fucking bigger. Bro, this motherfucker unironically made a bigger hole on Luffy than fucking Tsunade has ever done in the context of the fucking series. I get, okay, well, he's not the best example. But, like, bro, I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm just... He just overwhelms her physically. You're acting like Sakura has enough stamina that her strength of 100 healings is going to keep healing her over and over and over and over and over again for fucking 11 hours straight. Listen, I've said this before. I think Katakuri, no offense, I'm not trying to insult him, has not the best stamina, right? It's actually one of the things that I think Oda pointed out in an SPS, but he still fought for almost 11 hours with a 10-minute break in between. But he basically fought Luffy for about 11 hours. Fucking Tsunade can't even hold down. Tsunade, unironically, cannot even hold off her strength of hundreds healing for fucking 5 hours. Or, well, at least from however long you think, the point where she activated it to the end, to where Madara literally ripped her in half. But even then, that's basically an afternoon. Obito Dual MS is over anyone in One Piece if we're not using verse equalization. No, he's not, actually. And he wouldn't even be able to keep up with Katakuri. Unironically, I'm going to be honest with you, Ode Cole, I've already said this before, Kakashi, DMS Kakashi, even he's not beating Punk Hazard Law. I really don't think even he can beat Punk Hazard Law, but we're not going to get into that conversation.
Fujitora, Sabo, King, Kid, and Law. Fujitora is a better Green Bull with more experience and better abilities. He could...
No, he's not. They literally stalemated each other in Mary Joie. I'm sorry, but my guy, did you read One Piece? I'm not saying this again. I don't want to be mean. I don't want to be mean. Like, but it's like... saying that he's a better Green Bull with more experience, actually, and no one gives a fuck about experience. We're talking about, like, because Kaido had, like, what, 40-something years of experience out in seas, and he lost to a guy that's been out at seas for 2 fucking years, and 2.5 years, and 2 of those fucking years are... Says that he's not arguing using headcanon statements, but making up statements out of his ass, not backing them up. What argument am I... Wait. Eon says that he's not arguing or using headcanon statements, but making up... What statements have I made up? Wait, what statements have I made up? If there's anything that you want me to clarify... Oh, Remy. Oh, yeah.
Could do some Madara-esque shit, but Sakura is likely busting meteors open. Kid and Law was shown to...
I would love to see Sakura bust a meteor open. I'm not saying that she can't. What I'm saying is, I would love to see her do it. This is what I mean when I say you need some kind of precedent, right? You need something to prove that a character is at least capable of employing a tactic or a feat that you think they could employ.
Bat at Yonko just like Zoro, so we know they have some good feats to back up attacks. Law has durability negation and some broken abilities that could snag him the win if Sakura isn't cautious. Zoro...
What do you mean if Sakura isn't cautious? She could be as cautious as she fucking wants. He literally chops off her head, then chops off her body, then puts her ass in her fucking arms. He puts her head up her leg, and her foot is in her mouth. Like, what the fuck is she gonna do?
Zoro also has Haki to enhance his arsenal. Sabo is a stronger ace with better feats. Sure. He's even able to escape a room full of Gorosei, who are among the high tiers in the One Piece verse. Although he doesn't have any standout abilities, he's definitely a good opponent. Sanji won't attack Sakura, so she takes that free win. This tier...
But how does she hit them?
Offers much more of a challenge, but doesn't have the raw stats.
Exactly.
She could get caught up in...
Room is so stupid because you essentially have to fight Law outside of Room. And if we're talking post-awakening Law, he just has Rirum, which allows him to just shoot it towards you. Mind you, if he just uses Gamma Knife, it is literally stated you cannot regenerate the damage caused by Gamma Knife. So which means, okay, whatever.
Some broken abilities, but it's very unlikely. They do have the speed add, so do what you will with that. If she gets caught up, she's done for in the case of Law, but other than that, she's killing everyone else. Now for the high tiers of One Piece. This tier is on par with Sakura's AP and faster than herself. The range being multi-con to planetary. And yes, both One Piece and Sakura could be scaled higher. Not going to be using the absurd assumption that the One Piece planet is a fucking star or some bullshit. Yes, the planet is bigger, but so is the Naruto world, so there's...
No, it's not. No, it's not. I had a guy in my comment section, I'm not going to point out who it was. Sorry, I'm just eating some candy. Okay. Okay. Let me just finish chewing this. What were we talking about? Actually, oh, I had some guy bring up a point that like the Naruto world is like 9 to 17 times larger than our planet, and he used the statement from Fukasaku that he used a specific statement from Fukasaku that implies that it would take a month to reach. It would take about a month to reach Mount Miyoboku. And they essentially try to say that, like, the Naruto world should be way bigger than Earth if it takes a shinobi running at, like, top speed. I assume that they were meant top speed since it has to essentially be top speed for him to move that far. This statement right here. Which way is Mount Miyaboku again? It takes a month to get there on foot, and it also as it's also known as a maze mountain. If you don't know the secret route, you won't be able to get there. Basically, they take this statement and say that, like, if Naruto and Fukasaku move at top speed for the entirety of it and they can't even get there within a month, then the world has to be at least, like, 9.7 or some shit times larger than our planet. But it's like, it doesn't account for the fact that they would be sleeping, resting, eating food, and they probably wouldn't be running at the top of their fucking speed the entire time. Right? Like, there's honestly no way I can think of to, like, really get the Naruto world to be larger than Earth. How should one refute that the Naruto world is bigger than the Earth arguments? It depends on which argument that they use. The argument that the person that I was debating with earlier this week used was essentially this, and they were essentially saying that, like, if a ninja's even able to travel, like, 40-something kilometers an hour, that means that like, the distance would have to be this far, and then they calculated it by, like, splitting it up by, I don't know what kind of distance or whatever, and they got it to, like, and they got, like, the planet to be, like, two or three times larger than our planet or some shit. I don't remember. I don't want to pull it up just because I don't want to, like, put that person on blast. But yeah, no, I don't agree with it because, again, there's some certain factors that you cannot quantify, and unless there is actual evidence to imply it, that isn't just like, well, you know, if you take this and 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 this, and say, like, that, let me slow down. If you take certain evidence and you just say, like, well, if you account for this and then you logically assume that XYZ, then you can get the Naruto planet to be like 9 point something times bigger than our planet. I don't agree with that. The reason why you can get the One Piece planet to be so much larger, than our world isn't specifically because of, like, any one statement. It's because to have 10 to 20 million islands across the world, to have certain islands that are about the sizes of our continents to be just regular sized islands, not to mention that you also have to consider that a continent in One Piece would actually be something along the lines of, like, Asia or Africa in terms of, like, size. If a regular island like Alabasta is the size of Australia, again, just using that comparison for a second. And then there's also the idea that you also have to consider that, like, the One Piece world, we've seen a globe-like effect on it. We've seen like a globe in the Tree of Knowledge in Ohara, and it showed that the One Piece world was also inhabited by multiple different satellites, moons and or satellites. I use the word satellite because it can be smaller than a moon, it can be larger than a moon, but usually a celestial body that is no larger than a moon can be considered a satellite. No, he said over 10 to 20 million islands. I could pull up the picture if you want. But the point I'm really just trying to get to with, like, this whole little thing that I'm saying. What was it, like 9:20 or something? No, it'd have to be like a little bit after that. 9:35. It'd have to be. No, it'd have to be like wait. I ain't gonna lie, Oda was really getting creative with that shit right there. I don't know why did it have to be an octopus? I don't know, but that motherfucker was creative. Anyway, the whole point I'm just trying to make here, the whole real point I'm just trying to make here is that, like, in general, there's a lot of different factors that you can unironically use to get the One Piece world to be absolutely fucking massive. As a matter of fact, if you actually look at Beji when he went into the New World, I think it's like after chapter 5, it's before chapter, check around like chapter like 590 or something, for those of you that might want to check it out. There is a statement and an argument that, not a statement, but there's like an actual like feat right there, where What's-His-Face shows up, where Beji is on a ship and they get literally pulled up. They get, like, literally pulled up from the ground into the sky because of a satellite that exists in the middle of the ocean, and that satellite does not affect the world's currents. Okay. 5 islands in the world? Ha, that's nonsense. What? You could start counting islands and not finish until you're past 10 or 20 million. Right here. 10 or 20 million. Imagine over 2 million Australias, how big would Earth have to be? As a matter of fact, I've actually calculated that before. I've actually calculated that number before. It's fine, Chasen. It's fine. So, what's the surface area? Surface area of Australia. Surface area of Australia. So, the surface area of Australia, for example, is about, let's just say it's 3 million square miles. Surface area of Earth. Surface area. Ooh. Area of planet Earth. Planet Earth has a surface area of 196.9 million square miles. Australia only has a surface area of about 3 million square miles, but we're actually gonna do a little bit lower. We're actually gonna go a little bit lower. Calc. We're going to use the calculator real quick, guys. Okay, so I'm going to actually lowball this number a bit further, and it's actually 2.96, but we're going to go with we're just going to go with 2.9. We're just going to go with 2.9, right? If even less than 1%, we're going to say even if 0.1% of the islands in One Piece, just to give you guys the math real quick on that. The fuck? It's not deleting. Okay. If 0.1% of the islands in One Piece. Wait. I'm gonna have to make this bigger. Let me calculator science. Let me just delete all this. Cancel. Okay. If 0. Let me go back. 1%. God damn it! Stop giving me that fucking. All right. 1 second. Okay. Let's go with the low ball. 10 million, right? 10 million times 0.1 equals 1 million. If even 1 million islands times 2.9... Sorry. Not 2.9. Sorry. 2.9... That's a million islands. If there's even a million islands on the planet... As a matter of fact, I'm going to lowball the number even more. This would be approximately the surface area of all of those islands. Now, let's divide this by 19... 1,900,000... let me divide this by... Let's divide this by 1,969 million. Let's divide it by this much. The One Piece planet, on a low ball, just accounting... Oh, that's 10%? 0.1. Oh, my bad. If even 10%, so let's divide this by another 100. Let's just divide this by another 100, right? If you lowballed the One Piece world to be... Sorry, if you lowballed the number of islands to be 0.01 percent of the One Piece islands out of 10 million, if you lowballed that, you would get about what, like... Specifically 147 times the surface area of our planet. It would be about 147 times the surface area of our planet. Probably not every island is 10 to 20 million. It has to be the size of Australia. Maybe 1 to 4%. I'm going lower than that. I'm going by like 0.01. Eon's pulling out the calc proves a point. Like, the One Piece world can be up to 100 times larger than our world, and that's only including the islands. That's only including the islands that are the size of Australia. That's only including... That's not include... Mind you, that's 0.01% out of 10 to 20 million islands. How big is Alabasta, then? Alabasta has been estimated... Alabasta size. This is probably like the only pixel calc I have ever agreed with, and I've only ever agreed with it because we actually have like a metric by which we can actually scale this river right here, which is 50 kilometers wide. This river is about 50 kilometers wide, so if you use that to scale essentially like the rest of Alabasta, you can get somewhere around the size of Australia. This is about Australia right here. Maybe a little bit smaller, but the point still stands. It would be over 100 times larger than our planet, and that doesn't include the ocean, that doesn't include all other 9-point-something million islands. Like, this is absolutely insane. And mind you, there are continents larger than this. There are continents larger than this. Oh yeah, about 100 by... Yeah, I got you right now. 100... Divided by dividing by 100, you made a 0.01. Yeah. Okay, so it'd be even smaller then. Anyway, let's just finish this.
There's no reason to scale them that much higher. If anything, large planetary is fair. And by this tier, characters should be multiple times faster than light. So since they should be both on par with one another, what characters does Sakura beat? She's beating Big Mom, Rayleigh, Shiki, the Gorosei, Garp, and Sengoku.
What do you say to those who say we cannot use these statements? If you don't want to, well, first of all, there's no reason for you not to use these statements. Don't let anybody tell you that, oh, Marco doesn't. Here's the thing. For anybody to tell you that this statement from Marco is being hyperbolic, he doesn't actually know how many islands there are on the planet, this is not a statement coming directly from Marco, because there are characters upon characters upon character. Hey, what's up, Gaming Plays? There are so many... How does she beat the elders? That's what I'm thinking. There are so many characters spread out throughout the context of the One Piece story that help promote the narrative and expand the world building. To say that for whatever reason, Marco, of all characters, should not be used as someone who is, or should not be counted as someone who's allowed to, like, let's say, give you context for the One Piece world, means that every other character's statements have to be put into question then. But that's not the case. Don't forget that the land masses that are under the ocean in the One Piece world, which would make the One Piece world islands, hilltops, 100%. It wouldn't necessarily make the world any bigger, but we get the point. Mind you, all of these islands are just protrusions, like Berbogad said. They're just protrusions and just basically like large mountains or hills that actually existed on the world that was beneath, since everything has been flooded. The One Piece world isn't Marco the fucking navigator of the crew, and he's also their doctor. But, yeah, I don't know. The point is, if any character in One Piece essentially gives any kind of line or text that helps promote the world building or size of the planet, it's fair game. That's fair, yeah. So there's no reason why anyone should tell you, well, these statements are being hyperbolic. No, it's not being hyperbolic. There is no statement within the context of the entire One Piece world that actually contradicts the statement. If a statement contradicts this, I will be the first person to say that might not entirely be true, and I would tell you guys that. The thing about statements like this, or even like, let's say, the Luffy 10 times multiplier, is that if there is a statement or a piece of evidence that can directly contradict it, then that is complete. Then there is some reason to look at it with some level of with some level of damn, I'm slowing down. With some level of contention. Sorry, guys. I hope at the end of the series, we get the Nami world map. I hope by the end of the series, Oda gives us a fucking map of the world. Like, I really want it.
Alongside Gazelle.
First of all, I don't even know why he's...
Mom, Rayleigh, Shiki, the Gorosei, Garp, and Sengoku.
Okay, first of all, I just gotta say it right now. Because I've just been thrown so off by many of the things that this person has said. Why the fuck is he in the fucking top tiers? Why the fuck is he in the high tiers? This guy's a fucking fraud. This guy couldn't even fucking finish off a pre-time skip Luffy with the intent to kill. No, I'm talking about fucking what's his face. I'm talking about this afro-headed asshole fucking Sengoku piece of shit, absolute fraud, pencil pushing, desk sitting piece of garbage.
Alongside
Sakura or Sengoku. Here. I don't like Sakura, but I will never say that she is useless as far as part 2. As far as the post-time skip of Naruto, I will never say Sakura is useless. I do not like her character, and I dislike her for completely different reasons. But to say that Sengoku is a high tier is absolutely... It's copium. It's absolute copium. I'm sorry.
Zaru. The only issue here, like I've mentioned, is speed. Other than that, her AP should be above these characters, if not even. She also has 100 healings for a little boost. The hockey department will also present Sakura with much more issue to maneuver around. She's a better and physically stronger Garp, so Big Man Galaxy Punch is like a part to her, to be honest.
100%,
but Prime Garp should be much higher, obviously. Next up is the mystery group, in which...
What do you say?
But Prime Garp should be much higher, obviously. Next up is the mystery group, in which we don't have enough info to really gather whether she will win or lose. But these characters include Emu, Dragon, Rocks, and the Fingerling. We know them to be in...
No, No, Kaido, no. Kaido fucked them up. Kaido left them crying and begging Luffy to get them the fuck out of there. Kaido did his job. He didn't have to couldn't finish them off. He just chose not to. He let them wallow in their misery.
This scaling range,
Don't ever
but whether they're
like
higher or lower with broken abilities is yet to be seen. The ones I'm on the edge with is Mihawk, Kuzan.
Bro, I'm sorry. I just have to show you guys this right now. And again, this is not. This was just something that I saw earlier that legitimately just had me laughing. Garp launches ship. I don't need punches ship. No. I don't need that bullshit. I need launches. Guys, real quick. Guys, I'm just saying. I've never seen a Naruto character do this with just the force of their punch. Just raw strength, no hockey, no bullshit. Literally launched a ship into the sky. Launched a ship into the sky with the force of his punch. What are we watching? We're watching Peak right now, and then we're watching another power scaler essentially give us their opinion on like
Kaido. We've seen Mihawk, but he's yet to do anything crazy. And their statement that he's on par with Shanks, but I'm an advocate Shanks investor, so I don't buy this and rather use the skill department instead. But his hockey is broken, so this fight is a toss-up for me. Kuzan has ice.
Bro, Garp literally Kudo bursted his own ship. Garp literally Kudo bursted his own. Yo, Dio, you get me, man. You get me.
But I can just see her punching through most of it. The only problem would be fast freezes and the speed edge. Finally, Kaido, who is just a tank, and they would likely go back and forth. He does have higher durability than her, and likely
he would smash her down with his Kanabo constantly. He would do the same shit he did to Luffy and just blow her down all the way to the fucking water, man. I don't know.
AP. So whoever outlasts who wins this. It's more likely than not Kaido, since he has better stamina and whatnot. Now for the characters I don't see her beating are Shanks, Luffy, Whitebeard, Akainu, AP, and Roger will change. Whitebeard is stamina and whatnot. Now for the characters I don't see her beating are Shanks, Luffy, Whitebeard, Akainu, Roger, and Black.
He did that to a 60-meter ship. You know how large fucking government battleships are? He did that to his own personal ship. Mind you, these boats are larger than tailed fucking beasts.
Shanks is the hockey GOAT and likely the strongest Yonko. Luffy was shown to defeat Kaido in his Yonko status, so we know him to be in the planet range. Whitebeard is just the creator of the most used AP feat. Blackbeard has 2 devil fruits along with hockey, which makes him pretty busted. He was shown to struggle with law.
I'm not gonna lie to you, I unironically think that Sakura might actually like at least break one of Blackbeard's ribs. I do think that she would at least break one of Blackbeard's ribs, arguably.
But he is a meathead, so yeah. Then there's Akainu, who just has the highest AP devil fruit, and Roger was the pirate king, who's able to clash with Prime Whitebeard. So Sakura solos like 99% of the verse.
90? Alright.
With like 6 characters only beating her. If we was to take both of
I'm not gonna lie, and this has nothing to do with like the video or what he's saying. I just really hate the fact that I think I'm hearing some like some Dr. Mario music in the background. And I'm gonna be honest with you. My friend has me completely fucking traumatized with Dr. Mario. He's so good at it.
Versus max AP scaling, then Sakura clears, but giving this reasonable scaling, she almost solos. One Piece is just a much.
I'm sorry. Okay, let's read the comments. Once again, nobody send any kind of hate towards this guy. If we don't agree, we don't agree. That's fine. The honest truth. I could listen to Long's takes. Okay. Anyway. Sakura can walk on water by using chakra. Luffy can't swim. Just throws him into the ocean. Luffy is one-tapping Midura. Luffy can fly by using Gear 4 and Gear 5. So he's rubber. In one effect, something like hockey can nullify his double fruit. You should do a Sun Wukong gauntlet. The fact that this video was made is crazy enough. The fact that the topic's even debated is crazier. Every top tier he mentioned scales way higher than her. She's not gonna touch Rayleigh before Don't forget the way the Hokage and Admirals. Oh yeah, no, we're gonna check it out. We're gonna check it out. We're gonna check that video out, and then I'm gonna be heading out, guys, because I do have to go do some chores. She's not even gonna touch Rayleigh. He blitzes and one-shots her. Big Mom stealing her idiot soul. Shiki, despite not being technically canon, still one-shots her due to thanks to his devil fruit. Sure, she can damage the Gorosei, but she literally fucking immortal. They're literally fucking immortal. Okay. Read. Let's see. Dragon, blah blah. There's legitimately one good point you made is that she doesn't beat Shanks, Luffy in argument, but that bullshit statement that she solos 90% of the verse is stupid. She gets okay. I think that's a bit aggressive. It's a good thing she was showing Sakura some respect. Glad we made this video. I really don't like the way you're scaling. Like Sakura versus Crocodile, you forget that he can absorb all the water from anybody he's touching. She would be dead if she knows it. Yeah. It's not technically greatest explosive. That would be a C3. Not sure scaling Sasori above Sasuke in that way is the most logical, though, given that Sasuke was actively holding back against Deidara. I don't know about Sasuke holding back against Deidara because he was kind of fucked up after that fight. I haven't seen the Mihawk upskill meme. I'll check it out in a second. What do you think about people that think that Mihawk's weaker than Shanks? The only thing I think is that they don't know that Mihawk solos. He doesn't have Shanks doesn't have a black blade. If you don't have a black blade, you can't beat Mihawk. Cope. That is one of describing snapping her horn and bruising her cheek, though, through the back of her head. Also, I want to point out that was an off-guard moment. We know for a fact that Naruto characters have off-guard moments all the time. Well, not all the time, but when it's an off-guard, durability definitely is taken into factor. In Kakashi, Hida, and Shinobi are resisted freezing their internal organ by using their internal chakra to warm themselves, and Sakura is confirmed to have fire release in the new era in Retsuden. With her chakra reserves, her stamina is probably lasting quite a while. I don't know about that. I don't know how she's lasting multiple hours with that shit. Maybe multiple hours I could maybe see, but like I don't know how she's lasting. Well, I mean with Tsunade it was a bit different because like she was out of chakra. She wasn't like holding up chakra for years, but she also ran out just to like save Naruto and Sasuke. I mean, sorry, Naruto and Jiraiya. You were using Dragon Ball logic and applying it to Naruto as if the next villain is vastly stronger than the former every single time. Within the context of the story, Shin stronger than Madara and Ten Tails Obito at the end of the war arc. Again, an Otsutsuki member who ate a chakra fruit versus a failed former experiment of Orochimaru who's obsessed with the Uchiha clan. Even when it comes to Ishiki, Kaguya betrayed him and ate the chakra food herself, leaving him to resort to the shitty vessel of the tiger to survive, which led him to having to fight KCM2 Naruto, who had long since lost. I don't know about that. Additionally, if you read the manga, pay attention. Kaguya Team 7, they were getting washed and needed assistance to set up Hafahoromo, the sacrifice Obito, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Chakra and Haki are not the same thing. Even if you want to say someone gets past Moria and she hard stops at Kizaru because, say it with me, class, Chakra is not the same thing as Haki. I do agree with that. Even if you grant verse equalization, she's not consistently fast enough to keep up with Kizaru. One Piece characters are able to fly / moves through the air. Because they literally generate enough force to kick off of it. It is literally called Skywalk. Has Sakura ever achieved such a feat in physical raw strength alone? Let me see what he wrote. Oh, and he just wrote a clown. Okay. I definitely don't respect. Thanks for proving my point by avoiding the scale. Scrap Sakura universal when in reality it's nowhere near your top tiers. And if you read One Piece, and honest, I mainly read One Piece, and I'm still more honest than you about Naruto. If I'm wrong, show me a manga panel or concede. Yeah. Okay. I definitely don't like that. Hey, CJ's here. The only impressive feat Sakura has is punching Kaguya in the back of the head. She really thinks Sakura's soul is going crazy. Seemed like you want steroids. Okay. I'm not going to read the rest of that, but that was funny. Okay. Please read the newest comments on this video. Please don't tell me you guys like put anything rude. I'll do that, but please don't tell me you guys put in anything rude. I don't want to... Eon, bring back Bungus. Alrighty then. Alrighty then. She literally has no win condition against the Gorosei. Yeah. Alrighty then. W10K coming soon. Yeah, hopefully. We're actually getting a couple more subscribers, and I'm really excited about that, guys. Hey, we got 43 current viewers. I hope everybody's having a good night. I hope everybody's enjoying themselves. We're going to check out the Hokage versus the Admirals. You know it was by, like, Afro Saiyan from a year ago? Sure. I haven't seen this one yet.
So apparently...
Okay, who's Bungus? Bungus was a character that I threw in when we were talking about, I kind of just, like, threw him in when I was making, like, when I was writing down some stuff on these pages, and everyone just kind of got, like, hyper-fixated on Bungus. It was just, like, some red moth fly thing that I said had the ability to withstand all heat, and they kind of just scaled him to universal. Bro literally just leaves a clown emoji instead of disproving an argument. Yeah, I don't agree with that. I'll say that. I definitely didn't like that, but we move on. Do you believe Shanks is the strongest Yonko? Currently, for me, it's between him and Luffy. Currently, it's between him and Luffy. I do think at least narratively speaking, he should still be above Luffy, which I am 100% okay with. But I don't know if I would say Shanks is stronger than Luffy. Do Naruto versus Luffy by Yonko long takes? I'm not gonna do that, and I'm only gonna say this because I do need to head out after watching this. Admirals versus Jinchuriki, guys. I will write these videos. Actually, let me write these down. I will do a stream. Next week. I promise. Be sure to tune in. I promise I will watch these videos. Admirals versus Jinchuriki, and you said Luffy versus Naruto long takes. I'm gonna keep those videos in the back foot. Luffy versus Naruto lonks takes. And then the other one was Admirals versus Jinchuriki. By the way, I don't think the Jinchuriki just do it. I don't think the Jinchuriki have it. I really don't think so. If anything, the others are getting in Naruto's way.
I was supposed to make this video when I hit 1k subs, and honestly I forgot about it.
I just took him behind the shed.
One of my subs had to remind me, and a lot more others have been disturbing me about it. So after this long ass wait, we're finally here. I'm also just coming out of a 1 month hiatus as well, so what better way to get back in business than the classic Naruto vs One Piece matchup. The Admirals versus the Hokages is a long debated matchup that a few power scalers on this platform have done, most of them doing a terrible job at it if I must say, but nonetheless I'm here to bring you the stone cold fight like I always do, so let's get it.
Okay.
Typically, the main admirals are Akainu, Kizaru, and Aokiji, but because they'll be going up against the Hokages and we've got 7 of them, I'll be throwing in the other Navy Marines to equal the team. So coming in, we've got Green Bull, Fujitora, as well as the legendary Marines Sengoku and Monkey D. Garp. And to make this fight balanced, everyone has to be in their strongest forms because we don't want excuses, right? So it's hypothetical Prime Garp and Sengoku that will be here. The rest of the admirals are already in their prime, so no need for any story on that. Now for the Hokage lineup, we've got the god of Shinobi himself, first Hokage Hashirama, Lord 2nd Tobirama, Lord 3rd the Professor Sarutobi Hiruzen, 4th Hokage the Yellow Flash Namikaze Minato, Lord 5th the Slug Princess herself aka my baby, Tsunade Senju. We've got the 6th Hokage, Copy Ninja Kakashi, and lastly the greatest and strongest of them all, Nanadaime Uzumaki Naruto. And like I said earlier, to keep it balanced, I'll be using everybody at their strongest, so Hashirama would be in his prime, his alive version. I'll be using Warak, Tobirama, and Hiruzen here due to their best feats being in this form. KCM Minato from the Warak as well, Warak Tsunade. Post-Warak Kakashi, I'll be using post-Warak Kakashi because that's when he becomes Hokage, right? And for Naruto, let's just use KCM 2 Sage Mode, or at worst 6-part Sage Mode. And if you are wondering why I'm not using stronger forms of Naruto like Naruto the Last or Hokage Naruto, I mean, I think it should be obvious why. But watch till the end to find out, I guess. Also, before I begin, chakra is equal to haki, so none of that Logia nonsense here.
If you want my honest opinion, in terms of like the Yonko's ranking, for every single like season, it would be, assuming that like Shanks and Kaido and Big Mom haven't gotten like anything crazy. Oh! No! I saw the comments. I saw somebody say, there it is. Oh, there we go. That's what it was. I just looked at the page. I didn't even read what was on the page. I just recognized the fucking panels. God damn it. You guys want me to watch a video with verse equalization. Oh, alright. Nothing matters. It's actually just as subjective as possible. It's just as subjective as possible. Yeah, no. I'm sorry. I just want to say this. I'm just gonna say this. Anytime I see an argument that has verse equalization, listen, I don't want to say that they're any worse. I don't want to say that like anyone who uses verse equalization like is wrong or blah blah blah. I don't care about any of that. It's just that whenever you have arguments derived from verse equalization, you kind of have to throw out also some actual mechanics within each of the power systems. Like if Luffy runs out of haki, if he uses Gear 4, did he just straight up die? You know what I mean? You have to kind of just throw out a bit of shit out the window and just say, hey guys, it's just so everything works. I don't know. The fight it doesn't matter. Like, okay, when verse equalization happens, you can technically just argue anything. You can just argue absolutely anything at that point. Like, there's just no nuance. There's no context. It just works. It doesn't matter. It just works. So everything works. Okay. What? Yeah. It's all good. It's all good.
And it's not like this is some ample advantage either. This is basically
See, that's where you and I disagree, good sir. Oh man, I'm not leaving for like the next hour. All right, you guys have me locked in. That's where you and I disagree, good sir, because it's the difference between any jutsu hitting these guys and them actually having to find a workaround the Logia ability. It's the difference. It's not about the Kage having to figure out that they're weak to water style. It's not about trying to counter their abilities with any kind of negating chakra nature or whatever, or I don't know, elemental weakness. No, it's all about just hit him with a jutsu, just punch him. If it's infused with chakra, it works. I think, I'm sorry, but just me personally, I think that's a pretty big advantage.
the Kage is going into the One Piece verse and learning basic armament haki, just enough to neg Logia intangibility.
Actually, that's not entirely true. So one thing that, like, I always found that to be one thing I've always found to be very interesting, at least within One Piece, is that many abilities in One Piece don't actually require that much stamina. Yes, there are examples like Trafalgar Law having to, like, lose some years of his life to make an extra large room, or him actually being exhausted from using Gamma Knife. But once your body catches up to your Devil Fruit, or once you've reached like a certain level of like affinity with your level fruit, like, you don't have to be awakened per se, but once you've reached a certain level of mastery with your level fruit, you like, nothing just causes stamina anymore. I'm not kidding. You could really look at any of the Admirals. They don't get tired from using their abilities. They get tired from getting punched in the fucking face. So oh no, versus battle definitely does use verse equalization, but we're not gonna get into that. By the logic of this bullshit, by the logic of verse equalization, you also technically have to account for, you know, Devil Fruit abilities having an actual stamina cost as well. Or because they're chakra now. But whatever, let's just continue.
Power levels are still the same, and it shouldn't be a problem after all. We're just trying to find out who's truly stronger, so no biggie, right?
I guess by like a certain metric, if you're just trying to see like which character is objectively strong, you don't even have to put him in a fight. If you're just trying to figure out what character is stronger, you don't even have to put him in a fight at that point. You just say, well, Kaido has above continental AP, Madara / 2 mountains, for example. Like that's kind of what, like, if you want to just find out who's stronger, just compare the feats at that point. You don't even have to put him in a fight.
Now, when it comes to scaling the Admirals, in terms of AP, the strongest Admirals here, being Prime Garp and Sengoku, should at best be in the large planetary ranges, being rivals to Prime Whitebeard and Roger. Sure. Whitebeard being the only character stated to be able to destroy the One Piece world, which is somewhat implied to be a large planet. Now, regardless...
I'm gonna be honest with you, my voice almost dropped. I swear to God, you keep promoting Sengoku here, I might actually start doing some Celestial Dragon shit. That man does not get any praise in my chat. I'm kidding. But, my jaw dropped for a second. He actually fucking said that Whitebeard is large planetary. I'm sorry, I'm just taken aback. Nobody ever argues that shit. Okay, Naruto, there's BS Naruto upscale, sure.
Regardless of how you feel about these statements, whether or not you think it's an hyperbole isn't too important. We're just giving them the full benefit. Following those two, like, Akainu should be much relative to them being able to give old Whitebeard trouble. And then Aokiji and Kizaru are just right behind him in power. They are weaker than him, but they are not scrubs either. Both of them being in the moon level ranges at best. And of course, the two weakest Admirals are Fujitora and this bomber.
I'm sorry, 1 second. Insatiable Hunger, that's one of the things that I always find so funny. Like, I'm willing to give Obito Kamui. I'm willing to have my characters find a way to work around Obito's Kamui. But the thing about Kamui is that it's beaten through raw speed. If you can just outspeed Obito the moment he tries to hit you, you can hit him. No one ever argues that Kamui shouldn't be used in a fight because it's not fair or someone might not have a win condition. You throw, let's say, War Arc Sakura versus Obito, it's not a fight because she has no way around Kamui. She cannot time it. She doesn't have better reaction time than Obito. That's never something you will hear for Logia users. It's always like, why should they have that intangibility? It makes it harder for us to hit them. Yeah, no, that's an actual thing in One Piece. Just That's an actual. I'm sorry. I just have to like do this real quick. I know that we're like getting into like this whole verse equalization discussion, but like, that's an actual fucking thing that they should have to deal with. I'm sorry. If, oh wait, no, this is way too far in. I'm sorry. I have to actually go back. This is an actual thing that they should have to deal with. This is an actual like drawback situation where like these guys shouldn't just walk their way through it. The reason why I say this is because in One Piece, Kizaru is a fucking problem. They cannot hit him. Some of these guys, none of these guys have like, at least most of them don't seem to have haki. When he's blasting them or whenever they hit him, look at this shit, he just forms himself back up and fucks them up. You think this is fair? I could definitely say, make a versus battle between like Kizaru and Nami. Nami has no way of hitting him. Well, maybe Zeus, if she, like, slams him, and that's, like, a one-time hit that Kizaru can definitely block. But the point here is that, like, if it weren't for Zeus, Nami would just have no win condition. And that's completely fine. Some character fights are just not meant to be. Some character fights are just not fair. Especially in One Piece. The entire point of the Marineford and post and pre-time skip, like, final war, was essentially just to prove to these characters that they were not ready for the world. They're not ready to fight these guys. There are people out there in One Piece that are, objectively speaking, not ready to fight these guys. And that's okay. It do be like that sometimes. When the fuck does, oh. Where is it? Where the fuck is it? Yeah, right here. They're trying to fucking shoot and stab this man. It's not a fair ability to have. Yeah, being completely light, it's complete bullshit. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm still going to use it in a versus battle because in the same way I would use Kamui, I'm going to use this. To beat Obito's Kamui, you need a speed and good timing. Loki intangibility just isn't fair. It's passive and you need haki and elemental weaknesses. And you know what? It just do be like that sometimes. But that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's unfair. If you then just simply don't do the matchup. The times, hey, Remy's in the stream? Hey, I didn't notice. Maybe I'm just in a stream. Maybe I was just, Is Remy really watching the stream? Really? Oh, well, hi, Remy. Do you know Remy, or why did he heart my bungus comment? I don't know, but I assume that he's probably watching the stream. And if you're here, Remy, hey, man, I don't agree with your video, but I'm going to be honest, I'm happy you're here, man. Like, all I'm trying to get through with this is that, like, yeah, just don't make the matchup. Listen, there are certain matchups that I just feel like shouldn't be made at that point, right? Like, if you're going to complain about a character just not having a fair matchup, just don't make the matchup. And sometimes it sucks. So an ability a character canonically has is unfair? No, that's just how it's written. Exactly. We just recently reacted to one of his videos. I didn't agree with it, but that was basically it. I just crashed out for a moment.
Ask Rainbow who was
just
running from
takes.
Shanks.
It's fine.
Both of these two should be in the multi-continent ranges at best, especially
Mario can potentially beat him. Goku can kill ghosts, so a Boo from Mario can potentially beat him, I suppose, I guess.
with Fujitoria's meteor strikes.
And
for their durability, it should also be on the same level for the most part, due to the simple fact of being able to tank the counter force of their own attacks. And they also have some limited resistance to Duran Egg when real haki is factored in. The Admirals also have top tier stamina, freak levels of it actually. In Punk Hazard, Akainu and Aokiji could fight each other for 10 days straight until it finally ended. Even Roger and Whitebeard could fight for 3 days straight in their prime, and Garp and Sengoku could rival these guys, so you kind of get an idea of how much stamina these guys have. Now, when it comes to speed, the easiest way to scale all the
Ishiki's ability to what was it? Daikokuten or something like that. Ishiki's ability to like shrink. If I start doing Boruto, I'm not gonna say, oh yeah, no, but they also be able to like XYZ. No, if Ishiki's ability is that busted, I'll let it be that busted. It's fine. Like, if Ishiki can't be sensed by, like, chakra, I mean, that's fine. I don't know why, if it's by presence, and he can shrink himself down to a point where you can't sense his presence, I'm fine with that also being a counter for Haki. That's completely fine. Like, here's the thing. I can't argue that, like, Haki would work on Ishiki, because I don't know if he can shrink himself down to the point that his presence just completely disappears. And not because of a chakra sense, since Naruto couldn't sense him through Sage Mode, which senses off of a person's chakra. The Otsutsuki can simply cancel out, like, their chakra signature. Even though Eon doesn't like most Souls games, he's really out here saying get good. I like Souls games, actually. I do prefer playing with them. But all I'm trying to get at with this shit is that, like, if there's an argument that Ishiki can't be hit when he's, or like he can't be sensed, I'm fine with going with that. If the ability is that busted, there's no issue with it, bro.
The Admirals is to Kizaru, who is a character stated by Oda himself to be able to move at the speed of light. And Prime Gap, Sengoku, and Akainu should be the only ones among the Admirals above this level of speed, but not too far off anyway. I see people try to upscale and wank the hell out of the Admirals by claiming even weaker characters like pre-time skip Luffy's MFTL scaling above the Pacifista, but that's easily debunkable as we know.
Give me 1 second. I need water for this. I need water for this because oh man. The Afro Saiyan. Listen, welcome to the community. We do not agree on a lot of things. Wow. They're not light speed. They're running. Alright, let the bullshit begin. Alright, so, I'm just gonna say it. Listen, you cannot just show a scene of these guys dodging beams of light, jumping around them, and avoiding them while running headfirst into a guy that is shooting them, and tell me these guys don't at least have FTL reaction time. You want Hiruzen, the third Hokage, to lose? Alright. That's a take. You know what? Hiruzen hate isn't... I understand it at least. I don't see it that way, but I understand it at least. I understand where you're coming from. I had someone say, well, since Haki's a power system negates devil fruit intangibility, it's fair to say that to have it negged by chakra, but since Obito's intangibility never got negged by a chakra power system, then it remains. That's so dumb. I mean, obviously Haki could sense intent. They can basically read their minds and know where he is. I would say that at least Future Sight would work. I would at least argue against Ishiki, Future Sight should always work. There's no way he should be able to catch you off guard if you have Future Sight. They are not light speed, shows them dodging light. Foxy shoots literal light, said it like 3 times in the same arc. The arc made out of light isn't... the man made out of light isn't light speed as a classic. Yeah, a Future Sight should counter Ishiki rods. Yeah, I agree with that. Now, let me actually bring up a specific thing. I actually got into that whole discussion that I got on Facebook. Real quick, some guy tried to bring up the point with, like, Gazelle Man saying that, like, listen, if Luffy and Zoro were truly light speed, why didn't they catch up to this guy who's only running at 200 kilometers per hour? And I'm like, my guy, first of all, I kind of like pushed my channel without saying it was me, and said, like, there's a great video by a very handsome, talented YouTuber out there that titled, "Yeah, One Piece is faster than light," and and no, he basically brought up one of the arguments that I use. And they always love falling for, like, this stupid Gazelle Man argument. It's so dumb. Okay, so the idea is essentially that, like, if Gazelle Man can run at 200 kilometers an hour and Luffy and Zoro didn't catch up to him, then they're not faster than light. And it just and the counter argument's so simple. It's they were distracted. They gave chase as soon as they could. And if he didn't take Tama, they wouldn't have gotten to the town, beaten the bad guys, stolen the food, and then fought Kaido, which then leads to Luffy getting stronger. The entire first encounter is contingent on Gazelle Man taking Tama. If he doesn't take Tama, they never get to that town, they never get Kaido's attention. Sometimes the author is going to sometimes things might not make sense, But the author is going to put story over everything else. Yeah, the characters are light speed, 100%. I don't deny that. That doesn't mean that Oda is going to make these guys or give some situation that might not be entirely logically, or that like might not entirely like logically like make be enough for you, but it leads to a series of events that then say, oh hey, we're moving the plot along. He's not, oh, maybe the scene might not, you might not agree with like the context of it, but it's like, yeah, no, it's fine. They still get to him. They still kick his ass. It doesn't matter. They don't have to blitz him every now and every time. If every single character moved at top speed in every single situation that had anything to do with plot, the story would be boring. It would never get anywhere. That's why they always have to write out Superman. Or send him out to another mission or another planet or some bullshit. He solves it right away. That's the most logical conclusion. If Superman was there, he'd fix it. Same thing with Luffy. The whole reason why he had to get on the snake might have been boring, but guess what? It's necessary so that the plot moves along. Otherwise, Luffy just fights an L straight up. The plot goes nowhere. There needs to be stakes. I'm sorry. Sorry, I had to go on that whole little rant because I really hate like the I really just cannot stand anti-One Piece logic. I really cannot understand it. I really try to look at everything from as many angles as possible. I really try to like play my own devil's advocate, or like basically my own devil's advocate, but it's like, no. It's I don't know. I just still need Brook, my Brook upscale. Brook needs more love. I do want to see some more stuff for Brook. Plot-induced stupidity, yeah.
Even though Luffy could react to the so-called light-speed pacifistas, he was still getting blitzed by a light-speed kick from Kizaru, so...
Luffy's moving at 10 times light speed right now. He's in second gear. If you lowball Luffy and say he hasn't improved whatsoever since he left Sabaody, you would have to somehow argue... that Luffy didn't... that not only did Luffy not get faster... that he's not moving at top speed while in second gear to get to his brother in an extremely stressful and high-stakes situation where he's against 3 dudes that could each kill him in an instant if they really wanted to. This man is dashing at them as fast as he can, and Kizaru says too slow while using a canonic 10 times multiplier. Make it make sense. Do we just not know that? It's fine if we don't know the scaling. But it's like, where's the logic?
Obviously, 2 + 2 = 4. It was clearly much slower than that. Even from the One Piece 3D 2i movie, with scaling acknowledged by Oda, its reference to natal characters in the verse can barely 2i movie, with scaling acknowledged.
Asking after Oda if he was okay with the idea we had, and he got his approval, and since it was appearing on Saturday Night Primetime, he decided to make it into a story rolling around Luffy. Oh.
By Oda. Its reference to natal characters in the verse can barely react to things at the speed of light. Even stated to be impossible, so much so that they would require observation.
Yeah, a regular person can't do that. That's why you use hockey. It massively increases your ability to perceive these things. You know what else does that? The Sharingan. You know what else does that? Sage mode. Yeah, perceiving things at high speeds can be hard. Especially when you can't hear it. Maybe if it's faster than light, I don't know, maybe you can't hear it, I don't know. Can you use the same exact argument for Naruto or Bleach? What moments were they chasing someone or running somewhere else that should be way slower than them? That's a very good argument. I don't have anything off the top of my head right now. Shamrock was gassing Gunko's power level to be on par with Loki. I guess you could maybe argue Sakura chasing after Madara and like Naruto and Sasuke just not doing anything about that. Shamrock was gassing Gunko's power level to be on par with Loki. Yeah, that's crazy. Don't spoil anything for me in terms of like the new chapter, if anything. That's such a dumb argument when the world is 100 times its speed.
Just to do so. So, I think my point here is pretty clear. All of those brain-dead couch stacking those One Piece power scalers be doing is obviously inconsistent.
Aim dodging! No!
You guys, why do you guys want me to watch this? Real talk. Why is this what you wanted? Is this what you wanted from me? You wanted me to fucking give you a reaction. Alrighty then. Fucking aim dodging. Fan-fucking-tastic. Alright, what do you gotta say?
And by the author and the lore of One Piece. For the most part, the fastest Admirals should be in the FTL plus ranges at best, while the weaker ones should cap at FTL, and this is at best. Now,
what does FTL plus mean? I know some of you are gonna give me like some 50 times light or whatever, or to 100 times. I don't know. I don't care. I just say FTL. I don't really care to say like massively faster than light or like MFTL plus. I don't care about that shit because it still just means faster than light. You know what I mean? At that point, like if we're just trying to quantify it at that point, I don't know. My bad. Not new chapter 151. Oh, okay. Oh boy, someone bring out the bingo card. Eon, yeah.
Moving on to the Okages, and when it comes,
we gotta make a bingo card for this shit. We gotta make like a crazy ass bingo card for this. That'd be fun. Just react to like different power scaling videos and just yeah. I think that'd be fun.
to scaling the attack potency, starting with the strongest Kages, the first and seventh. As I had said earlier, I'd be using Naruto in a weaker form, which is KCM to save money. And in this mode, he would casually be many tiers above planetary, massively outscaling both the 9 tails and 10 tails, who are both easily planetary.
I'm gonna call it right now. He's gonna use the Kurama, turn the world to ash statement. I mean, he could blow up a planet. He's gonna do that.
Stated numerous times to be able to destroy the planet. And
earth-shattering destructive power. The earth quivers and the heavens shake. Yeah, because giant explosions happen. You know, like when... Well, maybe not well, maybe you guys don't know. I actually hope you guys don't know. But only because it's, like, real fuck shit. You guys know when, like, an explosion happens, like, in a movie? And, like, the ground shakes? It's like a really loud roar. Like, you could just hear it from, like, miles and miles away. Like, I'm talking about the real fucked shit, right? Like, the real big explosions in movies. Like, nukes type shit. You know, some would say that a building exploding, for example, would make the earth quiver and the heavens shake. You know, you would feel an explosion. You would feel the ground shake for a bit. You know what else does that? Tailed beast bombs. Every time I see a tailed beast bomb, the ground shakes and the sky sounds like really, like the explosion's just really fucking loud. You know, that's fair. That doesn't mean it's planetary. It just means it's loud and powerful. Earth-shattering destructive power? I mean, I guess if you mean literally it shatters the earth. I mean, it does leave large holes. You know? There's a big hole every time you shoot a tailed beast bomb. That would probably shatter the earth. I don't know. Destructive power makes kind of sense. I don't know if I would say that it would, like, destroy the planet. Splits the lands. Okay. Carries mountains. And is the progenitor of all that exists in this world. Not true. Not actually true. Because we know that the Ten Tails is a point given by the Otsutsuki. So this doesn't really mean anything. This is just hearsay. This is just lore. I don't know if I would agree that, you know, he actually created all that exists in this actual world. I don't know about that. I wouldn't agree with that. It's just as you've heard. Those are the rumors. You know what I mean? I don't think it's to be taken literally. No, he's not really being biased on that one, but like but here's the thing, when you hear shit for Whitebeard, it's not a fancy use of words. They're not talking fancy. No, you're getting a literal statement from a character. We know for a fact this statement right here is not necessarily true. I don't know if it carries mountains. It's never done that. Split the land? I mean, it does make very large-tailed beast explosions. And, you know, this isn't destroying the planet, but that is covering, you know, a pretty large area. The progenitor of all that exists, this is just blatantly wrong. This right here is just blatantly not true. This right here, I would just not agree with this at all. Because we know that, because Boruto is a thing. If Boruto wasn't a thing, I couldn't say shit. But we know this isn't true. So, when you have a character who, again, knows what you're capable of, you're not some old fucking wives' tale. You're not using fancy language. No, you're just literally yelling, that man has the power to destroy the world. I don't know, man. Like, I don't know what to do with that when those earthquakes can be felt across the planet. I'm not saying he could actually do it. I'm not saying that. But also, earlier we checked it out, and on a massive low ball, the One Piece planet is like 147 times like planet Earth. So I'm just saying, if anybody should have a statement like that given that kind of context, I would probably say at least planetary. But that's just me. Again, this is all a matter of opinion. I'm not saying I'm right. I definitely disagree. But like, I'm just saying there's other ways of interpreting this that then actually taking it all as literally as fucking possible. I'm sorry, I just had to go through that little fucking rant. I've been doing this argument with people for so long, I feel like I might as well just break it down the best way I can. And this video just so happens to, you know, have brought this out on me. Bro, I already saw that video. I don't think I care for
feats in the Naruto verse to support this tier of power.
SB6.
And of course, this applies to Hashirama as well, as when he was alive, he pretty much bullied the Nine Tails and turned him into a pet.
What feat does Hashirama have that's over, I don't know, country level? I guess if you want to say he could like one-shot the leaf with the Shinshu Senju, sure. How many does Hashirama have a continental feat? I don't know.
That's just how easy it was for him. And then even in a much weaker state as an Edo Tensei, he could completely restrain the Ten Tails with his deity gates. And we all know how much stronger the Ten Tails is.
The planet placed after the planetary. Can you tell me what the repercussions of the planet faced after the planetary Biju bombs hit it? You know what? There was a very big patch of land that was like just gone. But that it still wasn't a planetary thing. You know what I mean? Like, Obito blew up 4 tailed beast bombs in a fucking closed off area, and the ground beneath them didn't break down entirely. At least I don't remember that shit. If any of those were planetary, you'd think the explosion from like underneath the earth would, you know, fuck them up. fuck up the actual surface. I don't know, man. I'm just saying. It's a lot. It's a lot. You kind of have to, like... I think that this is, like, an extinction level threat. I do think that, like, the Ten Tails would wipe out the planet if given enough time. But that's the key word there, time. Do I think the Ten Tails could probably shoot down the planet from, like, one spot? Maybe. It seems to go only such a distance. I don't know if it's, like... blasting out on the other side of the planet. I don't think it's doing that. There's no feat to back that up. But like, the Ten Tails, you give it a couple days, weeks, I'm sure it could it could life wipe the planet. I would probably argue that's planetary in terms of like an extinction level threat. But you know, most people would disagree with me on that. Yeah, most of the explosions go into the air. That's what I don't think people understand. I don't care like what does the explosion really mean? Because I don't go by like, oh, teratons of force of TNT or whatever. It could be honestly way stronger than that. It could be honestly way weaker than, well, it can't be weaker than the actual, at least like surface area that's destroyed. But it could be stronger than that is what I'm arguing. Like, if it's stronger than that, then sure, but then pixel cacks mean nothing. You know what I mean? The God Tree can wipe out the planet after enough time of chakra draining. Yeah, the God Tree can do that. The Ten Tails is just a premature God Tree. That I could consider planetary, 100%. But most of the time, the common consensus seems to be that planetary means you can one-shot the planet. You can essentially crumble a planet. You can essentially, I don't know, many people have like many different things. Can I actually destroy the entire planet with this? Some people would say, well, I don't know. I've never seen the Ten Tails shoot a tailed beast bomb and it blows up a planet. I don't know. That's just me, though. If I go by the metric that life wiping would count as it, oh yeah, no, 100%, I would agree. This motherfucker's planetary. Specifically the Ten Tails. Obito, sure. Madara, sure. I can give them all a planetary. That's fine. I can give them all planetary. But not for the reasons this guy's using. I dislike this argument because I could destroy a planet. Give me a few billion years, I can punch the Earth until it's gone. Yeah, give somebody time. Well, that's the thing. If it's over, if it's like a life wipe within like a certain period of time that I'm comfortable with, I'm fine with that. Because like, this thing also, because again, I'm not trying to downplay it. This thing shooting these massive fucking explosions. That like, at the very least could cross countries. I think that's worthy of calling something planetary. Like, It's not the fact that you can shoot a nuke that can blow up the planet. It's the fact that you can shoot so many nukes, you can blow up the planet within a short period of time, relatively speaking. The reasons why I think Godzilla is planetary are far different than the reasons why other people would say it is. And it's mostly because, like, yeah, it's all a matter of whether or not life still exists on that planet. And to some people, it just needs to be blow it up, destroy it. But that's fine. I'm fine with either interpretation. I just go with the has to blow up a planet because that's usually the common consensus. Is unwatchable. He downplayed literally every character for his vid. Engagement baiting. It has to be a reasonable amount of time. That's what I'm saying. No, 100%. I agree with it having to be a reasonable amount of time. 100%. Hey, Eon, what really makes an Otsutsuki above planetary? They're stronger than Six Paths, Naruto, and Sasuke, who are stronger than the Ten Tails. As long as you're stronger than the Ten Tails, if you're stronger than the Ten Tails, allegedly, you can... You're pretty much a planetary threat, I would say. At least in terms of, like, attack potency. On a high end, I mean. Like, if your attacks can hit can deal as much damage as the Ten Tails explosion. Like, here's the thing. I don't know if Obito or Madara are tanking a Ten Tails tailed beast bomb. I don't know if they're tanking that, because they needed to use the truth-seeking orbs to block the attacks, and, like, if that wasn't the case, why not? If you could just heal it, then why not just do that? Unless healing does end up using up a lot of chakra too, you know what I mean? I get needless damage and sure and whatever, but like, when people say that like Might Guy can like hit harder than the Ten Tails' tailed beast bomb or hits as hard as that, I don't believe that. I just think he hits very hard in a very single shot. Naruto's big ball Rasengan that he used against Indra's arrow during the final battle only extended to an island level destruction. Yeah, maybe in terms of like distance, I don't know. Isn't the Thousand Sunny bigger than Kurama? By a lot. Yeah, by a lot. Kurama's like 17 meters tall. At least half of Kurama's 17 meters tall. And full Kurama's like 34 on a low ball. I'm not going anything over 60 though. 68. I'm not going over anything over 68 meters. I'm not giving Kurama 100 meters. I'm not giving any of the tailed beasts 100 meters. All I'm gonna say is that the Mother Flame would go crazy if it landed on the Naruto planet. Oh no, that thing would unironically, like, blast out the entire Shinobi Alliance. I don't think anybody's surviving that shit. They are not surviving that. Yes, Naruto's faster than light. No, he's not outrunning all of those lasers. I have yet to see him do something like that. He is not outrunning the Mother Flame, bro. That motherfucker, I have yet to see him move so fast he can dodge multiple light speed attacks at once while running. Bro, the Beast Titan is the same size as the tailed beast. Yeah, no, they're huge. Don't get me wrong. They're just not as big as people think. That is a huge problem with Naruto narrative-wise. These Biju, these Jinchuriki, they're all tools. Kakashi using a Kamui lightning blade doesn't make him a complex dimensional being. It just means he has hacks. Doesn't mean Kakashi moves at infinite speed or has dimensional durability. That's what I'm saying. Yo, before I go, please comment on you being a Celestial Dragon meat gloves. That is absolutely insane. I am so glad you added that comment. That added so much to the conversation. Wow, thank you for that. Thank you for that. You really, damn. All right. Because Oda had to change the size of Zunisha, I believe. Yeah, that was a whole fucking issue. I hate the whole Zunisha.
This to the 9 tails, and both of these guys can contend with the 10 tails Jinchuriki Obito, so it's obviously consistent. KCM, Minato, and Tobirama should also be in the planetary plus ranges, as Minato would have the other half of the same 9 tails that can turn the world into ash, rivaling KCM to Naruto, who is also planetary, as I've scaled in old videos, and Tobirama being able to destroy the deity gates and harm even Jubito, who is also many tiers above planetary, being superior to Naruto and Ashirama. I hope y'all can see how consistent this shit is. Now, a lot of people don't know this, but even though he lost to Sharingan, Kakashi actually became stronger as Hokage, even more than his warrior counterpart. Weaker than 6 parts DMS Kakashi, obviously, but stronger than warrior Kakashi, who was on the same level as KCM on Naruto, easily calcing in the multi-continent ranges. He even developed a stronger variant of his Chidori, which is purple lightning, so his attack potency altogether just increased. And then Hiruzen and Tsunade should be in the multi-continent ranges as well. Hiruzen being able to go toe-to-toe with Guru Zetsu, who was bullying the 5 Kage and the rest of the alliance. And then Tsunade even outpowers the Raikage, who is quite literally superior to the Achibi by itself. So, once again, super consistent. And their durability would obviously correlate to this. Tsunade being a tank herself can just...
Sorry about that. whatever. It's fine.
Consistently eat attacks from a much superior opponent like Madara. And some of these Kage can just straight up regenerate like Naruto, Hashirama, and Tsunade. Like these three, they are just freaks. You can pretty much rip them in half and they'll survive. While the rest of the Kage here, apart from Kakashi, are Edo Tensei, so you know what that means.
I don't know if I would go
In terms of stamina, these guys could fight in the war for multiple days on end. You know, Naruto going as far as fighting 4 planetary characters back to back for 3 days straight without any rest. Hashirama can fight EMS Madara and the Nine Tails at the same time for a whole day straight. Minato, Tobirama, and Hiruzen are in their Edo Tensei form, so unlimited stamina. Kakashi's stamina also got way better since he doesn't have the Sharingan anymore, which was constantly draining his chakra 247. Now, in terms of speed, easiest way to scale the speed of the Kage is to compare them to KCM1 Naruto that blitzed the Raikage, who is on low ball light speed. In part 1, even Naruto with droplets of QB chakra could outpace light speed Haku. The Ambo characters are stated to be light speed.
You know what's crazy? You know what's crazy about that one thing that he used for Haku? So when it comes to Haku specifically, he can only move at the speed of light between the mirrors, and he wasn't was he not traveling from one mirror to another, he was traveling from the ground near Naruto to a mirror. Naruto only grabbed him based on like pure reaction time, and you cannot quantify Haku to light speed because of that. He has to be moving between the mirrors. That wasn't a light speed feat for Naruto. What speed was it? I don't know. But these guys all seem to be around at least like the subsonic levels by fucking at least subsonic. Not at most, at least subsonic by tuning exams. Like Naruto's speed scaling is not as impressive as I thought it was, but honestly it started to really make sense. We need that bingo. Honestly, yeah, we do.
Darui, Temari, Gaara, and Kankuro having light speed feats as well. KCM1 Naruto.
Their attacks travel at light speed, which is completely fine. That doesn't mean they have light speed reaction time or light speed movement speed, which is mostly what I care about.
Being faster than all of that, while the rest of the Kage are just beyond this, and it's not even close. With Tsunade being the only contentious one in relativity to KCM1 in terms of speed, we actually see the rest of the Kage simply outdo a much faster Naruto in the war. And 2 of the Kages here can teleport instantaneously using the flying Raijin, which Naruto and Hashirama have fast enough reflexes to react to, by the way, and that's just insanity, honestly. And again, this is all just KCM1, which KCM2 Naruto, Hashirama, Tobirama, and Minato just massively outscale. It's not even funny. And more evidently, in the Kakashi hidden novels, which are canon, post-war Kakashi has light speed feats, and this is without his Sharingan. And this Kakashi isn't even a Naruto really feats, and more evidently, in the Kakashi hidden novels, which are canon, post-war Kakashi has light speed.
Light came from the Shuigu ring, and a whirlpool of water several times larger than the last one began rotating clockwise, heading straight for Minari. At the same time, red-hot embers jumped on Kakashi's palm. In the blink of an eye, they took on the form of an enormous bird and set out for the whirlpool at the speed of light. God, reading the novels would be such a bitch for me. Let me reread that again. At the same time, red-hot embers jumped on Kakashi's palm. In the blink of an eye, they took on the form of an enormous bird and set out for the whirlpool at the speed of light. Light came from the Shuzui ring, and a whirlpool of water several times larger than the last one began rotating counterclockwise, heading straight for Minari. What the who the fuck turned into an enormous bird? Who the fuck is they? Did Kakashi turn into a bird? When the fuck did Kakashi turn into a bird? My guy, at least provide context for this shit. Taking a single thing out of context, I have no idea what the fuck this is supposed to mean. You have to love the out-of-context novel feats. Yeah,
feats,
sure.
And this is without his Sharingan.
I'm fine if it's light speed. That's still dog shit by One Piece standards, but... what? Okay? I'm so confused. I mean, Kakashi being as fast as KCM Naruto, sure, that's fine. I don't care. Watching... Okay, so Kakashi low FTL at best. No, I mean, not really if I don't have context for it. Why the fuck should I believe the statement if I have no context for what's happening? Who the fuck turned into a bird? Penguin? I don't know, man. Watching the shinobi's movements from the watchtower, Nanara panicked. Kakashi, that guy's trouble. He looks like he's going to use a seriously amazing technique. His tutor says nothing. Are you listening to me, Kakashi? It's bad. We're in trouble. Ah, be quiet. Kakashi stared intently at the endpoint of the trajectory that the man's technique would likely follow. He followed his enemy's eyes to its target and concentrated his mind on the point where where the attack would likely hit. The man released the jutsu. Crack, crack, crack. Thunder roared and lightning cracked, hit the wall at the speed of light. The shinobi no doubt thought the wall of earth. Okay, what the fuck happened next? So the bird is Lightspeed, not Kakashi. I guess. Probably like a Fire Phoenix Jutsu or something. Fuck, okay. This reads like a bad fanfic. Kakashi becoming a giant bird reminds me of Naruto turning Gamabunta into the Nine Tails with the transformation. I mean, is that what's happening? I'm fine if that's what's happening. It's just, what's the fucking context? I don't know what's happening. Considering Kakashi still got intercepted by Edo Haku, he's not even Lightspeed by 4th grade Ninja War. Yeah, 100%. The shinobi no... Okay. Thunder, roar, and lightning hit the wall at the speed of light. Okay, lightning attack. What lightning attack? The guy's lightning attack? Kakashi hit an earth wall? Kakashi reacted to it? He got there and made an earth wall? Also, this doesn't... Also, wait. So let me see if I can extrapolate the scene. Kakashi's focusing on the guy's attack. The guy's about to use a lightning release jutsu, right? Watching the shinobi's movements from the watchtower. So they're up in a watchtower, right? Kakashi, that guy's trouble. So the Kakashi saw the trajectory of the attack. He's already focusing his mind on where the attack would land, and then the attack hits at the speed of light. The man released his jutsu. Crack, crack. Thunder roared. Lightning hit the wall at the speed of light. So Kakashi must have moved from the watchtower to the guy before the guy released his jutsu. None of this implies that Kakashi moved after the guy released his jutsu. This could also just mean that Kakashi got there before the guy released the jutsu. That happens all the time in Naruto. He knew where the attack was going to land. He got there first and activated the Wall of Earth jutsu. Just a reflection of the pond. They actually travel the galaxy. Wait till he gets adapted into a novel's it's going to get adapted.
And this Kakashi isn't even anywhere near his peak or superior to the Kages I mentioned earlier. So I think my point has been made very clear. The fastest Kage should easily be in the FTL plus range, is having perception speed fast enough to react to teleportation, and the lower Kages are FTL. Now that the analysis is done, how would the fight go? Well, it's a 7-on-7 fight and the Admirals are getting folded like a two-piece jacket. Not only do the Hokages outscale the Admirals in terms of AP, with Garp and Sengoku being the strongest ones, Naruto, Hashirama, Minato, and Tobirama just possess higher and more consistent AP feats via scaling to the 9 tails and 10 tails, as well as the 6 parts characters. Yeah, but let me bust your head.
They don't read like mangas. They really don't read like mangas. So, like, a statement that would be more... In Naruto, they don't really use the term light speed very often. They really don't. I'm talking about, like, the manga. They don't really use the term light speed often. There's like maybe 2 examples you can find within the entire manga, and one of them is Haku, and the other one is Mabui's ethereal transmission jutsu. Like, it's not a consistent thing for these guys to say, oh, he ran at him at the speed of light. Like, no, it's not even like this is what's happening. It's just using the lightning attack hit at the speed of light. If the lightning attack isn't Kakashi's, it just... Unless it's like a Raikiri, which I don't think it is, if it's a hidden lava when he's Hokage, which means he wouldn't have Raikiri. He would have Purple Lightning, and Purple Lightning could be light speed. That doesn't make Kakashi light speed. And if Kakashi's the one who got, who actually set up like the Earth Wall, because I don't know what the rest of the context is, he could have just gotten there before the guy released the jutsu. The jutsu could still be light speed. Kakashi just simply got there and activated his beforehand. That does happen quite often in Naruto. They get the jutsu out before it happens. Planetary Minato gets diffed by a wooden stick. 100%. What? All I'm saying is that, like, I get where you're I get where this guy's logic is coming from. I just don't agree with it. Just it just kind of doesn't make sense to me.
Head. Even if the
Oh,
stats were
in the
equal in
manga,
AP,
it's a
the
teleportation
Hokages could
technique. That's
literally get
crazy.
stronger if Naruto decides to arm them up with QB chakra like he did in the war.
Sure.
And we already know it's in character for him to do this because, like I said, he did it in the series, so they are outpowering them no matter how you spin it. And to make things much worse for the Admirals, not only are the Kages arguably superior in speed, they have characters that can teleport themselves anywhere on the entire battlefield at instantaneous speeds, which will
How far do you think you can go with only manga versions of One Piece and Naruto to find a lightspeed feat? With One Piece, it depends. It depends on a couple of things. With One Piece, the lightspeed meta is very easy to figure out, depending on again how flexible you are willing to be with the lightspeed meta. The earliest point in the story where you can find a lightspeed statement in the story, the first point of the story is Long Ring Long with Foxy the Pirate. Those are the first lightspeed statements. Luffy does dodge light. The beam is made out of light. It is called particles. They are called light particles. It is called a beam of light. People don't like that one. And apparently it's too early for One Piece, but what does that mean? What do you mean too early for One Piece? Why does it have to be too early? You know what I mean? Now, if you get to the NES lobby arc, there's an easy argument to make that if second gear is 10 times fat, is it 10 times amp, as long as Luffy has movement speed that is 1/10 relativistic. Sorry, 1/10 the speed of light. You can get Luffy to light speed as long as you think he's at the very least 1/10 the speed of light in base. Since at this point he would be faster than Enel. He's getting constantly stronger and faster. If you go by the NES lobby, I think the statement specifically, the SBS comes out in NES lobby specifically. There's a statement that says that to duck NL, you have to duck him at the speed of light and then hit him with a right, with a golden right with a bit of rotation. That essentially just means that you can get Luffy to light speed anywhere as early as Long Ring Long because of the Foxy statement, NES lobby because of the Enel, SBS, and second gear just being a straight up 10 times amp to raw speed. And if you want a feat, at the very least, Thriller Bark to Sabaody Archipelago. From there on out, there's no way you can argue Luffy's not lightspeed. At that point, I do not care. He is lightspeed. You will never convince me otherwise. If we cannot agree that he's lightspeed by that point, we're not having a conversation. Like, there's just not even going to be a debate. Because there's no way I'm going to be convinced that after multiple arcs of lightspeed statements and feats, he's not lightspeed by the very feat that he dodged a beam of light at close range in base. Now with Naruto, it's a bit different. Haku is the only thing you really have in early part 1. I do not agree with the water fang bullet. I do not agree with that statement whatsoever. There's two translations. One of them says lightning speed, and I'm more willing to agree with Kakashi being lightning speed by that point in the story. But Eon, don't you think that Kakashi is at least lightning speed by the time he's like 16? Yeah, no, 100%. But we've also seen it in the anime now. It got adapted. We never see the fucking feat. We don't know how close Kakashi got. Did he get there before the lightning bolt comes out? Because he's already up an unquantifiable distance. You know what I mean? Otherwise, it's just a single statement from my guy, and it's like, okay, well, how did the situation go down? We have no idea. Even the anime never showed us. So it's like, yeah, Kakashi could definitely run at the speed of lightning. I don't agree with that. I don't disagree with that. I totally agree with the fact that Kakashi's at least massively hypersonic. That doesn't mean Naruto or Sasuke are, because that's a Kakashi feat. That's not a kid Sasuke pulling off Chidori for the first time feat. Bringing up his speed does not mean he's massively hypersonic plus as well. That just means he's faster than supersonic, which Rock Lee should be. If Rock Lee removing his weights is anything even remotely close to like a 5 to 10 times amp, he's still only like hypersonic. Fifth gate? I have no idea. 60 times amp? 12 times 5, 150 times amp? Like, it really just depends on how strong you think fifth gates is. And if fifth gates only let this guy that could already uproot trees only destroy the ground from a building. He's not even building level. I guess you could say he is building level if you'd like. So, like, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you there. He's fast. He's not lightning fast. Naruto has a light speed feat at the earliest point in the story when he dodges A. And only because of the data book statement. A does not have an actual light speed feat. If him and Tsunade got carried by the ethereal transmission jutsu, she was already going in there with a kick. If you really think that he's lightspeed, that's completely fine. That's still the final arc of Naruto. There is no way I will ever be convinced under any metric of, like, calculating these shits, whether it's quantifying Luffy and Naruto, which Luffy on a massive low ball still outspeeds Naruto on a massive high ball. With Wank, I've done this shit before in some of my other streams. The Wank was crazy. I gave Naruto like 100 times amp for like multiple things for no reason. If you go by multipliers, Luffy outspeeds him every single time. No, that's why I say he doesn't need Gear 5th. He just outspeeds him regardless. And if we're talking like Naruto being faster than A because of the light speed feat, that's fine. That's still only with him running. I don't think he can just do single leaps at light speed. I don't know about that. Or falling down at light speed. I don't know about any of that shit. Like KCM2, how many times faster than like that is that? I have no fucking clue. I cannot give you that answer. KCM2 has no quantifiable multiplier. There's no text. There is nothing that implies that it's like 10 times, 5 times, 12 times, 2 times. Like I just go by 2 at this point. It's at least 2 times stronger. Sage Mode is a 10 times amp. I'm willing to agree with that. So it's like you get Naruto maybe like a couple. If you want to really just say that like 6-path Sage Mode plus 6-path Senjutsu is 100 times stronger than KCM2 plus Sage Mode, it's only like 200 times, bro. Like the Naruto verse is not that fast. At least even in the high end. It's super fast. 200 times the speed of light, crazy fast. It's not that fast compared to One Piece. Yeah, no, Minato would get soloed. No, Minato cannot solo Marineford. Minato cannot solo Marineford. The average fucking... Listen, I'm going to say this. The average... Marine, he's soloing. Negative difficulty. Summons Gamabunta. Gamabunta is going to have to fight a giant Marine, while Minato has to solo 3 Admirals and multiple Vice Admirals that should also be faster than his own reaction speed. Yeah, I don't believe it. I'm sorry. I'm a Minato believer. I love Minato. He's my favorite Naruto character. He does not solo. Marineford. I'm sorry. The speed difference is just too massive. No matter how I look at it, there's no way I'm going to be convinced that Naruto, in 2 days, became faster than One Piece in 2 years. Luffy was light speed at the end of Marineford on a massive low ball. Like, light speed is honestly the massive low ball. It's the bare minimum. You cannot get him under that. Otherwise, you're just straight up disingenuous. And this man is as fast as KCM Naruto. Think about that. In base. If Naruto would have to stack Sage Mode on regular KCM, which he hasn't done before, but I assume that it's these... Well, I assume that, like, KCM plus Sage Mode was the form that he used in, It's technically KCM too. It's like full Crump, whatever. Naruto would have to stack KCM with Sage Mode just to be as fast as second gear Luffy. Think about that just for a second. And we're talking about Marineford Luffy. If we're talking post-time skip Luffy, he has to be at least as fast as second gear Luffy. So, toss in a 10 times amp onto a 10 time faster than light base, bro. Luffy's 100 times faster than light. On a low ball, post time skip Luffy with second gear is 5 times faster than Naruto with KCM2 plus Sage Mode if you think KCM2 is at least a 2 times amp. You have to just start giving Naruto you essentially have to give Naruto more than 2. You have to essentially lowball. Every single lowball for Naruto has to be at the very least 10 times of an amp, and he still doesn't catch up. I have no way to quantify how much stronger KCM2 is over KCM1. He can definitely shoot tailed beast bombs now, though. If it's just KCM with the ability to shoot tailed beast bombs and have a giant Kurama avatar, that's also perfectly fine. That's another fair interpretation, honestly. But if it's at least twice as strong, it cannot keep up with second gear post time skip Luffy. Not post Fishman Island. Not Fishman Island. Not Punk Hazard. Not Dressrosa. Second gear post time skip Luffy. Oh, I know. Let me see. Kakashi knew where it was to hit, where it was going to hit. Steinixo's OS debunk all their arguments, like a lot of scalers, One Piece scalers, but people, like I said, people like to say it's bullshit. Fun fact: Kakashi has never won a fight after Zabuza. I don't know if I agree with this, because if he's part of Team 7, he helped beat Kaguya. I mean, Kakashi was in the air before the lightning even came down, and the water bullets has a wind-up time before launching, and he launched his counter before the bullets ever fired. Yeah, and also, if that shit has a wind-up to it, then why do we say that shit's still light speed, even though the Pacifista have a quote-unquote charge-up time? So why are people bringing up Haku Lightspeed Feet Neon? Because they need to get Naruto to be Lightspeed as soon as possible so that it can at least have an argument against One Piece. That's the only way. From there on, you just start chain scaling. I don't know the chain scaling. I'm not going to do it. I don't agree with it. I'm not going to scale a metric that I just cannot agree with. That metric essentially means that every other Lightspeed statement has to be wrong. You cannot say that Madara's Light Fang is Lightspeed. You cannot say that the Raikage is Lightspeed, or because he doesn't have Lightspeed. He doesn't have a Lightspeed statement. It does not state verbatim that he is Lightspeed. It says he runs at almost the speed of light. I'm willing to give him version 2 Lightspeed, but I have no reason to believe that. It never says he's Lightspeed. It's never stated in the series. I have no reason to believe he's actually Lightspeed. I still give it to him every single time. I have no reason to believe it. And somehow, all of that is contradicted by Naruto and Sasuke being Lightspeed in the start of the story. Like, you have to ignore every other data book statement. I'm sorry, you have to. People have said Itachi solos One Piece and it's not close. Naruto is still no, but more probable. But freaking Itachi gets absolutely blitzed every single time. Unironically, think of Frankie throwing a punch. Unironically, think of Frankie throwing a strong right and it just punches him in the face and he just dies from that. I don't think Itachi is tanking a strong right from current Frankie. That shit is going to hit him like a fucking bulldozer. I know, bro, but all those folk talk BS. They say 80,000 speed of light, Eon, and the Admirals 200 speed of light. Look at his commenters. Question: do summonings count as assistants? Yes, I would count them as assistants. They are separate entities that do have a contract, but it is a part of their technique, but they're living entities that do their own thing. Do you think that if Luffy eats the Mother Flame? I don't know about that. I don't know about the whole like universal Luffy thing. Loki are the best power scalers. Oh, thank you. Hello, still at it? Yeah, just for a bit more.
Make it difficult for the Admirals to land deadly attacks on their opponents, as Tobirama and Minato would have marked the Kages and be able to teleport them out of any danger. And while the Admirals have a wide variety of abilities in their arsenal, the Hokages just have an answer for literally everything they can do. Sengoku uses shockwaves to attack, but the Kages can simply tank that and keep it moving. And it will be much...
I'm sorry, but when has Tsunade ever tanked? When has Tsunade ever tanked a planetary strike? Because last time I checked, she got ripped in half. She got ripped in half by Madara's Susanoo blades. Yes. It hits harder than the actual wind pressure that slashes mountains. 100%. I still don't think a Susanoo hits with the force of a planet. I mean, they can choose not to show up like Anima, but to swapped in with Gamakichi in the 4th grade Ninja Warrior, 100%. Bet.
Much easier to do when they have Kyuubi chakra around them. You know, Naruto, Hashirama, and Tsunade, thanks to their ridiculous regeneration, can shrug off any attacks, while Tobirama, Minato, and Hiruzen can't even die. Garp uses haki punches to
Hiruzen can't even die. So wait, we're using Edo? Wait, we're using Edo?
You know, Naruto, Hashirama, and Tsunade, thanks to their ridiculous regeneration, can shrug off any attacks, while
No, they cannot. No, the fuck they cannot. They can tank a lot of shit. They're not tanking Kaido. I'm sorry. I don't see them tanking Kaido. Kaido would swat them on the ground like flies. I think they would wall splatter. I'm not gonna lie. If base Naruto... you have to essentially start the fight off with Naruto already in 6-path Sage mode. He cannot start the fight without it. Because if he's in base... and Kaido's in hybrid, he is wall splattering Naruto. Shoutouts to Elon and Stein. Stein single-handedly changed people's opinion on One Piece scaling, even me, and I was a huge One Piece fan and didn't think the verse was this strong. He did say Edo at the start. He said Edo? We don't have win conditions then. What's the fucking win conditions? No, it does not kill them. There's no... Okay, no. I can't watch this. I can't watch this. This video, this man... Okay, look. I can deal with the... Listen. I can deal with the scaling. I can hear out all of the arguments. I'll disagree with them. I don't do this whole, like, debunk thing. I'll just disagree with, like, the bullshit, right? There's just shit I do not care for. There's just certain arguments I do not care for, but whatever. I'll entertain them. I'll discuss them in chat. You guys can get my opinions on them. I'm not gonna sit here and watch a video where you just literally where they literally have now no win condition. With the Kage, listen, at least sealing jutsu is always like a condition that they could meet. I don't like versus battles that have 0 win conditions. I do not like them. It's completely disingenuous. The Admirals have no way of beating regeneration. I'm sorry, they have no way of beating that. Leave a dislike. I'm not, no, it's not worth it. It's whatever. So, intangibility is no, but the immortality is okay. Yeah, that's crazy. I found the new video, Monster Cheer vs. 4th grade Ninja War isn't close by Kosu changed. Listen, I'll put it here, and next time I get on, we'll watch it. Let me think. See. Monster Trio versus... Unironically, Luffy puts down the entire Shinobi Alliance that isn't a 6-path character. I really do think he just puts them to sleep. If I had to be honest, he really does just put them all to sleep. Darui is not staying up from a Luffy Conqueror's Hockey Blast. I'm sorry, Darui's not doing it. Sakura is not doing it. Choji's not doing it. Butterfly Choji's not fucking doing it. They are getting put down by fucking... Bro, they are getting put down by Advanced Conk. You essentially have to start the fight off with quite literally every single... and I really do mean every... I think I've already watched
One Piece and Naruto are two of the most high...
No, I've watched this already. Yeah, no. I'm not rewatching this. By the way, what's your monitor? It's a VAIP or OLED. I think it's an OLED. I think it's an OLED. Technically, the Admirals can beat the Edo by just immobilizing them under a ton of magma or ice. Sure, they ain't dead, but what can they do? Naruto can always bust out. Naruto... No, not Naruto. I think Hashirama could always bust out. As long as he can weave some level of chakra, I think Hashirama can always bust out. I really don't understand why people don't just use a live Naruto characters with their Edo feats. You can do that. Honestly, there's nothing wrong with doing that. Just found your channel recently. Best power scaler out there. Really? Thank you, Julian. Thank you so much. Like... Tell me right now, if Luffy could knock out 50,000 fishmen at the start of the fucking post, I really, okay, guys, listen, it's not me. It's not, listen, I'm not trying to be biased with this. But, like, how can I agree to Naruto beating Luffy, to, like, even the Shinobi Alliance, like, if you were to, like, just throw waves and waves at them at a time, I'm telling you right now, the first row of them, all 80,000 shinobi are getting put down by Luffy just walking up to them. I would have to give you Tsunade and the 5 Kage. And the other 4 Kage. I would have to give you them. Like, I don't think they're standing up to that shit either. I think that they're honestly, at best, like, he stands up for like a second and then he drops down. Like, he at least withstands it for a bit. Naruto is at the very least in base, he's shaking. I don't think if Naruto doesn't start off with Sage Mode, I don't think he's blocking a straight up kick from Luffy. I'm sorry, start of the fight. Listen. I don't want to get into this whole Luffy versus Naruto thing right now, but just hear me out right now. Naruto and Luffy they are both very interesting to me in terms of like the way that they fight, because they both go immediately for the blitz. I'll even show it for Naruto. Naruto joins Naruto versus third Raikage. We're gonna pause this real quick. I'm going to do this. I'm just gonna skip around to it. No, not this feat. No, it's not this one. I need his introduction into the war. I need the introduction into the war. Naruto versus Raikage, Rasen Shuriken. Where is it? Okay, right here. Naruto and Luffy both go for the both usually go for the blitz attempt. This is the only example I'm gonna show. For Naruto right now, just because I don't want to get the stream demonetized. But yeah, no, Naruto essentially does usually go for blitz attempts at the start of a fight. But the thing is, so does Luffy. And I'm not gonna lie. Just for a second. If Naruto and Luffy were to be put right in front of each other, and you told each one of them, hit the other guy first, Naruto would have to be in Sage Mode or KCM, or both, honestly, or 6-pad Sage Mode would actually be the most, like, preferable to this one. But he would have to be transformed. If he's starting off in base to base, this is happening. Base to base, this is happening. I don't think Naruto's blocking that in his base form. I have no reason to believe it. Naruto does not have a single light speed base feat. I have yet to see it. How many times more powerful do you think Luffy is than KCM2 Naruto with truth-seeking orbs? Or is it the 4,000 times gap between the two striking power? I think that Naruto has a very close chance in terms of attack potency. This is what I mean when I say the One Piece verse is so much faster. You would have to have Naruto in this fucking form. To even block this fucking attack. And honestly, I think Luffy's moving at faster than light speeds because Kizaru had to block. He didn't dodge. He blocked. Yeah, no, it's not fair. It's not fair. This isn't second gear Luffy. This isn't second gear Luffy. This isn't fourth gear Luffy. This is base Luffy with Conqueror's Haki. Base to base, it's not close. Luffy has to not go hard from the start. And he goes for blitz attempts. Every time. Even when he started with Kizaru, he went immediately for a blitz attempt. How long the fight lasts? A second? The fight's not lasting a second if you don't have Naruto started in at least Sage Mode. You have to start him in at least Sage Mode. I'm sorry. If I were to actually make the Naruto versus Luffy video, I'm going to be honest with you. It's not close for Naruto. If you get Luffy anything past Dressrosa, it's just out of it. The fight's just completely one-sided. No version of Naruto beats this version of Luffy. And I'm starting to think that even Baryon Mode doesn't beat this. Baryon Mode might push him to Gear 5, sure. If you want to like somehow try to quantify how the fuck Boruto scaling's supposed to work. Because they're faster, sure. They're definitely faster in like 100%. So what I can quantify this motherfucker to, the speed by which I can quantify this guy right here on a massive fucking low ball is over 10,000 times faster than Naruto with a bit of wank. I'm not gonna lie. Baryon mode is the worst thing Naruto can do. Baryon mode is Baryon mode is honestly like scorched earth at that point. Baryon mode is scorched earth. He took away, it took him, what was it, 17 hits? It took him how many hits? We're gonna count them. It took him 17 fucking hits, right? Something like that. Okay. Again, I can't show you guys the whole thing. Dodges, weaves. Okay, 1 hit. Mind you, Naruto has to be extremely calm and fighting as logically as possible. No wasted movements. No big moves. He uses 1 Rasengan this entire time. The guy that is known as the Rasengan merchant uses 1 Rasengan during this entire thing. But that 1 Rasengan might be loot. It's never hitting. It's never hitting. It's never going to hit. There's no way you can there's no way. This thing would have to be like 1,000,000 times amp. That's 1 hit. Goes in. Weave. Throws him. Block. 1 hit. Boom. 2 hits. Sorry. And 3 hits. That's 4 hits total. So far, 4 hits total. Drops the shit, don't care. Hits him once. 5. 6. Nothing else after that, right? 6. Stops the... Yeah, he just grabs them. Stops the thing. 7. 8. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. We'll say that this counts as a hit. 15. Naruto gets 15 hits before he starts to run out of Baryon mode. Yeah. He loses. He loses every time. At that point, Luffy can take him out in base. I'm not kidding. Luffy would be asking his ass off with all the Gear 5 bull going on, not gonna lie. That's what I'm saying. Now, Baryon mode is not that great. Now that I think about it, Baryon mode's not that great. I remember I was recently rereading through a portion of Boruto. It was kind of just for fun. I'm not gonna lie to you. I was thinking like, okay, let me see. I was like, yeah, no, let me see this, right? Let me see this for a second. I think I counted actually probably more hits in the anime than in the manga. In the manga, it might have been 17 or it might be 7. I might be misremembering. I'm not saying it's those numbers. Fact check me if you want. But it wasn't that many hits either. So if these guys are moving at top speed, or at least Naruto's like reacting to him and hitting him as fast as possible, if he's fighting as optimally as he can, and he could only land 15 hits to take away the lifespan of a guy who only had about 2 to 3 days worth of life left. Let's just say 1 day's worth of life left. Luffy, who has at the very least a year's worth of his life left, I got you in just a second, IMAX, was dying because of his life force, and chakra was being shaved because of all the chakras connected, and without verse equalization, the life steal isn't working. Yeah, that could also work. Luffy would legit eat Gear 5 is crazy. That's what I'm saying. Like, Luffy's throwing fucking lightning bolts and then bouncing off of them. And mind you, the lightning bolts, bro, oh my. Oh, man. I need to get off. But, Luffy versus Kaido. ¿Qué pasó? Let me show you guys real quick. Luffy's throwing these lightning bolts at Kaido. Their properties don't change beside the fact that they're rubber. That's still just a lightning bolt striking the ground. Ya lo voy a sacar. Ah, por favor. Me lo como. Gracias. ¿Ah? Arroz chaufa, ok. Está muy grasoso. Ok, gracias. Luffy will legit eat Gear 5. Do you hear the over animation bullshit? Yeah, crazy. But anyway, also, Ishiki had like 20 hours left, if I remember right. Did you see my question about my apologies? I wonder what would happen if the Logias infused their elemental attacks with advanced armament hockey. Would attacks from Ace Kizaru or Akainu per se burn or freeze their insides? I don't know about that, because I think it's just the hockey itself being injected. I don't know if they can combine it with their like elemental powers to such an extent. At least there's nothing for me to like agree with in terms of that. Barrier mode isn't remotely good for any long duration fight. It's Scorched Earth, Desperation Attempt. That's what I'm saying, man. Just how much worse is the durability and striking difference between KCM2 Truth Seeking Orbs and just Gear 4 Luffy? If you want to argue that like the Truth Seeking Orbs like just disintegrate whatever they touch, then he can take out Luffy. Don't get me wrong. He can. Again, I don't disagree with these things. First of all, KCM2 is still too slow. Base Luffy still blitzes. Too slow. Base Luffy blitzes every time. Truth-seeking orbs. And just Gear 4 Luffy. Yeah, no, the truth-seeking orbs don't keep up. Luffy just dodges them every time. Gear 4 Luffy, he probably one-shots. He at least punches Naruto out of KCM. I'm not gonna lie. At least in my opinion. I think it'd be funny. Baryon mode isn't even remotely good. Yeah, we regret that. Are we saying One Piece versus Naruto? One Piece is def higher power scaling than Naruto. Yeah, I know. I would say so. I'm completely convinced. Most of Naruto is not that impressive by One Piece standards. You're blowing up mountains. Cool. Yeah, that's fine. Lightspeed? Cool. You can be Lightspeed. I don't care. You cannot quantify them to get faster than Luffy post time skip. None of them. Forget Gear 5, Gear 4, Gear 3 would one-shot Baryon mode. I'm starting to think Flashy Flash and One Punch Man is faster than peak form Naruto. Depending on where you can scale him, probably. Really, I'd rather see Naruto versus Luffy just being bros. They would be great friends. I would agree with that. I would 100% agree that Naruto and Luffy would end up just doing this for fun. It would probably be a fight that, if anything, it would have just gotten out of hand. Bro, how the fuck would Naruto have a chance of beating Luffy when Luffy literally treats Naruto like it's... No, I'm not gonna lie to you. Luffy would baby grip hold Kurama Naruto, and he would blast tailed beast bombs at his face, and Luffy would just like move his head around like he did against Rob Lucci. He would literally just pull his head around, just dodging all of those tailed beast bombs while baby gripping Naruto. I'm not gonna lie, he could unironically toss Naruto across a continent. Do you know how big Egghead is? And for him to throw Kizaru from the inside of it, and for Egghead to and for Egghead to seem small. He could throw Naruto, I'm pretty sure, at least across a country. The most overtad characters, Mahoraga can solo the... That's a good... Ooh. That's a tough question. I'm gonna need time for that one. I'm on the opinion that Haki emission internal destruction can destroy TSO. I don't... If you think that the TSO can be destroyed by raw damage, then sure. I wouldn't be against that. Bro, they had trouble with meteors in Naruto. Meanwhile, Dressrosa there, they ate those meteors. That is actually kind of true. Biju Bomb blew up a mountain. Garp using mountains for heavy bags. That's what I'm saying, bro. That's what I'm saying. I also don't know why they would fight. The most bloodlusted Luffy is when people attack anyone that fed him. Is Naruto out here assaulting people for feeding Luffy? They'd probably fight for a bowl of ramen. I always thought that like when I make the battle, I'm gonna give it like a narrative reason. Wasn't TSO was casual being destroyed? Why would they need advanced Haki or Haki at all? Well, I don't know if they can touch it per se. I think you'd at least need advanced Conqueror's Haki with the mission. Oda drew Luffy and Naruto at a restaurant with Nami and the Akatsuki Prince. Yeah, I would say so. The number One Piece suffers from is that even if any big time power scaler promoter during these times where power scaling versus battles is peak. Yeah, no, I think the battle would be peak. I think that like I would forego any actual power scaling. And just have the fight be fair. Naruto can like feel that Luffy can like break his bones. Kurama says that like maybe like they're like he's like really putting in chakra into like just healing stuff like that. Naruto's tailed beast bombs blasting Luffy once and him saying I can't take many more of these. You know, like I would make it. If I would animate the fight, I would make it fair. I've got a very good idea of how I would make the fight. It would be very creative. At least I would say so. I would mostly just use stuff though that like Luffy's already done. Obviously within the context of like things that Luffy and Naruto have already done. So like Luffy turning into a giant, spitting rocks at Luffy and spitting rocks at Naruto and him like dodging them left and right. I would say so. I would say that'd be like cool. Like Naruto making like giant KCM flying avatars and Luffy just shooting giant boulders at them. You need, at minimum, 8K's guy level of AP to break a TSO based on guy using Madara's body to destroy the shield. Oh no, I think they could. I think they could definitely succeed that. But that's what I'm saying. Maybe advanced Conqueror's Haki could work because of the emission application. So you don't even have to touch them. Naruto probably sees Luffy as a threat because bro has had a fight with gods and now he's the sun god. True. Which is why I think Haki mission is. Yeah. You could definitely make the argument. I do think it'd be fair and flashy fight. Both characters can hurt each other, but again, it's not more about endurance and avoidance, not pure AP, which we know they are both packing. There is actually a good animation of Luffy versus Naruto and Sasuke versus Zoro. It's an interesting animation style. I'll try to find it later. Alright, I'm going to leave it here. I had a good night with you guys. Hope everybody has a wonderful rest of their night. I'm going to catch you guys later. Peace out. I'll leave this one up for I'll leave this one up until tomorrow. Would be a high key. Don Krieg would high key at least be seen as like a bit of an issue. He would at least be like a notable name in Naruto. He would definitely be a notable name in Naruto, just off of sheer raw strength. Think Kaido bullies the Otsutsuki clan for their lunch money since he overpowers Gear 4 Luffy. That's funny. Now we can see the new gen like Deku versus Yuji or Sukuna. Yeah, we're gonna start doing some more new gen stuff. I wanna actually get into Kagurabachi and see how far Chihiro can get through the culling games. I think that would be interesting. I'll catch you guys later. Good night, guys. Peace.